Section 1 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1 of Ideas in General and their Original. 1. Every man being conscious to himself that he thinks, and that which his mind is applied about whilst thinking, being the ideas that are there, it is past doubt that men have in their minds several ideas, such as those expressed by the words whiteness, hardness, sweetness, thinking, motion, man, elephant, army, drunkenness, and others. It is in the first place then to be inquired how he comes by them. I know it is a received doctrine that men have native ideas and original characters stamped upon their minds in their very first being. This opinion I have at large examined already, and I suppose what I have said in the foregoing book will be much more easily admitted when I have shown whence the understanding may get all the ideas it has, and by what ways and degrees they may come into the mind, for which I shall appeal to every one's own observation and experience. 2. Let us then suppose the mind to be, as we say, white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How comes it to be furnished? Whence comes it by that vast store which the busy and boundless fancy of man has painted on it, with an almost endless variety? Whence has it all the materials of reason and knowledge? To this I answer in one word: from experience. In all that our knowledge is founded, and from that it ultimately derives itself. Our observation, employed either upon external sensible objects, or about the internal operations of our minds, perceived and reflected on by ourselves, is that which supplies our understandings with all the materials of thinking. These two are the fountains of knowledge, from whence all the ideas we have, or can naturally have, do spring. 3. First, our senses, conversant about particular sensible objects, do convey into the mind several distinct perceptions of things, according to those various ways wherein those objects do affect them, and thus we come by those ideas we have, of yellow, white, heat, cold, soft, hard, bitter, sweet, and all those which we call sensible qualities, which, when I say the senses convey into the mind, I mean they from external objects convey into the mind what produces there those perceptions. This great source of most of the ideas we have, depending wholly upon our senses, and derived by them to the understanding, I call sensation. 4. Secondly, the other fountain, from which experience furnisheth the understanding with ideas, is the perception of the operations of our own mind within us, as it is employed about the ideas it has got, which operations, when the soul comes to reflect on and consider, do furnish the understanding with another set of ideas, which could not be had from things without, and such are perception, thinking, doubting, believing, reasoning, knowing, willing, and all the different actings of our own minds, which we, being conscious of and observing in ourselves, do from these receive into our understandings as distinct ideas, as we do from bodies affecting our senses. This source of ideas every man has wholly in himself, and though it be not sense, as having nothing to do with external objects, yet it is very like it, and might properly enough be called internal sense. But as I call the other sensation, so I call this reflection. The ideas it affords being such only as the mind gets by reflecting on its own operations within itself. By reflection, then, in the following part of this discourse, I would be understood to mean that notice which the mind takes of its own operations and the manner of them, by reason whereof there comes to be ideas of these operations in the understanding. These two, I say, namely, external material things as the objects of sensation, and the operations of our own minds within as the objects of reflection, are to me the only originals from whence all our ideas take their beginnings. The term operations here I use in a large sense, as comprehending not barely the actions of the mind about its ideas, but some sort of passions arising sometimes from them, such as in the satisfaction or uneasiness arising from any thought. 5. The understanding seems to me not to have the least glimmering of any ideas which it doth not receive from one of these two. External objects furnish the mind with the ideas of sensible qualities, which are all those different perceptions they produce in us, and the mind furnishes the understanding with ideas of its own operations. These, when we have taken a full survey of them in their several modes, combinations, and relations, we shall find to contain all our whole stock of ideas, and that we have nothing in our minds which did not come in one of these two ways. Let any one examine his own thoughts and thoroughly search into his understanding, and then let him tell me whether all the original ideas he has there are any other than of the objects of his senses, or of the operations of his mind considered as objects of his reflection, and how great a mass of knowledge soever he imagines to be lodged there, he will upon taking a strict view see that he has not any idea in his mind but what one of these two have imprinted, though perhaps with infinite variety, compounded and enlarged by the understanding, as we shall see hereafter. 6. He that attentively considers the observable state of a child at his first coming into the world will have little reason to think him stored with plenty of ideas that are to be the matter of his future knowledge. It is by degrees he comes to be furnished with them, and though the ideas of obvious and familiar qualities imprint themselves before memory begins to keep a register of time or order, yet it is often so late before some unusual qualities come in the way that there are few men that cannot recollect the beginning of their acquaintance with them, and if it were worth while, no doubt a child might be so ordered as to have but a very few even of the ordinary ideas, till he were grown up to a man. But all that are born into the world, being surrounded with bodies that perpetually and diversely affect them, variety of ideas, whether care be taken of it or no, are imprinted on the minds of children. Light and colours are busy at hand everywhere when the eye is but open. Sounds and some tangible qualities fail not to solicit their proper senses, and force an entrance to the mind. But yet I think it will be granted easily that if a child were kept in a place where he never saw any other but black and white till he were a man, he would have no more ideas of scarlet or green than he that from his childhood never tasted an oyster or a pineapple has of those particular relishes. 7. Men then come to be furnished with fewer or more simple ideas from without, according as the objects they converse with afford greater or less variety, and from the operations of their minds within, according as they more or less reflect on them. For though he that contemplates the operations of his mind cannot but have plain and clear ideas of them, yet unless he turns his thoughts that way, and considers them attentively, he will no more have clear and distinct ideas of all the operations of his mind, and all that may be observed therein, than he will have all the particular ideas of any landscape, or of the parts and motions of a clock, who will not turn his eyes to it, and with attention heed all the parts of it. The picture or clock may be so placed that they may come in his way every day, but yet he will have but a confused idea of all the parts they are made up of, till he applies himself with attention to consider them each in particular. 8. And hence we see the reason why it is pretty late before most children get ideas of the operations of their own minds, and some have not any very clear or perfect ideas of the greatest part of them all their lives, because though they pass there continually, yet like floating visions they make not deep impressions enough to leave in their minds clear, distinct, lasting ideas, till the understanding turns inward upon itself, reflects on its own operations, and makes them the objects of its own contemplation. Children, when they come first into it, are surrounded with a world of new things, which, by a constant solicitation of their senses, draw the mind constantly to them, forward to take notice of new, and apt to be delighted with the variety of changing objects. Thus the first years are usually employed and diverted in looking abroad. Men's business in them is to acquaint themselves with what is to be found without, and so growing up in a constant attention to outward sensation, seldom make any considerable reflection on what passes within them, till they come to be of riper years, and some scarce ever at all. 9. To ask at what time a man has first any ideas is to ask when he begins to perceive, having ideas and perception being the same thing. I know it is an opinion that the soul always thinks, and that it has the actual perception of ideas in itself constantly as long as it exists, and that actual thinking is as inseparable from the soul as actual extension is from the body. Which, if true, to inquire after the beginning of a man's ideas is the same as to inquire after the beginning of his soul. For by this account soul and its ideas, as body and its extension, will begin to exist both at the same time. 10. But whether the soul be supposed to exist antecedent to, or coeval with, or some time after, the first rudiments of organization, or the beginnings of life in the body, I leave to be disputed by those who have better thought of that matter. I confess myself to have one of those dull souls that doth not perceive itself always to contemplate ideas, nor can conceive it any more necessary for the soul always to think than for the body always to move, the perception of ideas being, as I conceive, to the soul what motion is to the body, not its essence, but one of its operations. And therefore, though thinking be supposed ever so much the proper action of the soul, yet it is not necessary to suppose that it should be always thinking, always in action. That perhaps is the privilege of the infinite author and preserver of things, who never slumbers nor sleeps, but it is not competent to any finite being, at least not to the soul of man. We know certainly by experience that we sometimes think, and thence draw this infallible consequence, that there is something in us that has a power to think. But whether that substance perpetually thinks or no, we can be no farther assured than experience informs us. For to say that actual thinking is essential to the soul and inseparable from it is to beg what is in question, and not to prove it by reason, which is necessary to be done if it be not a self-evident proposition. But whether this, that the soul always thinks, be a self-evident proposition that everybody assents to at first hearing, I appeal to mankind. It is doubted whether I thought at all last night or no. The question being about a matter of fact, it is begging it to bring as a proof for it an hypothesis, which is the very thing in dispute, by which one may prove anything, and it is but supposing that all watches, whilst the balance beats, think, and it is sufficiently proved, and past doubt that my watch thought all last night. But he that would not deceive himself ought to build his hypothesis on matter of fact, and make it out by sensible experience, and not presume on matter of fact because of his hypothesis, that is, because he supposes it to be so, which way of proving amounts to this, that I must necessarily think all last night, because another supposes that I always think, though I myself cannot perceive that I always do so. But men in love with their opinions may not only suppose what is in question, but allege wrong matter of fact. How else could any man make it an inference of mine that a thing is not, because we are not sensible of it in our sleep? I do not say there is no soul in a man, because he is not sensible of it in his sleep. But I do say he cannot think at any time, waking or sleeping, without being sensible of it. Our being sensible of it is not necessary to anything, but to our thoughts, and to them it is, and to them it will always be necessary, till we can think without being conscious of it. 11. I grant that the soul in a waking man is never without thought, because it is the condition of being awake. But whether sleeping without dreaming be not an affection of the whole man, mind as well as body, may be worth a waking man's consideration, it being hard to conceive that anything should think and not be conscious of it. If the soul doth think in a sleeping man without being conscious of it, I ask, whether during such thinking it has any pleasure or pain, or be capable of happiness or misery? I am sure the man is not, any more than the bed or earth he lies on. For to be happy or miserable without being conscious of it seems to me utterly inconsistent and impossible. Or if it be possible that the soul can, whilst the body is sleeping, have its thinking enjoyments and concerns, its pleasure or pain apart, which the man is not conscious of nor partakes in, it is certain that Socrates asleep and Socrates awake is not the same person. But his soul when he sleeps, and Socrates the man, consisting of body and soul when he is waking, are two persons, since waking Socrates has no knowledge of or concernment for that happiness or misery of his soul which it enjoys alone by itself whilst he sleeps, without perceiving anything of it, any more than he has for the happiness or misery of a man in the Indies whom he knows not. For if we take wholly away all consciousness of our actions and sensations, especially of pleasure and pain, and the concernment that accompanies it, it will be hard to know wherein to place personal identity. 12. The soul during sound sleep thinks, says these men. Whilst it thinks and perceives, it is capable certainly of those of delight or trouble, as well as any other perceptions, and it must necessarily be conscious of its own perceptions. But it has all this apart. The sleeping man, it is plain, is conscious of nothing of all this. Let us suppose, then, the soul of Castor, while he is sleeping, retired from his body, which is no impossible supposition for the men I have here to do with, who so liberally allow life without a thinking soul to all other animals. These men cannot then judge it impossible or a contradiction that the body should live without the soul, nor that the soul should subsist and think or have perception, even perception of happiness or misery, without the body. Let us then, as I say, suppose the soul of Castor separated during his sleep from his body to think apart. Let us suppose, too, that it chooses for its scene of thinking the body of another man, for example, Pollux, who is sleeping without a soul. For if Castor's soul can think, whilst Castor is asleep, what Castor is never conscious of, it is no matter what place it chooses to think in. We have here then the bodies of two men with only one soul between them, which we will suppose to sleep and wake by turns, and the soul still thinking in the waking man, whereof the sleeping man is never conscious, has never the least perception. I ask then whether Castor and Pollux, thus with only one soul between them, which thinks and perceives in one what the other is never conscious of, nor is concerned for, are not two as distinct persons as Castor and Hercules, or as Socrates and Plato were? And whether one of them might not be very happy and the other very miserable? Just by the same reason they make the soul and the man two persons, who make the soul think apart what the man is not conscious of. For I suppose nobody will make identity of person to consist in the soul's being united to the very same numerical particles of matter. For if that be necessary to identity, it will be impossible, in that constant flux of the particles of our bodies, that any man should be the same person 2 days or 2 moments together. 13. Thus, methinks, every drowsy nod shakes their doctrine who teach that the soul is always thinking. Those at least who do at any time sleep without dreaming can never be convinced that their thoughts are sometimes for 4 hours busy without their knowing of it, and if they are taken in the very act, waked in the middle of that sleeping contemplation, can give no manner of account of it. 14. It will perhaps be said that the soul thinks even in the soundest sleep, but the memory retains it not. That the soul of a sleeping man should be at this moment busy a-thinking, and the next moment an awaking man not remember nor be able to recollect one jot of all those thoughts, is very hard to be conceived, and would need some better proof than bare assertion to make it be believed. For who can, without any more ado, but being barely told so, imagine that the greatest part of men do, during all their lives for several hours every day, think of something which, if they were asked, even in the middle of these thoughts, they could remember nothing at all of? Most men, I think, pass a great part of their sleep without dreaming. I once knew a man that was bred a scholar and had no bad memory, who told me he had never dreamed in his life till he had that fever he was then newly recovered of, which was about the 5 or 6 and 20th year of his age. I suppose the world affords more such instances. At least everyone's acquaintance will furnish him with examples enough of such as pass most of their nights without dreaming. 15. To think often and never to retain it so much as 1 moment is a very useless sort of thinking, and the soul in such a state of thinking does very little, if at all, excel that of a looking-glass, which constantly receives variety of images or ideas, but retains none. They disappear and vanish, and there remain no footsteps of them. The looking-glass is never the better for such ideas, nor the soul for such thoughts. Perhaps it will be said that in a waking man the materials of the body are employed and made use of in thinking, in that the memory of thoughts is retained by the impressions that are made on the brain, and the traces there left after such thinking, but that in the thinking of the soul, which is not perceived in the sleeping man, there the soul thinks apart, and making no use of the organs of the body, leaves no impressions on it, and consequently no memory of such thoughts. Not to mention again the absurdity of 2 distinct persons, which follows from this supposition, I answer farther, that whatever ideas the mind can receive and contemplate without the help of the body, it is reasonable to conclude it can retain without the help of the body too, or else the soul, or any separate spirit, will have but little advantage by thinking. If it has no memory of its own thoughts, if it cannot lay them up for its own use, and be able to recall them upon occasion, if it cannot reflect upon what is past, and make use of its former experiences, reasonings, and contemplations, to what purpose does it think? They who make the soul a thinking thing at this rate will not make it a much more noble thing than those do whom they condemn for allowing it to be nothing but the subtlest parts of matter. Characters drawn on dust that the first breath of wind effaces, or impressions made on a heap of atoms or animal spirits, are altogether as useful and render the subject as noble as the thoughts of a soul that perish in thinking, that once out of sight are gone forever, and leave no memory of themselves behind them. Nature never makes excellent things for mean or no uses. and it is hardly to be conceived that our infinitely wise Creator should make so admirable a faculty as the power of thinking, that faculty which comes nearest the excellency of his own incomprehensible being, to be so idle and uselessly employed, at least a fourth part of its time here, as to think constantly without remembering any of those thoughts, without doing any good to itself or others, or being any way useful to any other part of the creation. If we will examine it, we will not find, I suppose, the motion of dull and senseless matter anywhere in the universe made so little use of and so wholly thrown away. 16. It is true we have sometimes instances of perception whilst we are asleep, and retain the memory of those thoughts. But how extravagant and incoherent for the most part they are! How little conformable to the perfection and order of a rational being! Those who are acquainted with dreams need not be told. This I would willingly be satisfied in. Whether the soul, when it thinks thus apart, and as it were separate from the body, acts less rationally than when conjointly with it, or no. If its separate thoughts be less rational, then these men must say that the soul owes the perfection of rational thinking to the body. If it does not, it is wonder that our dreams should be for the most part so frivolous and irrational, and that the soul should retain none of its more rational soliloquies and meditations. 17. Those who so confidently tell us that the soul always actually thinks, I would that they would also tell us what those ideas are that are in the soul of a child, before or just at the union of the body, before it hath received any by sensation. The dreams of sleeping men are, as I take it, all made up of the waking man's ideas, though for the most part oddly put together. It is strange, if the soul has ideas of its own, that it derive not from sensation or reflection, if it thought before it received any impressions from the body, that it should never in its private thinking, so private that the man himself perceives it not, retain any of them, the very moment it wakes out of them, and then makes the man glad with new discoveries. Who can find it reasonable that the soul should, in its retirement during sleep, have so many hours' thoughts, and yet never light on any of those ideas it borrowed not from sensation or reflection, or at least preserve the memory of none but such, which being occasioned from the body must needs be less natural to a spirit? It is strange the soul should never once in a man's whole life recall over any of its pure native thoughts, and those ideas it had before it borrowed anything from the body, never bring into the waking man's view any other ideas but what have a tang of the cask, and manifestly derive their original from that union. If it always thinks, and so had ideas before it was united, or before it received any from the body, it is not to be supposed but that during sleep it recollects its native ideas, and during that retirement from communicating with the body, whilst it thinks by itself, the ideas it is busied about should be, sometimes at least, those more natural and congenial ones which it had in itself, underived from the body or its own operations about them, which, since the waking man never remembers, we must from this hypothesis conclude either that the soul remembers something that the man does not, or else that memory belongs only to such ideas as are derived from the body or the mind's operations about them. 18. I would be glad also to learn from these men who so confidently pronounce that the human soul, or which is all one, that a man always thinks, how they come to know it, nay, how they come to know that they themselves think, when they themselves do not perceive it. This, I am afraid, is to be sure without proofs, and to know without perceiving. It is, I suspect, a confused notion taken up to serve an hypothesis, and none of those clear truths that either their own evidence forces us to admit, or common experience makes it imprudence to deny. For the most that can be said of it is this, that it is impossible the soul may always think, but not always retain it in memory, and I say it is as possible that the soul may not always think, and much more probable that it should sometimes not think, than that it should often think, and that a long while together, and not be conscious to itself the next moment after that it had thought. 19. To suppose the soul to think, and the man not to perceive it, is, as has been said, to make two persons in one man. And if one considers well these men's way of speaking, one should be led into a suspicion that they do so. For they who tell us that the soul always thinks do never, that I remember, say that a man always thinks. Can the soul think and not the man? Or a man think and not be conscious of it? This perhaps would be suspected of jargon in others. If they say, the man thinks always, but is not always conscious of it, they may as well say, his body is extended without having parts. For it is altogether as intelligible to say that a body is extended without parts, as that anything thinks without being conscious of it, or perceiving that it does so. They who talk thus may, with as much reason, if it be necessary to their hypothesis, say that a man is always hungry, but that he does not always feel it, whereas hunger consists in that very sensation, as thinking consists in being conscious that one thinks. If they say that a man is always conscious to himself of thinking, I ask how they know it. Consciousness is the perception of what passes in man's own mind. Can another man perceive that I am conscious of anything, when I perceive it not myself? No man's knowledge here can go beyond his experience. Wake a man out of a sound sleep and ask him what he was that moment thinking of. If he himself be conscious of nothing he then thought on, he must be a notable diviner of thoughts that can assure him that he was thinking. May he not with more reason assure him he was not asleep? This is something beyond philosophy, and it cannot be less than revelation, that discovers to another thoughts in my mind, when I can find none there myself. And they must needs have a penetrating sight, who can certainly see that I think, when I cannot perceive it myself, and when I declare that I do not, and yet can see that dogs or elephants do not think, when they give all the demonstration of it imaginable, except only telling us that they do so. This some may suspect to be a step beyond the Rosicrucians. It is seeming easier to make one's self invisible to others than to make another's thoughts visible to me, which are not visible to himself. But it is but defining the soul to be a substance that always thinks, and the business is done. If such definition be of any authority, I know not what it can serve for, but to make many men suspect that they have no souls at all, since they find a good part of their lives pass away without thinking. For no definitions that I know, no suppositions of any sect, are of force enough to destroy constant experience, and perhaps it is the affectation of knowing beyond what we perceive that makes so much useless dispute and noise in the world. 20. I see no reason, therefore, to believe that the soul thinks before the senses have furnished it with ideas to think on, and as those are increased and retained, so it comes by exercise to improve its faculty of thinking in the several parts of it, as well as afterwards, by compounding those ideas and reflecting on its own operations. It increases its stock as well as facility in remembering, imagining, reasoning, and other modes of thinking. 21. He that will suffer himself to be informed by observation and experience, and not make his own hypothesis the rule of nature, will find few signs of a soul accustomed to much thinking in a newborn child, and much fewer of any reasoning at all. And yet it is hard to imagine that the rational soul should think so much and not reason at all. And he that will consider that infants newly come into the world spend the greatest part of their time in sleep, and are seldom awake, but when either hunger calls for the teat, or some pain, the most importunate of all sensations, or some other violent impression upon the body forces the mind to perceive and attend to it, he, I say, who considers this, will perhaps find reason to imagine that a fetus in the mother's womb differs not much from the state of a vegetable, but passes the greatest part of its time without perception or thought, doing very little, in a place where it needs not ask for food, and is surrounded by liquor, always equally soft and near of the same temper, where the eyes have no light, and the ears so shut up, and not very susceptible of sounds, and where there is little or no variety or change of objects to move the senses. 22. Follow a child from its birth, and observe the alterations that time makes, and you shall find, as the mind by the senses comes more and more to be furnished with ideas, it comes to be more and more awake, thinks more, the more it has matter to think on. After some time it begins to know the objects which, being most familiar with it, have made lasting impressions. Thus it comes by degrees to know the persons it daily converses with, and distinguishes them from strangers, which are instances and effects of its coming to retain and distinguish the ideas the senses convey to it. And so we may observe how the mind by degrees improves in these, and advances to the exercise of those other faculties of enlarging, compounding, and abstracting its ideas, and of reasoning about them, and reflecting upon all these, of which I shall have occasion to speak more hereafter. 23. If it shall be demanded, then, when a man begins to have any ideas, I think the true answer is, when he first has any sensation. For since there appear not to be any ideas in the mind before the senses have conveyed any in, I conceive that ideas in the understanding are coeval with sensation, which is such an impression or motion made in some part of the body as produces some perception in the understanding. It is about these impressions made on our senses by outward objects that the mind seems first to employ itself in such operations as we call perception, remembering, consideration, reasoning, and etc. 24. In time, the mind comes to reflect on its own operations about the ideas got by sensation, and thereby stores itself with a new set of ideas, which I call ideas of reflection. These are the impressions that are made on our senses by outward objects that are extrinsical to the mind and its own operations, proceeding from powers intrinsical and proper to itself, which, when reflected on by itself, become also objects of its contemplation, are, as I have said, the original of all knowledge. Thus the first capacity of human intellect is that the mind is fitted to receive the impressions made on it, either through the senses by outward objects, or by its own operations when it reflects on them. This is the first step a man makes towards the discovery of anything, and the groundwork whereon to build all those notions which ever he shall have naturally in this world. All those sublime thoughts which tower above the clouds and reach as high as heaven itself take their rise and footing here, in all that good extent wherein the mind wanders in those remote speculations it may seem to be elevated with, it stirs not one jot beyond those ideas which sense or reflection have offered for its contemplation. 25. In this part the understanding is merely passive, and whether or no it will have these beginnings, and as it were materials of knowledge, is not in its own power. For the objects of our senses do, many of them, obtrude their particular ideas upon our minds, whether we will or no, and the operations of our minds will not let us be without, at least, some obscure notions of them. No man can be wholly ignorant of what he does when he thinks. These simple ideas, when offered to the mind, the understanding can no more refuse to have, nor alter, when they are imprinted, nor blot them out and make new ones itself, than a mirror can refuse, alter, or obliterate the images or ideas which the objects set before it do therein produce. As the bodies that surround us do diversely affect our organs, the mind is forced to receive the impressions and cannot avoid the perception of those ideas that are annexed to them. End of section 1.
Section 2 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Franklin Vias. Chapter 2 of Simple Ideas. 1. The better to understand the nature, manner, and extent of our knowledge, one thing is carefully to be observed concerning the ideas we have, and that is, that some of them are simple and some complex. Though the qualities that affect our senses are, in the things themselves, so united and blended that there is no separation, no distance between them, yet it is plain, the ideas they produce in the mind enter by the senses simple and unmixed. For though the sight and touch often take in from the same object, at the same time, different ideas as a man sees at once motion and color, the hand feels softness and warmth in the same piece of wax, yet the simple ideas, thus united in the same subject, are as perfectly distinct as those that come in by different senses, the coldness and hardness which a man feels in a piece of ice being as distinct ideas in the mind as the smell and whiteness of a lily, or as the taste of sugar and smell of a rose. And there is nothing can be plainer to a man than the clear and distinct perception he has of those simple ideas, which, being each in itself uncompounded, contains in it nothing but one uniform appearance or conception in the mind, and is not distinguishable into different ideas. 2. These simple ideas, the materials of all our knowledge, are suggested and furnished to the mind only by those two ways above mentioned, viz., sensation and reflection. When the understanding is once stored with these simple ideas, it has the power to repeat, compare, and unite them, even to an almost infinite variety, and so can make at pleasure new complex ideas. But it is not in the power of the most exalted wit, or enlarged understanding, by any quickness or variety of thought, to invent or frame one new simple idea in the mind, not taken in by the ways aforementioned, nor can the force of the understanding destroy those that are there. The dominion of man in this little world of his own understanding, being much what the same as it is in the great world of visible things, wherein his power, however managed by art and skill, reaches no further than to compound and divide the materials that are made to his hand, but can do nothing towards the making the least particle of new matter, or destroying one atom of what is already in being. The same ability will everyone find in himself who shall go about to fashion in his understanding any simple idea, not received in by his senses from external objects, or by reflection from the operations of his own mind about them. I would have any one try to fancy any taste which had never affected his palate, or frame the idea of a scent he had never smelt, and when he can do this, I will also conclude that a blind man hath ideas of colors, and a deaf man true distinct notions of sounds. 3. This is the reason why, though we cannot believe it impossible to God to make a creature with other organs, and more ways to convey into the understanding the notice of corporeal things than those 5 as they are usually accounted, which he has given to man, yet I think it is not possible for anyone to imagine other qualities in bodies, howsoever constituted, whereby they can be taken notice of, besides sounds, tastes, smells, visible and tangible qualities. And had mankind been made but with 4 senses, the qualities then, which are the object of the 5th sense, had been as far from our notice, imagination, and conception, and now any belonging to a 6th seventh or eighth sense can possibly be, which, whenever yet some other creatures, in some other parts of this vast and stupendous universe, may not have, will be a greater presumption to deny. He that will not set himself proudly at the top of all things, but will consider the immensity of this fabric, and the great variety that is to be found in this little and inconsiderable part of it which he has to do with, may be apt to think that in other mansions of it there may be other and different intelligent beings of those faculties he has a little knowledge or apprehension, as a worm shut up in one drawer of a cabinet hath of the senses or understanding of a man. Such variety and excellency being suitable to the wisdom and power of the Maker. I have here followed the common opinion of man's having but 5 senses, though perhaps there may be justly counted more, but either supposition serves equally to my present purpose. Chapter 3. Of Ideas of One Sense. 1. The better to conceive the ideas we receive from sensation, it may not be amiss for us to consider them, in reference to the different ways whereby they make their approaches to their minds, and make themselves perceivable by us. First, then, there are some which come into our minds by one sense only. Secondly, there are others that convey themselves into the mind by more senses than one. Thirdly, others that are had from reflection only. Fourthly, there are some that make themselves way and are suggested to the mind by all the ways of sensation and reflection. We shall consider them apart, under their several heads. First, there are some ideas which have admittance only through one sense, which is peculiarly adapted to receive them, thus light and colors, as white, red, yellow, blue, with their several degrees or shades and mixtures, as green, scarlet, purple, sea green, and the rest, come in only by the eyes, all kinds of noises, sounds, and tones only by the ears, and several tastes and smells by the nose and palate. And if these organs or the nerves, which are the conduits to convey them from without to their audience in the brain, the mind's presence room, as I may so call it, are any of them so disordered as not to perform their functions, they have no postern to be admitted by, no other way to bring themselves into view, and be perceived by the understanding. The most considerable of those belonging to the touch are heat and cold, and solidity, all the rest consisting almost wholly in the sensible configuration as smooth and rough, or else more or less firm adhesion of the parts, as hard and soft, tough and brittle, are obvious enough. 2. I think it will be needless to enumerate all the particular simple ideas belonging to each sense, nor indeed is it possible, if we would, there being a great many more of them belonging to most of the senses than we have names for. The variety of smells, which are as many most, if not more, than species of body in the world, do most of them want names. Sweet and stinking commonly serve our turn for these ideas, which in effect is little more than to call them pleasing or displeasing. Though the smell of the rose and violet, both sweet, are certainly very distinct ideas, nor are the different tastes that by our palates we receive ideas of much better provided with names. Sweet, bitter, sour, harsh, and salt are almost all the epithets we have to denominate the numberless variety of relishes which are to be found distinct not only in almost every sort of creatures, but in the different parts of the same plant, fruit, or animal. The same may be said of colors and sounds. I shall therefore, in the count of simple ideas I am here giving, content myself to set down only such as are most material to our present purpose, or are in themselves less apt to be taken notice of, though they are very frequently the ingredients of our complex ideas, amongst which, I think, I may well account solidity, which therefore I shall treat of in the next chapter. Chapter 4. Of Solidity. 1. The idea of solidity we receive by our touch, and it rises from the resistance which we find in body to the entrance of any other body into the place it possesses till it has left it. There is no idea which we receive more constantly from sensation than solidity. Whether we move or rest, in what posture soever we are, we always feel something under us that supports us and hinders our farther sinking downwards, and the bodies which we daily handle make us perceive that whilst they remain between them, they do, by an insurmountable force, hinder the approach of the parts of our hands that press them. That which thus hinders the approach of two bodies, when they are moved one towards another, I call solidity. I will not dispute whether this acception of the word solid be nearer to its original signification than that which mathematicians use it in. It suffices that I think the common notion of solidity will allow, if not justify, this use of it, but if any one think it better to call it impenetrability, he has my consent. Only I have thought the term solidity the more proper to express this idea, not only because it is vulgar to use in that sense, but also because it carries something more of positive in it than impenetrability, which is negative, and is perhaps more a consequence of solidity than solidity itself. This, of all other, seems the idea most intimately connected with and essential to body, so as nowhere else to be found or imagined but only in matter. And though our senses take no notice of it, but in masses of matter, of a bulk sufficient to cause a sensation in us, yet the mind, having once got this idea from such grosser sensible bodies, traces it farther, and considers it, as well as figure, in the minutest particle of matter that can exist, and finds it inseparably inherent in body, wherever or however modified. 2. This is the idea which belongs to body, whereby we conceive it to fill space. The idea of which filling of space is that where we imagine any space taken up by a solid substance, we conceive it so to possess it, that it excludes all other solid substances, and will forever hinder any other two bodies that move towards one another in a straight line from coming to touch one another, unless it removes from between them in a line not parallel to that which they move in. This idea of it the bodies which we ordinarily handle sufficiently furnish us with. 3. This resistance, whereby it keeps other bodies out of the space which it possesses, is so great that no force, how great soever, can surmount it. All the bodies in the world, pressing a drop of water on all sides, will never be able to overcome the resistance which it will take, soft as it is, to their approaching one another, till it be removed out of their way, whereby our idea of solidity is distinguished both from pure space, which is capable neither of resistance nor motion, and from the ordinary idea of hardness. For a man may conceive two bodies at a distance, so as they may approach one another, without touching or displacing any solid thing, till their superficies come to meet, whereby I think we have the clear idea of space without solidity. 4. Not to go so far as annihilation of any particular body, I ask, whether a man cannot have the idea of the motion of one single body alone, without any other succeeding immediately to its place? I think it is evident he can. The idea of motion in one body no more including the idea of motion in another than the idea of a square figure in one body includes the idea of a square figure in another. I do not ask whether bodies do so exist that the motion of one body cannot really be without the motion of another. To determine this either way is to beg the question for or against a vacuum. But my question is, whether one cannot have the idea of one body moved whilst others are at rest, and I think this no one will deny. If so, then the place it deserted gives us the idea of pure space without solidity, wherein too any other body may enter without either resistance or protrusion of anything. When the sucker in a pump is drawn, the space it filled in the tube is certainly the same whether any other body follows the motion of the sucker or not, nor does it imply a contraction that, upon the motion of one body, another that is only contiguous to it should not follow it. The necessity of such a motion is built only on the supposition that the world is full, but not on the distinct ideas of space and solidity, which are as different as resistance and not resistance, protrusion and not protrusion, and that men have ideas of space without a body. Their very disputes about a vacuum plainly demonstrate, as is showed in another space. 4. Solidity is hereby also differenced from hardness, in that solidity consists in repletion, and so an utter exclusion of other bodies out of the space it possesses, but hardness, in a firm of cohesion of the parts of matter, making up masses of a sensible bulk, so that the whole does not easily change its figure. And indeed, hard and soft are names that we give to things only in relation to the constitutions of our own bodies, that being generally called hard by us, which will put us to pain sooner than change figure by the pressure of any part of our bodies, and that, on the contrary, soft, which changes the situation of its parts upon an easy and unpainful touch. But this difficulty of changing the situation of the sensible parts amongst themselves, or of the figure of the whole, gives no more solidity of the hardest body in the world than to the softest, nor is an adamant one jot more solid than water. For though the two flat sides of two pieces of marble will more easily approach each other, between which there is nothing but water or air, than if there be a diamond between them, yet it is not that the parts of the diamond are more solid than those of water, or resist more, but because, the parts of water being more easily separable from each other, they will, by a side motion, be more easily removed, and give way to the approach of the two pieces of marble. But if they could be kept from making place by that side motion, they would eternally hinder the approach of these two pieces of marble as much as the diamond, and it would be as impossible by any force to surmount their resistance as to surmount the resistance of the parts of a diamond. The softest body in the world will as invisibly resist the coming together of any other two bodies, if it be not put out of the way, but remain between them, as the hardest that can be found or imagined. He that shall fill a yielding soft body well with air and water will quickly find its resistance, and he that thinks that nothing but bodies that are hard can keep his hands from approaching one another may be pleased to make a trial with the air enclosed in a football. The experiment, I have been told, was made at Florence with a hollow globe of gold filled with water and exactly closed, which farther shows the solidity of so soft a body as water. For the golden globe thus filled being put into a press, which was driven by the extreme force of screws, the water made itself way through the pores of the very close metal, and finding no room for a nearer approach of its particles within, go to the outside, where it rose like a dew, and so fell in drops before the sides of the globe could be made to yield to the violent compression of the engine that squeezed it. 5. By this idea of solidity is the extension of body distinguished from the extension of space, the extension of the body being nothing but the cohesion or continuity of solid, separable, movable parts, and the extension of space, the continuity of unsolid, inseparable, and immovable parts. Upon the solidity of bodies also depend their mutual impulse, resistance, and protrusion. Of pure space, then, and solidity, there are several, amongst which I confess myself one, who persuade themselves they have clear and distinct ideas, and that they can think on space without anything in it that resists or is protruded by body. This is the idea of pure space, which they think they have as clear as any idea they can have of the extension of body. The idea of the distance between the opposite parts of a concave superficies being equally as clear without as with the idea of any solid parts between, and on the other side they persuade themselves that they have, distinct from that of pure space, the idea of something that fills space, that can be protruded by the impulse of other bodies, or resist their motion. If there be others that have not these two ideas distinct, but confound them, and make but one of them, I know not how men, who have the same idea under different names, or different ideas under the same name, can, in that case, talk with one another, any more than a man, who, not being blind or deaf, has distinct ideas of the colors of scarlet and the sound of a trumpet, could discourse concerning scarlet color with a blind man I mention in another place, who fancied that the idea of scarlet was like the sound of a trumpet. 6. If anyone asks what this solidity is, I send them to his senses to inform him. Let him put a flint or a football between his hands, and then endeavor to join them, and he will know. If he thinks this not a sufficient explication of solidity, what it is, and wherein it consists, I promise to tell him what it is, and wherein it consists. When he tells me what thinking is, or wherein it consists, or explains to me what extension or motion is, which perhaps seems much easier. The simple ideas we have are such as experience teaches them us, but if, beyond that, we endeavor by words to make them clearer in the mind, we shall succeed no better than if we went about to clear up the darkness of the blind man's mind by talking, and to discourse into him the ideas of light and colors. The reason of this I shall show in another place. Chapter 5. Of simple ideas of diverse senses. The ideas we get by more than one sense are of space, or extension, figure, rest, and motion, for these make perceivable impressions both on the eyes and touch, and we can perceive and convey into our minds the ideas of the extension, figure, motion, and rest of bodies, both by seeing and feeling. But having occasion to speak more at large of these in another place, I here only enumerate them. Chapter 6. Of simple ideas of reflection. 1. The mind, receiving the ideas mentioned in the foregoing chapters from without, when it turns its view inward upon itself, and observes its own actions about those ideas it has, takes from thence other ideas, which are as capable to be the objects of its contemplation as any of those it received from foreign things. 2. The two great and principal actions of the mind, which are most frequently considered, and which are so frequent that every one that pleases may take notice of them in himself, are these two: perception or thinking, and volition or willing. The power of thinking is called the understanding, and the power of volition is called the will, and these two powers or abilities in the mind are denominated faculties. Of some of the modes of these simple ideas of reflection, such as remembrance, discerning, reasoning, judging, knowledge, faith, etc., I shall have occasion to speak hereafter. Chapter 7. Of simple ideas of both sensation and reflection. 1. There be other simple ideas which convey themselves into the mind by all the ways of sensation and reflection, viz. Pleasure or delight, and its opposite, pain and uneasiness, power, existence, unity. 2. Delight or uneasiness, one or other of them, join themselves to almost all our ideas, both of sensation and reflection, and there is scarce any affection of our senses from without, any retired thought of our mind within, which is not able to produce in us pleasure or pain. By pleasure and pain, I would be understood to signify whatsoever delights or molests us most, whether it arises from the thoughts of our minds, or anything operating on our bodies. For whether we call it satisfaction, delight, pleasure, happiness, etc., on the one side, or uneasiness, trouble, pain, torment, anguish, misery, etc., on the other, they are still but different degrees of the same thing, and belong to the ideas of pleasure and pain, delight or uneasiness, which are the names I shall most commonly use for those two sorts of ideas. 3. The infinitely wise author of our own being have given us the power over several parts of our bodies to move or to keep them at rest as we think fit, and also by the motion of them to move ourselves and other contagious bodies, in which consist all the actions of our body, having also given a power to our minds in several instances to choose amongst its ideas which it will think on, and to pursue the inquiry of this or that subject with consideration and attention, to excite us to these actions of thinking and motion that we are capable of, has been pleased to join to several thoughts and several sensations a perception of delight. If this were wholly separated from all our outward sensations and inward thoughts, we should have no reason to prefer one thought or action to another, negligence to attention, or motion to rest, and so we should neither steer our bodies nor employ our minds, but let our thoughts, if I may so call it, run adrift without any direction or design, and suffer the ideas of our minds, like unregarded shadows, to make their appearances there as it happened without attending to them. In which state man, however furnished with the faculties of understanding and will, would be a very idle and active creature, and passed his time only in a lazy, lethargic dream. It has therefore pleased our wise Creator to annex to several objects and ideas which we receive from them, as also to several of our thoughts, a concomitant pleasure, and that in several objects, to several degrees, that those faculties which He had endowed us with might not remain wholly idle and unemployed by us. 4. Pain has the same efficacy and use to set us on work that pleasure has, we being as ready to employ our faculties to avoid that as to pursue this. Only this is worth our consideration, that pain is often produced by the same objects and ideas that produce pleasure in us. This their near conjunction, which makes us often feel pain in the sensations where we expected pleasure, gives us new occasion of admiring the wisdom and goodness of our Maker, who, designing the preservation of our being, has annexed pain to the application of many things to our bodies, to warn us of the harm that they will do, and as advises to withdraw from them. But He not designing our preservation barely, but the preservation of every part and organ of its perfection, hath, in many cases, annexed pain to those very ideas which delight us. Thus heat, that is very agreeable to us in one degree, by a little greater increase of it, proves no to ordinary torment, and the most pleasant of all sensible objects, light itself, if there be too much of it, if increased beyond a due proportion of our eyes, causes a very painful sensation, which is wisely and favorably so ordered by nature, that when any object does by the vehemency of its operation disorder the instruments of sensation, those structures cannot but be very nice and delicate, we might by the pain be warned to withdraw from the organ to quite put out of order, and so be unfitted for its proper function for the future. The consideration of those objects that produce it may well persuade us that this is the end or use of pain. For though great light be insufferable to our eyes, yet the highest degree of darkness does not at all disease them, because that causing no disorderly motion in it, leaves that curious organ unarmed in its natural state. But yet excessive cold, as well as heat, pains us, because it is equally destructive to that temper which is necessary to the preservation of life, and the exercise of the several functions of the body, and which consists in a moderate degree of warmth, or, if you please, a motion of the insensible parts of our body, confined within certain bounds. 5. Beyond all this we may find another reason, why God hath scattered up and down several degrees of pleasure and pain in all the things that environ and affect us, and blended them together in almost all that our thoughts and senses have to do with, that we, finding imperfection, dissatisfaction, and want of complete happiness in all the enjoyments which the creatures can afford us, might be led to seek it in the enjoyment of him with whom there is fullness of joy, and at whose right hand are pleasures for evermore. 6. Though what I have here said may not perhaps make the ideas of pleasure and pain clearer to us than our own experience does, which is the only way that we are capable of having them, yet the consideration of the reason why we are annexed to so many other ideas, serving to give us due sentiments of the wisdom and goodness of the sovereign disposer of all things, may not be unsuitable to the main end of these inquiries, the knowledge and veneration of him being the chief end of all our thoughts, and the proper business of all understandings. 7. Existence and unity are two other ideas that are suggested to the understanding by every object without and every idea within. When ideas are in our minds, we consider them being actually there, as well as we consider things to be actually without us, which is, that they exist or have existence, and whatever we can consider as one thing, whether a real being or idea, suggests to the understanding the idea of unity. 8. Power is also another of those simple ideas which we receive from sensation and reflection. For observing in ourselves that we can at pleasure move several parts of our bodies which were at rest, the effects also that natural bodies are able to produce in one another, occurring every moment to our senses, we both these ways get the idea of power. 9. Besides these, there is another idea which, though suggested by our senses, yet is more constantly offered to us by what passes in our minds, and that is the idea of succession. For if we look immediately into ourselves and reflect on what is observable there, we shall find our ideas always, whilst we are awake or have any thought, passing in train, one going and another coming, without intermission. 10. These, if they are not all, are at least, as I think, the most considerable of all those simple ideas which the mind has, and out of which is made all its other knowledge, all which it receives only by the two forementioned ways of sensation and reflection. Nor let anyone think these too narrow bounds for the capacious mind of a man to expatiate in, which takes its flight farther than the stars, and cannot be confined by the limits of the world, and extends its thoughts often even beyond the utmost expansion of matter, and makes excursions into the incomprehensible inane. I grant all this, but desire any one to assign any simple idea which is not received from one of those inlets before mentioned, or any complex idea not made out of those simple ones, nor will it be so strange to think these few simple ideas sufficient to employ the quickest thought or largest capacity, or to furnish the materials of all the various knowledge and more various fancies and opinions of all mankind, if we consider how many words may be made out of the various composition of 24 letters, or if, going one step further, we will but reflect on the variety of combinations may be made with barely one of the above-mentioned ideas, viz. Numbers, whose stock is inexhaustible and truly infinite, and what a large and immense field doth extension alone afford mathematicians. End of section 2. Recording by Franklin Villas.
Section 3 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian C. Rideout. Chapter 8. Some farther considerations concerning our simple ideas. 1. Concerning the simple ideas of sensation, it is to be considered that whatsoever is so constituted in nature as to be able, by affecting our senses, to cause any perception in the mind, doth thereby produce in the understanding a simple idea, which, whatever be the external cause of it, when it comes to be taken notice of by our discerning faculty, It is by the mind looked on and considered there to be a real positive idea in the understanding, as much as any other whatsoever, though perhaps the cause of it be but a privation of the subject. 2. Thus the idea of heat and cold, light and darkness, white and black, motion and rest, are equally clear and positive ideas in the mind, though perhaps some of the causes which produce them are barely privations and subjects from whence our senses derive those ideas. These the understanding, in its view of them, considers all as distinct positive ideas, without taking notice of the causes that produce them, which is an inquiry not belonging to the idea, as it is in the understanding, but to the nature of the things existing without us. These are two very different things, and carefully to be distinguished. It being one thing to perceive and know the idea of white or black, and quite another to examine what kind of particles they must be, and how arranged in the superficies to make any object appear white or black. 3. A painter or dyer, who never inquired into their causes, hath the ideas of white and black and other colours as clearly, perfectly, and distinctly in his understanding, and perhaps more distinctly than the philosopher, who hath busied himself in considering their natures, and thinks he knows how far either of them is in cause positive or private. And the idea of black is no less positive in his mind than that of white. However, the cause of that colour in the external object may be only a privation. 4. If it were the design of my present undertaking to inquire into the natural causes and manner of perception, I should offer this as a reason why a private cause might, in some cases, produce a positive idea, viz. That all sensation being produced in us only by different degrees and modes of motion in our animal spirits, variously agitated by external objects, the abatement of any former motion must as necessarily produce a new sensation, as the variation or increase of it, and so introduce a new idea which depends only on a different motion of the animal spirits in that organ. 5. But whether this be so or no, I will not here determine, but appeal to everyone's own experience whether the shadow of a man, though it consists of nothing but the absence of light, and the more the absence of light is, the more discernible the shadow, does not, when a man looks on it, cause as clear a positive idea in his mind as a man himself, though covered over with clear sunshine, and the picture of a shadow is a positive thing. Indeed, we have negative names which stand not directly for positive ideas, but for their absence, such as insipid, silence, nihil, etc., which words denote positive ideas, verbi gratia, taste, sound, being, with a signification of their absence. 6. And thus one may truly be said to see darkness. For supposing a hole perfectly dark from whence no light is reflected, it is certain one may see the figure of it, or it may be painted, or whether the ink I write which makes any other idea is a question. The privative causes I have here assigned of positive ideas are according to the common opinion, but in truth it will be hard to determine whether there be really any ideas from a privative cause, till it be determined whether rest be any more a privation than motion. 7. To discover the nature of our ideas the better, and to discourse of them intelligibly, it will be convenient to distinguish them as they are ideas or perceptions in our minds, and as they are modifications of matter in the bodies that cause such perceptions in us, that so we may not think, as perhaps is usually done, that they are exactly the images and resemblances of something inherent in the subject, most of those of sensation being in the mind no more the likeness of something existing without us, than the names that stand for them are the likeness of our ideas, which yet upon hearing they are apt to excite in us. 8. Whatsoever the mind perceives in itself, or is the immediate object of perception, thought, or understanding, that I call an idea, and the power to produce any idea in our mind I call the quality of the subject wherein that power is. Thus a snowball having the power to produce in us the ideas of white, cold, and round, the powers to produce those ideas in us as they are in the snowball I call qualities. and as they are sensations or perceptions in our understandings, I call them ideas, which ideas, if I speak of sometimes as in the things themselves, I would not be understood to mean those qualities in the objects which produce them in us. 9. Qualities thus considered in bodies are, first, such as are utterly inseparable from the body, in what estate soever it be, such as in all the alterations and changes it suffers, all the force that can be used upon it, it constantly keeps, and such a sense constantly finds in every particle of matter which has bulk enough to be perceived, and the mind finds inseparable from every particle of matter, though less than to make itself singly be perceived by our own senses. Verbi Gratia. Take a grain of wheat, divide it into 2 parts. Each part still has solidity, extension, figure, and mobility. Divide it again, and it retains still the same qualities, and so divide it on till the parts become insensible. They must retain still each of them all those qualities. For division, which is all that a mill or pestle or any other body does upon another in reducing it to insensible parts, can never take away either solidity, extension, figure, or mobility from any body, but only makes 2 or more distinct separate masses of matter of that which was one before. All which distinct masses, reckoned as so many distinct bodies after division, make a certain number. These I call original or primary qualities of body, which I think we may observe to produce simple ideas in us, vis-a-vis solidity, extension, figure, motion, or rest, and number. 10. Secondly, such qualities which in truth are nothing in the objects themselves, but powers to produce various sensations in us by their primary qualities, i.e. by the bulk, figure, texture, and motion of their insensible parts, as colors, sounds, tastes, etc. These I call secondary qualities. To these might be added a 3rd sort, which are allowed to be barely powers, though they are as much as real qualities in the subject as those which I, to comply with the common way of speaking, call qualities, but for the distinction, secondary qualities. For the power in fire to produce a new color or consistency in wax or clay by its primary qualities is as much a quality in fire as the power it has to produce in me a new idea or sensation of warmth or burning, which I had not felt before by the same primary qualities, vis-a-vis the bulk, texture, and motion of its insensible parts. 11. The next thing to be considered is how bodies produce ideas in us, and that is manifestly by impulse, the only way in which we can conceive of bodies to operate in. 12. If then external objects be not united in our minds when they produce the ideas therein, and yet we perceive these original qualities in such of them as singly fall under our senses, it is evident that some motion must thence be continued by our nerves or animal spirits, by some parts of our bodies to the brain, or the seat of sensation, there to produce in our minds the particular ideas we have of them. And since the extension, figure, number, and motion of bodies of an observable bigness may be perceived at a distance by the sight, is evidence that some singly imperceptible bodies must come from them to the eyes, and thereby convey to the brain some motion, which produces these ideas which we have of them in us. 13. After the same manner that the ideas of these original qualities are produced in us, we may conceive that the ideas of secondary qualities are also produced vis-a-vis by the operations of insensible particles on our senses. For it being manifest that there are bodies and good store of bodies, each whereof are so small that we cannot, by any of our senses, discover either their bulk, figure, or motion, as is evident in the particles of the air and water, and others extremely smaller than those, perhaps as much smaller than the particles of air and water, as the particles of air and water are smaller than peas or hailstones. Let us suppose at present that the different motions and figures, bulk, and number of such particles affecting several organs of our senses produce in us those different sensations, which we have from the colors and smells of bodies. Verbi Gratia, that a violet, by the impulse of such insensible particles of matter of peculiar figures and bulks, and in different degrees and modifications of their motions, cause the idea of the blue color and sweet scent of that flower to be produced in our minds. It being no more impossible to conceive that God should annex such ideas to such motions with which they have no similitude, than that he should annex the idea of pain to the motion of a piece of steel dividing our flesh, with which the idea hath no resemblance. 14. What I have said concerning colors and smells may be understood also of tastes and sounds and others the like sensible qualities, which, whatever reality by mistake we attribute to them, are in truth nothing in the objects themselves, but powers to produce various sensations in us, and depend on those primary qualities, vis-a-vis bulk, figure, texture, and motion of parts, as I have said. 15. From whence I think it easy to draw this observation, that the ideas of primary qualities of bodies and resemblances of them and their patterns do really exist in the bodies themselves, but the ideas produced in us by these secondary qualities have no resemblance to them at all. There is nothing like our ideas existing in the bodies themselves. They are in the bodies we denominate from them, only a power to produce those sensations in us. And what is sweet, blue, or warm in idea is but a certain bulk, figure, and motion of the insensible parts in the bodies themselves, which we call so. 16. Flame is denominated hot and light, snow white and cold, and mana white and sweet, from the ideas they produce in us, which qualities are commonly thought to be the same in those bodies that those ideas are in us, the one the perfect resemblance of the other, as they are judged in a mirror. And it would by most men be judged very extravagant if one should say otherwise. And yet he that will consider that the same fire, that at one distance produces in us a sensation of warmth, does at a nearer approach produce in us a far different sensation of pain, ought to bethink himself what reason he has to say that this idea of warmth, which was produced in him by the fire, is actually in the fire, and that his idea of pain, which the same fire produced in him the same way, is not the fire. Why are whiteness and coldness in snow, and pain not, when it produces the one and the other idea in us, and can do neither but by bulk, figure, number, and motion of its solid parts? 17. The particular bulk, number, figure, and motion of the parts of fire or snow are really in them, whether any one's senses perceive them or no, and therefore they may be called real qualities, because they really exist in those bodies. But light, heat, whiteness, or coldness are no more really in them than sickness or pain is in mana. Take away the sensation of them, let not the eye see light or colors, nor ears hear sounds, let the palate not taste, nor the nose smell, and all the colors, tastes, odors, and sounds, as they are such particular ideas, vanish and cease, and are reduced to their causes, i.e., bulk, figure, and motion of parts. 18. A piece of mana of a sensible bulk is able to produce in us the idea of a round or square figure, and by being removed from one place to another, the idea of motion. This idea of motion represents it as it really is in the mana moving. A circle or square are the same, whether in idea or existence in the mind or in the mana. And this both motion and figure are really in the mana, whether we take notice of them or no. This everybody is ready to agree to. Besides, mana, by the bulk, figure, texture, and motion of its parts, has a power to introduce the sensations of sickness, and sometimes of acute pains gripping in us. That these ideas of sickness and pain are not in the mana, but effects of its operations on us, and are nowhere when we feel them not. This also everyone readily agrees to. And yet men are hardly to be brought to think that sweetness and whiteness are not really in mana, which are but the effects of operations of mana by motion, size, and figure of its particles on the eyes and palate, as the pain and sickness caused by mana are confessedly nothing but the effects of its operations on the stomach and guts, by the size, motion, and figure of its insensible parts. For by nothing else can a body operate, as has been proved. As if it could not operate on the eyes and palate, and thereby produce in the mind particular or distinct ideas, which in itself it has not, as well as we allow it can operate on the guts and stomach, and thereby produce distinct ideas, which in itself it has not. These ideas being all effects of the operations of mana on several parts of our bodies, by the size, figure, number, and motion of its parts. Why those produced by the eyes and palate should rather be thought of to be really in the mana, than those produced by the stomach and guts. Or why the pain and sickness, ideas that are the effect of mana, should be thought to be nowhere when they are not felt, and yet the sweetness and whiteness, effects of the same mana on other parts of the body, by ways equally as unknown, should be thought to exist in the mana when they are not seen or tasted, would need some reason to explain. 19. Let us consider the red and white colors in porphyry. Hinder the light from striking on it and its colors vanish. It no longer produces any such ideas in us. Upon the return of the light, it produces these appearances on us again. Can anyone think any real alterations are made in the porphyry by the presence or absence of light, and that those ideas of whiteness and redness are really in the porphyry in the light, when it is plain it has no color in the dark? It has indeed such a configuration of particles, both night and day, as are apt by the rays of light rebounding from some parts of that hard stone, to produce in us the idea of redness, and from others the idea of whiteness. But whiteness and redness are not in it at any time, but such a texture that hath the power to produce such a sensation in us. 20. Pound an almond, and the clear white color will be altered into a dirty one, and the sweet taste into an oily one. What real alteration can the beating of the pencil make in any body but an alteration of the texture of it? 21. Ideas being thus distinguished and understood, we may be able to give an account of how the same water at the same time may produce the idea of cold by one hand and of heat by the other, whereas it is impossible that the same water, if those ideas were really in it, should at the same time be both hot and cold. For if we imagine warmth, as it is in our hands, to be nothing but a certain sort of degree of motion in the minute particles of our nerves, or animal spirits, we may understand how it is possible that the same water may, at the same time, produce the sensation of heat in one hand and cold in the other, which yet figure never does, that never producing the idea of a square by one hand, which has produced the idea of a globe by the other. But if the sensation of heat and cold be nothing more but the increase or diminution of the motion of the minute parts of our bodies, caused by the corpuscles of any other body, it is easy to be understood that if that motion be greater in one hand than in the other, if a body be applied to the two hands, which has in its minute particles a greater motion than in those of one of the hands, and a less than in those of the other, it will increase the motion of the one hand and lessen it in the other, and so cause the different sensations of heat and cold that depend thereon. 22. I have in what just goes before been engaged in physical inquiries a little further than perhaps I intended, but it being necessary to make the nature of sensation a little understood, and to make the difference between the qualities in bodies and the ideas produced by them in the mind to be distinctly conceived, without which it were impossible to discourse intelligibly of them. I hope I shall be pardoned this little excursion into natural philosophy, it being necessary in our present inquiry to distinguish the primary and real qualities of bodies, which are always in them, vis-a-vis solidity, extension, figure, number, and motion or rest, and are sometimes perceived by us vis-a-vis when the bodies they are in are big enough to singly be discerned, from those secondary and imputed qualities, which are but the powers of several combinations of those primary ones, when they operate without being distinctly discerned, whereby we may also come to know what the ideas are, and what they are not. Resemblances of something really existing in the bodies we denominate from them. 23. The qualities then that are in the bodies, rightly considered, are of three sorts. First, the bulk, figure, number, situation, and motion or rest of their solid parts. Those are in them whether we perceive them or no, and when they are of that size that we can discover them, we have by these an idea of the thing as it is in itself, as is plain in artificial things. I call these primary qualities. Secondly, the power that is in any body, by reason of its insensible primary qualities, to operate after a peculiar manner of any of our senses, and thereby produce in us different ideas of several colors, sounds, smells, tastes, etc., and these are usually called sensible qualities. Thirdly, the power that is in any body by reason of the particular constitution of its primary qualities to make such a change in the bulk, figure, texture, and motion of another body as to make it operate on our senses differently from what it did before. Thus the sun has the power to make wax white, and fire to make lead fluid. These are usually called powers. The first of these, as has been said, I think may be properly called real, original, or primary qualities, because they are in the things themselves, whether they are perceived or no, and upon their different modifications it is that the secondary qualities depend. The other two are only powers to act differently upon other things, which powers result from the different modifications of those primary qualities. 24. But though the two latter sorts of qualities are powers barely, and nothing but powers relating to several other bodies, and resulting from the different modifications of their original qualities, yet they are generally otherwise thought of. For the second sort, vis-a-vis the powers to produce several ideas in us by our senses, are looked upon as real qualities in the things thus affecting us. But the third sort are called and esteemed barely powers, verbi gratia, the idea of heat or light, which we receive by our eyes or touch from the sun, are commonly thought of as real qualities existing in the sun, and something more than mere powers in it. But when we consider the sun in reference to wax, which it melts or blanches, we look on the whiteness and softness produced in the wax, not as qualities in the sun, but effects produced by powers in it. Whereas, if rightly considered, these qualities of light and warmth, which are perceptions in me when I am warmed or enlightened by the sun, are no otherwise in the sun than the changes made in the wax when it is blanched or melted are in the sun. They are all of them equally powers in the sun, depending on its primary qualities, whereby it is able, in the one case, so to alter the bulk, figure, texture, or motion of some of the insensible parts of my eyes or hands, as thereby to produce in me the idea of light or heat, and in the other it is able to alter the bulk, figure, texture, or motion of the insensible parts of wax, as to make them fit to produce in me the distinct ideas of white and fluid. 25. The reason why the one are ordinarily taken for real qualities, and the other only for bare powers, seems to be because the ideas we have of distinct colors, sounds, etc., containing nothing at all in them of bulk, figure, or motion, we are not apt to think of them as the effects of these primary qualities, which appear not, to our senses, to operate in their production, and with which they have not any apparent congruity or conceivable connection. Hence it is that we are so forward to imagine that those ideas are the resemblances of something really existing in the objects themselves, since sensation discovers nothing of bulk, figure, or motion of parts in their production. Nor can reason show how bodies, by their bulk, figure, and motion, should produce in the mind ideas of blue or yellow, etc. But in the other case, in the operations of bodies changing the qualities of one another, we plainly discover that the quality produced hath commonly no resemblance with anything in the thing producing it, wherefore we look on it as a bare effect of power. For though receiving the idea of heat or light from the sun, we are apt to think of it as a perception and resemblance of such a quality in the sun, yet when we see wax or a fair face receive change of color from the sun, we cannot imagine that to be the reception or resemblance of anything in the sun, because we find not those different colors in the sun itself. For our senses being able to observe a likeness or unlikeness of sensible qualities in two different external objects, we forwardly enough conclude the production of any sensible quality in any subject to be an effect of bare power, and not the communication of any quality which was really in the efficient, when we find no such sensible quality in the thing which produced it. But our senses not being able to discover any unlikeness between the idea produced in us and the quality of the object producing it, we are apt to imagine that our ideas are resemblances of something in the objects, and not the effects of certain powers placed in the modification of their primary qualities, with which primary qualities the ideas produced in us have no resemblance. 26. To conclude, beside those before mentioned primary qualities in bodies, vis-a-vis bulk, figure, extension, number, and motion of their solid parts, all the rest whereby we take notice of bodies and distinguish them from one another are nothing else but several powers in them, depending on those primary qualities whereby they are fitted, either by immediately operating on our bodies to produce several different ideas in us, or else by operating on other bodies, so to change their primary qualities as to render them capable of producing ideas in us different from what before they did. The former of these, I think, may be called secondary qualities, immediately perceivable; the latter, secondary qualities, mediately perceivable. End of section 3. Recording by Brian C. Rideout.
Section 4 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Chapter 9 of Perception. 1. Perception, as it is the first faculty of the mind, exercised about our ideas. So it is the first and simplest idea we have from reflection, and is by some called thinking in general. Though thinking, in the propriety of the English tongue, signifies that sort of operation in the mind about its ideas, wherein the mind is active, where it, with some degree of voluntary attention, considers anything. For in bare naked perception the mind is, for the most part, only passive, and what it perceives it cannot avoid perceiving. 2. What perception is, everyone will know better by reflecting on what he does himself, what he sees, hears, feels, etc., or thinks, than by any discourse of mine. Whoever reflects on what passes in his own mind cannot miss it, and if he does not reflect, all the words in the world cannot make him have any notion of it. 3. This is certain, that whatever alterations are made in the body, if they reach not the mind, whatever impressions are made on the outward parts, if they are not taken notice of within, there is no perception. Fire may burn our bodies, with no other effect than it does a billet, unless the motion be continued to the brain, and there the sense of heat, or idea of pain, be produced in the mind, wherein consists actual perception. 4. How often may a man observe in himself, that whilst his mind is intently employed in the contemplation of some objects, and curiously surveying some ideas that are there, it takes no notice of impressions of sounding bodies made upon the organ of hearing, with the same alteration that uses to be for the producing the idea of sound. A sufficient impulse there may be on the organ, but if not reaching the observation of the mind, there follows no perception. And though the motion that uses to produce the idea of sound be made in the ear, yet no sound is heard. Want of sensation, in this case, is not through any defect in the organ, or that the man's ears are less affected than at other times when he does hear, but that which uses to produce the idea, though conveyed in by the usual organ, not being taken notice of in the understanding, and so imprinting no idea in the mind, there follows no sensation. So that wherever there is sense, or perception, there some idea is actually produced, and present in the understanding. 5. Therefore I doubt not but children, by the exercise of their senses about objects that affect them in the womb, receive some few ideas before they are born, as the unavoidable effects either of the bodies that environ them, or else of those wants or diseases they suffer, amongst which, if one may conjecture concerning things not very capable of examination, I think the ideas of hunger and warmth are two, which probably are some of the first that children have, and which they scarce ever part with again. 6. But though it be reasonable to imagine that children receive some ideas before they come into the world, yet those simple ideas are far from those innate principles which some contend for, and which we above have rejected. These here mentioned being the effects of sensation, are only from some affections of the body, which happen to them there, and so depend on something exterior to the mind, no otherwise differing in their manner of production from other ideas derived from sense, but only in the precedency of time, whereas those innate principles are supposed to be quite of another nature, not coming into the mind by any accidental alterations in or operations on the body, but as it were original characters impressed upon it in the very first moment of its being and constitution. 7. As there are some ideas which we may reasonably suppose may be introduced into the minds of children in the womb, subservient to the necessities of their life and being there, so after they are born, those ideas are the earliest imprinted, which happen to be the sensible qualities which first occur to them, amongst which light is not the least considerable, nor of the weakest efficacy. And how covetous the mind is to be furnished with all such ideas as have no pain accompanying them, may be a little guessed by what is observable in children newborn, who always turn their eyes to that part from whence the light comes, lay them how you please. But the ideas that are most familiar at first being various, according to the divers circumstances of children's first entertainment in the world, the order wherein the several ideas come at first into the mind is very various and uncertain also, neither is it much material to know it. 8. We are further to consider concerning perception, that the ideas we receive by sensation are often in grown people altered by the judgment, without our taking notice of it. When we set before our eyes a round globe of any uniform color, v.g., gold, alabaster, or jet, it is certain that the idea thereby imprinted in our mind is of a flat circle variously shaded, with several degrees of light and brightness coming to our eyes. But we having by use been accustomed to perceive what kind of appearance convex bodies are wont to make in us, what alterations are made in the reflections of light by the difference of the sensible figures of bodies, the judgment presently, by an habitual custom, alters the appearances into their causes, so that from that which is truly variety of shadow or color, collecting the figure, it makes it pass for a mark of figure, and frames to itself the perception of a convex figure and a uniform color, when the idea we receive from thence is only a plane variously colored, as is evident in painting. To which purpose I shall here insert a problem of that very ingenious and studious promoter of real knowledge, the learned and worthy Mr. Molyneux, which he was pleased to send me in a letter some months since, and it is this: suppose a man born blind, and now adult, and taught by his touch to distinguish between a cube and a sphere of the same metal, and nearly of the same bigness, so as to tell, when he felt one or the other, which is the cube, which is the sphere. Suppose then the cube and sphere placed on a table, and the blind man be made to see, whether by his sight, before he touched them, he could now distinguish and tell, which is the globe, which is the cube, to which the acute and judicious proposer answers, not. For though he has obtained the experience of how a globe, how a cube affects his touch, yet he has not yet obtained the experience that what affects his touch so or so must affect his sight so, or that a protuberant angle in the cube, that pressed his hand unequally, shall appear to his eye as it does in the cube. I agree with this thinking gentleman, whom I am proud to call my friend, in his answer to this his problem, and am of opinion that the blind man at first sight would not be able with certainty to say which was the globe, which the cube, whilst he only saw them, though he could unerringly name them by his touch, and certainly distinguish them by the difference of their figures felt. This I have set down, and leave with my reader, as an occasion for him to consider how much he may be beholden to experience, improvement, and acquired notions, where he thinks he had not the least use of or help from them. And the rather, because this observing gentleman further adds, that having upon the occasion of my book proposed this to divers very ingenious men, he hardly ever met with one that at first gave the answer to it which he thinks true, till by hearing his reasons they were convinced. 9. But this is not, I think, usual in any of our ideas but those received by sight, because sight, the most comprehensive of all our senses, conveying to our minds the ideas of light and colors, which are peculiar only to that sense, and also the far different ideas of space, figure, and motion, the several varieties whereof change the appearances of its proper object, viz., light and colors, we bring ourselves by use to judge of the one by the other. This, in many cases, by a settled habit in things whereof we have frequent experience, is performed so constantly and so quick, that we take that for the perception of our sensation, which is an idea formed by our judgment, so that one, viz., that of sensation, serves only to excite the other, and is scarce taken notice of itself; as a man who reads or hears with attention and understanding takes little notice of the characters or sounds, but of the ideas that are excited in him by them. 10. Nor need we wonder that this is done with so little notice, if we consider how very quick the actions of the mind are performed; for as itself is thought to take up no space, to have no extension, so its actions seem to require no time, but many of them seem to be crowded into an instant. I speak this in comparison to the actions of the body. Anyone may easily observe this in his own thoughts, who will take the pains to reflect on them. How, as it were in an instant, do our minds with one glance see all the parts of a demonstration, which may very well be called a long one, if we consider the time it will require to put it into words, and step by step show it another. Secondly, we shall not be so much surprised that this is done in us with so little notice, if we consider how the facility which we get of doing things by a custom of doing makes them often pass in us without our notice. Habits, especially such as are begun very early, come at last to produce actions in us which often escape our observation. How frequently do we, in a day, cover our eyes with our eyelids without perceiving that we are at all in the dark? Men that by custom have got the use of a byword, do almost in every sentence pronounce sounds which, though taken notice of by others, they themselves neither hear nor observe; and therefore it is not so strange that our mind should often change the idea of its sensation into that of its judgment, and make one serve only to excite the other without our taking notice of it. 11. This faculty of perception seems to me to be that which puts the distinction betwixt the animal kingdom and the inferior parts of nature. For however vegetables have, many of them, some degrees of motion, and upon the different application of other bodies to them, do very briskly alter their figures and motions, and so have obtained the name of sensitive plants, from a motion which has some resemblance to that which in animals follows upon sensation; yet I suppose it is all bare mechanism, and no otherwise produced than the turning of a wild oat beard by the insinuation of the particles of moisture, or the shortening of a rope by the effusion of water, all which is done without any sensation in the subject, or the having or receiving any ideas. 12. Perception, I believe, is in some degree in all sorts of animals, though in some possibly the avenues provided by nature for the reception of sensations are so few, and the perception they are received with so obscure and dull, that it comes extremely short of the quickness and variety of sensation which are in other animals. But yet it is sufficient for, and wisely adapted to, the state and condition of that sort of animals who are thus made, so that the wisdom and goodness of the Maker plainly appear in all the parts of this stupendous fabric, and all the several degrees and ranks of creatures in it. 13. We may, I think, from the make of an oyster or cockle, reasonably conclude that it has not so many nor so quick senses as a man, or several other animals; nor if it had would it, in that state and incapacity of transferring itself from one place to another, be bettered by them. What good would sight and hearing do to a creature that cannot move itself to or from the objects wherein at a distance it perceives good or evil? And would not quickness of sensation be an inconvenience to an animal that must lie still, where chance has once placed it, and there receive the afflux of colder or warmer, clean or foul water, as it happens to come to it? 14. But yet I cannot but think there is some small dull perception, whereby they are distinguished from perfect insensibility; and that this may be so, we have plain instances even in mankind itself. Take one in whom decrepit old age has blotted out the memory of his past knowledge, and clearly wiped out the ideas his mind was formerly stored with, and has, by destroying his sight, hearing, and smell quite, and his taste to a great degree, stopped up almost all the passages for new ones to enter. Or if there be some of the inlets yet half open, the impressions made are scarce perceived, or not at all retained. How far such a one, notwithstanding all that is boasted of innate principles, is in his knowledge and intellectual faculties above the condition of a cockle or an oyster, I leave to be considered. And if a man had passed 60 years in such a state, as it is possible he might, as well as 3 days, I wonder what difference there would have been in any intellectual perfections between him and the lowest degree of animals. 15. Perception then being the first step in degree towards knowledge, and the inlet of all the materials of it, the fewer senses any man, as well as any other creature, hath, and the fewer and duller the impressions that are made by them, and the duller the faculties are that are employed about them, the more remote are they from that knowledge which is to be found in some men. But this being in great variety of degrees, as may be perceived among men, cannot certainly be discovered in the several species of animals, much less in their particular individuals. It suffices me only to have remarked here that perception is the first operation of all our intellectual faculties, and the inlet of all knowledge in our minds. And I am apt, too, to imagine that it is perception in the lowest degree of it, which puts the boundaries between animals and the inferior ranks of creatures. But this I mention only as my conjecture by the by, it being indifferent to the matter in hand, which way the learned shall determine of it. End of Section 4. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Section 5 of an essay concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Chapter 10 of Retention. 1. The next faculty of the mind, whereby it makes a farther progress towards knowledge, is that which I call retention, or the keeping of those simple ideas, which from sensation or reflection it hath received. This is done 2 ways. First, by keeping the idea which is brought into it for some time actually in view, which is called contemplation. 2. The other way of retention is the power to revive again in our minds those ideas which after imprinting have disappeared, or have been as it were laid aside out of sight. And thus we do, when we conceive heat or light, yellow or sweet, the object being removed. This is memory, which is as it were the storehouse of our ideas. For the narrow mind of man not being capable of having many ideas under view and consideration at once, it was necessary to have a repository to lay up those ideas, which at another time it might have use of. But our ideas being nothing but actual perceptions in the mind, which cease to be anything when there is no perception of them, this laying up of our ideas in the repository of the memory signifies no more but this, that the mind has a power in many cases to revive perceptions, which it has once had, with this additional perception annexed to them, that it has had them before. And in this sense it is, that our ideas are said to be in our memories, when indeed they are actually nowhere, but only there is an ability in the mind when it will to revive them again, and as it were paint them anew on itself, though some with more, some with less difficulty, some more lively, and others more obscurely. And thus it is by the assistance of this faculty that we are to have all those ideas in our understandings, which though we do not actually contemplate, yet we can bring in sight, and make appear again, and be the objects of our thoughts, without the help of those sensible qualities which first imprinted them there. 3. Attention and repetition help much to the fixing any ideas in the memory, but those which naturally at first make the deepest and most lasting impression are those which are accompanied with pleasure or pain. the great business of the senses being to make us take notice of what hurts or advantages the body, it is wisely ordered by nature, as has been shown, that pain should accompany the reception of several ideas, which supplying the place of consideration and reasoning in children, and acting quicker than consideration in grown men, makes both the old and young avoid painful objects with that haste which is necessary for their preservation, and in both settles in the memory a caution for the future. 4. Concerning the several degrees of lasting, wherewith ideas are imprinted on the memory, we may observe that some of them have been produced in the understanding by an object affecting the senses once only, and no more than once. Others that have more than once offered themselves to the senses have yet been little taken notice of, the mind either heedless, as in children, or otherwise employed, as in men, intent only on one thing, not setting the stamp deep into itself. And in some, where they are set on with care and repeated impressions, either through the temper of the body or some other fault, the memory is very weak. In all these cases ideas in the mind quickly fade, and often vanish quite out of the understanding, leaving no more footsteps or remaining characters of themselves than shadows do flying over fields of corn, and the mind is as void of them as if they had never been there. 5. Thus many of those ideas, which were produced in the minds of children, in the beginning of their sensation, some of which perhaps, as of some pleasures and pains, were before they were born, and others in their infancy, if in the future course of their lives they are not repeated again, are quite lost, without the least glimpse remaining of them. This may be observed in those who by some mischance have lost their sight when they were very young, in whom the ideas of colors having been but slightly taken notice of, and ceasing to be repeated, do quite wear out, so that some years after there is no more notion nor memory of colors left in their minds than in those of people born blind. The memory of some, it is true, is very tenacious, even to a miracle, but yet there seems to be a constant decay of all our ideas, even of those which are struck deepest, and in minds the most retentive, so that if they be not sometimes renewed by repeated exercise of the senses, or reflection on those kind of objects which at first occasioned them, the print wears out, and at last there remains nothing to be seen. Thus the ideas, as well as children of our youth, often die before us, and our minds represent to us those tombs to which we are approaching, where though the brass and marble remain, yet the inscriptions are effaced by time, and the imagery moulders away. The pictures drawn in our minds are laid in fading colors, and, if not sometimes refreshed, vanish and disappear. How much the constitution of our bodies and the make of our animal spirits are concerned in this, and whether the temper of the brain makes this difference, that in some it retains the characters drawn on it like marble, in others like freestone, and in others little better than sand. I shall not here inquire, though it may seem probable, that the constitution of the body does sometimes influence the memory, since we oftentimes find a disease quite strip the mind of all its ideas, and the flames of a fever in a few days calcine all those images to dust and confusion, which seem to be as lasting as if graved in marble. 6. But concerning the ideas themselves it is easy to remark that those that are oftenest refreshed, amongst which are those that are conveyed into the mind by more ways than one, by a frequent return of the objects or actions that produce them, fix themselves best in the memory, and remain clearest and longest there, and therefore those which are of the original qualities of bodies, viz., solidity, extension, figure, motion, and rest, and those that almost constantly affect our bodies, as heat and cold, and those which are the affections of all kinds of beings, as existence, duration, and number, which almost every object that affects our senses, every thought which employs our minds, bring along with them. These, I say, and the like ideas, are seldom quite lost, whilst the mind retains any ideas at all. 7. In this secondary perception, as I may so call it, or viewing again the ideas that are lodged in the memory, the mind is oftentimes more than barely passive, the appearance of those dormant pictures depending sometimes on the will. The mind very often sets itself on work in search of some hidden idea, and turns, as it were, the eye of the soul upon it, though sometimes, too, they start up in our minds of their own accord, and offer themselves to the understanding, and very often are roused and tumbled out of their dark cells into open daylight by turbulent and tempestuous passions, our affections bringing ideas to our memory, which had otherwise lain quiet and unregarded. This farther is to be observed, concerning ideas lodged in the memory, and upon occasion revived by the mind, that they are not only, as the word revive imparts, none of them new ones, but also that the mind takes notice of them as of a former impression, and renews its acquaintance with them as with ideas it had known before; so that though ideas formerly imprinted are not all constantly in view, yet in remembrance they are constantly known to be such as have been formerly imprinted, i.e., in view, and taken notice of before by the understanding. 8. Memory, in an intellectual creature, is necessary in the next degree to perception. It is of so great moment, that where it is wanting, all the rest of our faculties are in a great measure useless, and we in our thoughts, reasonings, and knowledge could not proceed beyond present objects, were it not for the assistance of our memories, wherein there may be two defects. First, that it loses the idea quite, and so far it produces perfect ignorance. For since we can know nothing farther than we have the idea of it, when that is gone we are in perfect ignorance. Secondly, that it moves slowly, and retrieves not the ideas that it has, and are laid up in store quick enough to serve the mind upon occasion. This, if it be to a great degree, is stupidity. And he who through this fault in his memory has not the ideas that are really preserved there, ready at hand when need and occasion calls for them, will almost as good be without them quite, since they serve him to little purpose. The dull man who loses the opportunity whilst he is seeking in his mind for those ideas that should serve his turn, is not much more happy in his knowledge than one that is perfectly ignorant. It is the business, therefore, of the memory to furnish the mind with those dormant ideas which it has present occasion for. In the having them ready at hand on all occasions consists that which we call invention, fancy, and quickness of parts. 9. These are defects, we may observe, in the memory of one man compared with another. There is another defect which we may conceive to be in the memory of man in general, compared with some superior created intellectual beings, which in this faculty may so far excel man, that they may have constantly in view the whole scene of all their former actions, wherein no one of the thoughts they have ever had may slip out of their sight. The omniscience of God, who knows all things past, present, and to come, and to whom the thoughts of men's hearts always lie open, may satisfy us of the possibility of this. For who can doubt but God may communicate to those glorious spirits, his immediate attendants, any of his perfections, in what proportions he pleases, as far as created finite beings can be capable? It is reported of that prodigy of parts, M. Pascal, that till the decay of his health had impaired his memory, he forgot nothing of what he had done, read, or thought, in any part of his rational age. This is a privilege so little known to most men, that it seems almost incredible to those who, after the ordinary way, measure all others by themselves, but yet, when considered, may help us to enlarge our thoughts towards greater perfection of it in superior ranks of spirits. For this of Mr. Pascal was still with the narrowness that human minds are confined to hear of having great variety of ideas only by succession, not all at once, whereas the several degrees of angels may probably have larger views, and some of them be endowed with capabilities able to retain together, and constantly set before them, as in one picture, all their past knowledge at once. This, we may conceive, would be no small advantage to the knowledge of a thinking man, if all his past thoughts and reasonings could be always present to him, and therefore we may suppose it one of those ways wherein the knowledge of separate spirits may exceedingly surpass ours. 10. This faculty of laying up and retaining the ideas that are brought into the mind, several other animals seem to have to a great degree, as well as man. For to pass by other instances, birds learning of tunes, and the endeavors one may observe in them to hit the notes right, put it past doubt with me that they have perception and retain ideas in their memories, and use them for patterns, for it seems to me impossible that they should endeavor to conform their voices to notes, as it is plain they do, of which they had no ideas. For though I should grant sound may mechanically cause a certain motion of the animal spirits, in the brains of those birds, whilst the tune is actually playing, and that motion may be continued on to the muscles of the wings, and so the bird mechanically be driven away by certain noises, because this may tend to the bird's preservation, yet that can never be supposed a reason why it should cause mechanically, either whilst the tune is playing, much less after it has ceased, such a motion in the organs of the bird's voice as should conform it to the notes of a foreign sound, which imitation can be of no use to the bird's preservation. But which is more, it cannot with any appearance of reason be supposed, much less proved, that birds without sense and memory can approach their notes nearer and nearer by degrees to a tune played by yesterday, which if they have no idea of in their memory, is nowhere, nor can be a pattern for them to imitate, or which any repeated essays can bring them nearer to. Since there is no reason why the sound of a pipe should leave traces in their brains, which not at first, but by their after endeavors, should produce the like sounds, and why the sounds they make themselves should not make traces which they should follow, as well as those of the pipe, is impossible to conceive. End of section 5. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Section 6 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Chapter 11 of Discerning and Other Operations of the Mind. 1. Another faculty we may take notice of in our minds is that of discerning and distinguishing between the several ideas it has. It is not enough to have a confused perception of something in general. Unless the mind has a distinct perception of different objects and their qualities, it would be capable of very little knowledge, though the bodies that affect us were as busy about us as they are now, and the mind were continually employed in thinking. On this faculty of distinguishing one thing from another depends the evidence and certainty of several, even very general propositions, which have passed for innate truths, because men, overlooking the true cause why those propositions find universal assent, impute it wholly to native uniform impressions, whereas it in truth depends upon this clear discerning faculty of the mind, whereby it perceives two ideas to be the same or different. But of this more hereafter. 2. How much the imperfection of accurately discriminating ideas one from another lies either in the dullness or faults of the organs of sense, or want of acuteness, exercise, or attention in the understanding, or hastiness and precipitancy, natural to some tempers, I will not here examine. It suffices to take notice that this is one of the operations that the mind may reflect on and observe in itself. It is of that consequence to its other knowledge that so far as this faculty is in itself dull, or not rightly made use of, for the distinguishing one thing from another, so far our notions are confused, and our reason and judgment disturbed or misled. If in having our ideas in the memory ready at hand consists quickness of parts, in this of having them unconfused, and being able nicely to distinguish one thing from another, where there is but the least difference, consists, in a great measure, the exactness of judgment and clearness of reason which is to be observed in one man above another. And hence perhaps may be given some reason of that common observation, that men who have a great deal of wit, and prompt memories, have not always the clearest judgment, or deepest reason, for wit lying most in the assemblage of ideas, and putting those together with quickness and variety, wherein can be found any resemblance or congruity, thereby to make up pleasant pictures, and agreeable visions in the fancy. Judgment, on the contrary, lies quite on the other side, in separating carefully, one from another, ideas, wherein can be found the least difference, thereby to avoid being misled by similitude and by affinity to take one thing for another. This is a way of proceeding quite contrary to metaphor and allusion, wherein for the most part lies that entertainment and pleasantry of wit, which strikes so lively on the fancy, and therefore is so acceptable to all people, because its beauty appears at first sight, and there is required no labor of thought to examine what truth or reason there is in it. The mind, without looking any further, rests satisfied with the agreeableness of the picture and the gaiety of the fancy, and it is a kind of an affront to go about to examine it by the severe rules of truth and good reason, whereby it appears that it consists in something that is not perfectly conformable to them. 3. To the well distinguishing our ideas, it chiefly contributes that they be clear and determinate, and where they are so, it will not breed any confusion or mistake about them, though the senses should, as sometimes they do, convey them from the same object differently on different occasions, and so seem to err. For though a man in a fever should from sugar have a bitter taste, which at another time would produce a sweet one, yet the idea of bitter in that man's mind would be as clear and distinct from the idea of sweet as if he had tasted only gall. Nor does it make any more confusion between the two ideas of sweet and bitter that the same sort of body produces at one time one, and at another time another idea by the taste, than it makes a confusion in two ideas of white and sweet, or white and round, that the same piece of sugar produces them both in the mind at the same time. And the ideas of orange color and azure, that are produced in the mind by the same parcel of the infusion of lignum nephriticum, are no less distinct ideas than those of the same colors taken from two very different bodies. 4. The comparing them one with another in respect of extent, degrees, time, place, or any other circumstances, is another operation of the mind about its ideas, and is that upon which depends all that large tribe of ideas, comprehended under relations, which of how vast an extent it is, I shall have occasion to consider hereafter. 5. How far brutes partake in this faculty is not easy to determine. I imagine they have it not in any great degree, for though they probably have several ideas distinct enough, yet it seems to me to be the prerogative of human understanding, when it has sufficiently distinguished any ideas, so as to perceive them to be perfectly different, and so consequently too to cast about and consider in what circumstances they are capable to be compared, and therefore I think beasts compare not their ideas farther than some sensible circumstances annexed to the objects themselves. The other power of comparing, which may be observed in men, belonging to general ideas, and useful only to abstract reasonings, we may probably conjecture beasts have not. 6. The next operation we may observe in the mind about its ideas is composition, whereby it puts together several of those simple ones it has received from sensation and reflection, and combines them into complex ones. Under this of composition may be reckoned also that of enlarging, wherein though the composition does not so much appear as in more complex ones, yet it is nevertheless a putting several ideas together, though of the same kind. Thus, by adding several units together, we make the idea of a dozen, and putting together the repeated ideas of several perches, we frame that of a furlong. 7. In this also, I suppose, brutes come far short of men, for though they take in and retain together several combinations of simple ideas, as possibly the shape, smell, and voice of his master make up the complex idea a dog has of him, or rather are so many distinct marks whereby he knows him, yet I do not think they do of themselves ever compound them and make complex ideas. And perhaps even where we think they have complex ideas, it is only one simple one that directs them in the knowledge of several things, which possibly they distinguish less by their sight than we imagine. For I have been credibly informed that a bitch will nurse, play with, and be fond of young foxes as much as, and in place of, her puppies, if you can but get them once to suck her so long that her milk may go through them. And those animals which have a numerous brood of young ones at once appear not to have any knowledge of their number, for though they are mightily concerned for any of their young that are taken from them whilst they are in sight or hearing, yet if one or two of them be stolen from them in their absence, or without noise, they appear not to miss them, or to have any sense that their number is lessened. 8. When children have, by repeated sensations, got ideas fixed in their memories, they begin by degrees to learn the use of signs. And when they have got the skill to apply the organs of speech to the framing of articulate sounds, they begin to make use of words to signify their ideas to others. These verbal signs they sometimes borrow from others, and sometimes make themselves, as one may observe among the new and unusual names children often give to things in the first use of language. 9. The use of words then being to stand as outward marks of our internal ideas, and those ideas being taken from particular things, if every particular idea that we take in should have a distinct name, names must be endless. To prevent this, the mind makes the particular ideas received from particular objects to become general, which is done by considering them as they are in the mind. Such appearances separate from all other existences and the circumstances of real existence as time, place, or any other concomitant ideas. This is called abstraction, whereby ideas taken from particular beings become general representatives of all of the same kind, and their names general names applicable to whatever exists conformable to such abstract ideas. Such precise naked appearances in the mind, without considering how, whence, or with what others they came there, the understanding lays up, with names commonly annexed to them, as the standard to rank real existences into sorts, as they agree with these patterns, and to denominate them accordingly. Thus the same color being observed today in chalk or snow, which the mind yesterday received from milk, it considers that appearance alone, makes it a representative of all of that kind, and having given it the name whiteness, it by that sound signifies the same quality, wheresoever to be imagined or met with, and thus universals, whether ideas or terms, are made. 10. If it may be doubted whether beasts compound and enlarge their ideas that way to any degree, this, I think, I may be positive in, that the power of abstracting is not at all in them, and that the having of general ideas is that which puts a perfect distinction betwixt man and brutes, and is an excellency which the faculties of brutes do by no means attain to. For it is evident we observe no footsteps in them of making use of general signs for universal ideas, from which we have reason to imagine that they have not the faculty of abstracting or making general ideas, since they have no use of words or any other general signs. 11. Nor can it be imputed to their want of fit organs to frame articulate sounds, that they have no use or knowledge of general words, since many of them, we find, can fashion such sounds, and pronounce words distinctly enough, but never with any such application. And on the other side, men, who through some defect in the organs want words, yet fail not to express their universal ideas by signs, which serve them instead of general words, a faculty which we see beasts come short in. And therefore I think we may suppose that it is in this that the species of brutes are discriminated from man, and it is that proper difference from wherein they are wholly separated, and which at last widens to so vast a distance, for if they have any ideas at all, and are not bare machines, as some would have them, we cannot deny them to have some reason. It seems as evident to me that they do some of them in certain instances reason, as they have sense, but it is only in particular ideas, just as they receive them from their senses. They are the best of them tied up within those narrow bounds, and have not, as I think, the faculty to enlarge them by any kind of abstraction. 12. How far idiots are concerned in the want or weakness of any, or all of the foregoing faculties, an exact observation of their several ways of faltering would no doubt discover, for those who either perceive but dully, or retain the ideas that come into their minds but ill, who cannot readily excite or compound them, will have little matter to think on. Those who cannot distinguish, compare, and abstract, would hardly be able to understand and make use of language, or judge or reason to any tolerable degree, but only a little and imperfectly about things present and very familiar to their senses. And indeed any of the forementioned faculties, if wanting or out of order, produce suitable effects in men's understandings and knowledge. 13. In fine, the defect in naturals seems to proceed from want of quickness, activity, and motion in the intellectual faculties, whereby they are deprived of reason, whereas madmen, on the other side, seem to suffer by the other extreme, for they do not appear to me to have lost the faculty of reasoning, but having joined together some ideas very wrongly, they mistake them for truths, and they err as men do that argue right from wrong principles. For by the violence of their imaginations, having taken their fancies for realities, they make right deductions from them. Thus you shall find a distracted man fancying himself a king, with a right inference require suitable attendance, respect, and obedience. Others, who have thought themselves made of glass, have used the caution necessary to preserve such brittle bodies. Hence it comes to pass that a man, who is very sober, and of a right understanding in all other things, may in one particular be as frantic as any in Bedlam, if either by any sudden very strong impression, or long fixing his fancy upon one sort of thoughts, incoherent ideas have been cemented together so powerfully as to remain united. But there are degrees of madness, as of folly. The disorderly jumbling ideas together is in some more, some less. In short, herein seems to lie the difference between idiots and madmen, that madmen put wrong ideas together, and so make wrong propositions, but argue and reason right from them. But idiots make very few or no propositions, and reason scarce at all. 14. These, I think, are the first faculties and operations of the mind, which it makes use of in understanding, and though they are exercised about all its ideas in general, yet the instances I have hitherto given have been chiefly in simple ideas, and I have subjoined the explication of these faculties of the mind to that of simple ideas, before I come to what I have to say concerning complex ones, for these following reasons. First, because several of these faculties being exercised at first principally about simple ideas, we might, by following nature in its ordinary method, trace and discover them in their rise, progress, and gradual improvements. Secondly, because observing the faculties of the mind how they operate about simple ideas, which are usually, in most men's minds, much more clear, precise, and distinct than complex ones, we may better examine and learn how the mind abstracts, denominates, compares, and exercises its other operations about those which are complex, wherein we are much more liable to mistake. Thirdly, because these very operations of the mind about ideas, received from sensations, are themselves, when reflected on, another set of ideas, derived from that other source of our knowledge which I call reflection, and therefore fit to be considered in this place after the simple ideas of sensation. Of compounding, comparing, abstracting, etc., I have but just spoken, having occasion to treat of them more at large in other places. 15. And thus I have given a short, and I think true, history of the first beginnings of human knowledge, whence the mind has its first objects, and by what steps it makes its progress to the laying in and storing up those ideas, out of which is to be framed all the knowledge it is capable of, wherein I must appeal to experience and observation whether I am in the right, the best way to come to truth being to examine things as really they are, and not to conclude they are as we fancy of ourselves or have been taught by others to imagine. 16. To deal truly, this is the only way that I can discover, whereby the ideas of things are brought into the understanding. If other men have either innate ideas or infused principles, they have reason to enjoy them, and if they are sure of it, it is impossible for others to deny them the privilege that they have above their neighbors. I can speak but of what I find in myself, and is agreeable to those notions, which, if we will examine the whole course of men in their several ages, countries, and educations, seems to depend on those foundations which I have laid, and to correspond with this method in all the parts and degrees thereof. 17. I pretend not to teach, but to inquire, and therefore cannot but confess here again that external and internal sensation are the only passages that I can find of knowledge to the understanding. These alone, as far as I can discover, are the windows by which light is let into this dark room, for methinks the understanding is not much unlike a closet wholly shut from light, with only some little opening left to let in external visible resemblances, or ideas of things without. Would the pictures coming into such a dark room but stay there, and lie so orderly as to be found upon occasion, it would very much resemble the understanding of a man in reference to all objects of sight and the ideas of them. These are my guesses concerning the means whereby the understanding comes to have and retain simple ideas, and the modes of them, with some other operations about them. I proceed now to examine some of these simple ideas and their modes a little more particularly. End of section 6. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Section 7 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Chapter 12 of Complex Ideas. 1. We have hitherto considered those ideas, in the reception whereof the mind is only passive, which are those simple ones received from sensation and reflection before mentioned, whereof the mind cannot make one to itself, nor have any idea which does not wholly consist of them. But as the mind is wholly passive in the reception of all its simple ideas, so it exerts several acts of its own, whereby out of its simple ideas, as the materials and foundations of the rest, the other are framed. The acts of the mind wherein it exerts its power over its simple ideas are chiefly these three: 1. Combining several simple ideas into one compound one, and thus all complex ideas are made. 2. The second is bringing together two ideas, whether simple or complex, together, and setting them by one another so as to take a view of them at once, without uniting them into one, by which way it gets all its ideas of relations. 3. The third is separating them from all other ideas that accompany them in their real existence. This is called abstraction, and thus all its general ideas are made. This shows man's power and its ways of operation to be much what the same in the material and intellectual world. For the materials in both being such as he has no power over, either to make or destroy, all that man can do is either to unite them together, or to set them by one another, or wholly separate them. I shall here begin with the first of these in the consideration of complex ideas, and come to the other two in their due places. As simple ideas are observed to exist in several combinations united together, so the mind has a power to consider several of them united together as one idea, and that not only as they are united in external objects, but as itself has joined them. Ideas thus made up of several simple ones put together I call complex, such as are beauty, gratitude, a man, an army, the universe, which, though complicated of various simple ideas, or complex ideas made up of simple ones, yet are, when the mind pleases, considered each by itself as one entire thing, and signified by one name. 2. In this faculty of repeating and joining together its ideas, the mind has great power in varying and multiplying the objects of its thoughts, infinitely beyond what sensation or reflection furnishes it with. But all this still confined to those simple ideas which it received from those two sources, and which are the ultimate materials of all its compositions. For simple ideas are all from things themselves, and of these the mind can have no more, nor other than what are suggested to it. It can have no other ideas of sensible qualities than what come from without by the senses, nor any ideas of other kind of operations of a thinking substance than what it finds in itself. But when it has once got these simple ideas, it is not confined barely to observation and what offers itself from without. It can, by its own power, put together those ideas it has and make new complex ones, which it never received so united. 3. Complex ideas, however, compounded and decompounded, though their number be infinite, and the variety endless, wherewith they fill and entertain the thoughts of men, yet, I think, they may be all reduced under these three heads: 1. Modes. 2. Substances. 3. Relations. 4. First, modes I call such complex ideas, which, however compounded, contain not in them the supposition of subsisting by themselves, but are considered as dependencies on or affections of substances, such as are ideas signified by the words triangle, gratitude, murder, etc. And if in this I use the word mode in somewhat a different sense from its ordinary signification, I beg pardon, it being unavoidable in discourses differing from the ordinary received notions, either to make new words or to use old words in somewhat a new signification, the latter whereof, in our present case, is perhaps the more tolerable of the two. 5. Of these modes, there are two sorts which deserve distinct consideration. First, there are some which are only variations or different combinations of the same simple idea, without the mixture of any other, as a dozen or score, which are nothing but the ideas of so many distinct units added together, and these I call simple modes, as being contained within the bounds of one simple idea. Secondly, there are others compounded of simple ideas of several kinds, put together to make one complex one, v.g., beauty, consisting of a certain composition of color and figure, causing delight in the beholder; theft, which being the concealed change of the possession of any thing, without the consent of the proprietor, contains, as is visible, a combination of several ideas of several kinds, and these I call mixed modes. 6. Secondly, the idea of substances are such combinations of simple ideas as are taken to represent distinct particular things subsisting by themselves, in which the supposed or confused idea of substance, such as it is always the first and chief. Thus, if to substance be joined the simple idea of a certain dull whitish color, with certain degrees of weight, hardness, ductility, and fusibility, we have the idea of lead, and a combination of the ideas of a certain sort of figure, with the powers of motion. Thought and reasoning, joined to substance, make the ordinary idea of a man. Now of substances also, there are two sorts of ideas, one of single substances as they exist separately, as of a man or a sheep, the other of several of those put together, as an army of men or flock of sheep, which collective ideas of several substances thus put together are as much each of them one single idea as that of a man or an unit. 7. Thirdly, the last sort of complex ideas is that we call relation, which consists in the consideration and comparing one idea with another. Of these several kinds we shall treat in their order. 8. If we trace the progress of our minds, and with attention observe how it repeats, adds together, and unites its simple ideas received from sensation or reflection, it will lead us farther than at first perhaps we should have imagined. And I believe we shall find, if we warily observe the originals of our notions, that even the most abstruse ideas, how remote soever they may seem from sense, or from any operations of our own minds, are yet only such as the understanding frames to itself, by repeating and joining together ideas that it had either from objects of sense or from its own operations about them, so that those even large and abstract ideas are derived from sensation or reflection, being no other than what the mind, by the ordinary use of its own faculties, employed about ideas received from objects of sense, or from the operations it observes in itself about them, may and does attain unto. This I shall endeavor to show in the ideas we have of space, time, and infinity, and some few others that seem the most remote from those originals. End of section 7. Recording by Gary B. Clayton.
Section 8 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, of Simple Modes and First of the Simple Modes of Space. 1. Though in the foregoing part I have often mentioned simple ideas, which are truly the materials of all our knowledge, yet having treated of them there, rather in the way that they come into the mind, than as distinguished from others more compounded, it will not be perhaps amiss to take a view of some of them again under this consideration, and examine those different modifications of the same idea, which the mind either finds in things existing, or is able to make within itself, without the help of any extrinsical object, or any foreign suggestion. Those modifications of any one simple idea, which, as has been said, I call simple modes, are as perfectly different and distinct ideas in the mind as those of the greatest distance or contrariety. For the idea of two is as distinct from that of one as blueness from heat, or either of them from any number, and yet it is made up only of that simple idea of an unit repeated, and repetitions of this kind joined together make those distinct simple modes of a dozen, a gross, a million. 2. I shall begin with the simple idea of space. I have showed above, chapter 4, that we get the idea of space both by our sight and touch, which I think is so evident that it would be as needless to go to prove that men perceive by their sight a distance between bodies of different colors or between the parts of the same body, as that they see colors themselves, nor is it less obvious that they can do so in the dark by feeling and touch. 3. This space, considered barely in length between any two beings, without considering anything else between them, is called distance. If considered in length, breadth, and thickness, I think it may be called capacity. The term extension is usually applied to it in what manner soever considered. 4. Each different distance is a different modification of space, and each idea of any different distance, or space, is a simple mode of this idea. Men for the use, and by the custom of measuring, settle in their minds the ideas of certain stated lengths, such as are an inch, foot, yard, fathom, mile, diameter of the earth, etc., which are so many distinct ideas made up only of space. When any such stated lengths or measures of space are made familiar to men's thoughts, they can in their minds repeat them as often as they will, without mixing or joining to them the idea of body or anything else, and frame to themselves the ideas of long, square, or cubic, feet, yards, or fathoms, here amongst the bodies of the universe, or else beyond the utmost bounds of all bodies, and by adding these still one to another, enlarge their ideas of space as much as they please. The power of repeating, or doubling any idea we have of any distance, and adding it to the former as often as we will, without being ever able to come to any stop or stint, let us enlarge it as much as we will, is that which gives us the idea of immensity. 5. There is another modification of this idea, which is nothing but the relation which the parts of the termination of extension, or circumscribed space, have amongst themselves. This the touch discovers in sensible bodies, whose extremities come within our reach, and the eye takes both from bodies and colors, whose boundaries are within its view. We're observing how the extremities terminate either in straight lines, which meet at discernible angles, or in crooked lines, wherein no angles can be perceived. By considering these as they relate to one another, in all parts of the extremities of any body or space, it has that idea we call figure, which affords to the mind infinite variety. For besides the vast number of different figures that do really exist in the coherent masses of matter, the stock that the mind has in its power, by varying the idea of space, and thereby making still new compositions, by repeating its own ideas, and joining them as it pleases, is perfectly inexhaustible, and so it can multiply figures in infinitum. 6. For the mind having a power to repeat the idea of any length directly stretched out, and join it to another in the same direction, which is to double the length of that straight line, or else join another with what inclination it thinks fit, and so make what sort of angle it pleases, and being able also to shorten any line it imagines, by taking from it 1/2, or 1/4, or what part it pleases, without being able to come to an end of any such divisions, it can make an angle of any bigness, so also the lines that are its sides, of what length it pleases, which joining again to other lines of different lengths, and at different angles, till it has wholly enclosed any space, it is evident that it can multiply figures both in their shape and capacity in infinitum, all which are but so many different simple modes of space. The same that it can do with straight lines, it can also do with crooked, or crooked and straight together, and the same it can do in lines, it can also in superficies, by which we may be led into farther thoughts of the endless variety of figures that the mind has a power to make, and thereby to multiply the simple modes of space. 7. Another idea coming under this head, and belonging to this tribe, is that we call place. As in simple space we consider the relation of distance between any two bodies or points, so in our idea of place we consider the relation of distance betwixt any thing and any two or more points, which are considered as keeping the same distance one with another, and so considered as at rest. For when we find any thing at the same distance now which it was yesterday from any two or more points, which have not since changed their distance one with another, and with which we then compared it, we say it hath kept the same place, But if it hath sensibly altered its distance with either of those points, we say it hath changed its place, though, vulgarly speaking, in the common notion of place, we do not always exactly observe the distance from these precise points, but from larger portions of sensible objects, to which we consider the thing placed to bear relation, and its distance from which we have some reason to observe. 8. Thus a company of chessmen, standing on the same squares of the chessboard where we left them, we say they are all in the same place or unmoved, though perhaps the chessboard hath been in the meantime carried out of one room into another, because we compared them only to the parts of the chessboard which keep the same distance one with another. The chessboard, we also say, is in the same place it was, if it remain in the same part of the cabin, though perhaps the ship which it is in sails all the while. And the ship is said to be in the same place, supposing it kept the same distance with the parts of the neighboring land, though perhaps the earth hath turned round. And so both chessman and board and ship have every one changed place, in respect of remoter bodies, which have kept the same distance one with another. But yet the distance from certain parts of the board, being that which determines the place of the chessmen, and the distance from the fixed parts of the cabin, with which we made the comparison, being that which determined the place of the chessboard, and the fixed parts of the earth, that by which we determined the place of the ship. These things may be said to be in the same place in those respects, though their distance from some other things, which in this matter we did not consider, being varied, they have undoubtedly changed place in that respect, and we ourselves shall think so, when we have occasion to compare them with those other. 9. But this modification of distance we call place, being made by men for their common use, that by it they might be able to design the particular position of things, where they had occasion for such designation. Men consider and determine of this place by reference to those adjacent things which best serve to their present purpose, without considering other things, which to answer another purpose would better determine the place of the same thing. Thus in the chessboard, the use of the designation of the place of each chessman being determined only within that checkered piece of wood, it would cross that purpose to measure it by anything else. But when these very chessmen are put up in a bag, if anyone should ask where the black king is, it would be proper to determine the place by the parts of the room it was in, and not by the chessboard, there being another use of designing the place it is now in, than when in play it was on the chessboard, and so must be determined by other bodies. So if anyone should ask, in what place are the verses, which report the story of Nisus and Euryalus, it would be very improper to determine this place by saying they were in such a part of the earth, or in Bodley's library, but the right designation of the place would be by the parts of Virgil's works, and the proper answer would be that these verses were about the middle of the 9th book of his Aeneid, and that they have been always constantly in the same place ever since Virgil was printed, which is true, though the book itself hath moved 1,000 times. The use of the idea of place here being to know in what part of the book that story is, that so upon occasion we may know where to find it, and have recourse to it for use. 10. That our idea of place is nothing else but such a relative position of any thing, as I have before mentioned, I think is plain, and will be easily admitted when we consider that we can have no idea of the place of the universe, though we can of all the parts of it, because beyond that we have not the idea of any fixed, distinct, particular beings, in reference to which we can imagine it to have any relation of distance, but all beyond it is one uniform space or expansion, wherein the mind finds no variety, no marks. For to say that the world is somewhere means no more than that it does exist, this though a phrase borrowed from place, signifying only its existence, not location. And when one can find out, and frame in his mind, clearly and distinctly, the place of the universe, he will be able to tell us whether it moves or stands still in the undistinguishable inane of infinite space, though it be true that the word place has sometimes a more confused sense, and stands for that space which any body takes up, and so the universe is in a place. The idea, therefore, of place we have by the same means that we get the idea of space, whereof this is but a particular, a limited consideration, viz. By our sight and touch, by either of which we receive into our minds the ideas of extension or distance. 11. There are some that would persuade us that body and extension are the same thing, who either change the signification of words, which I would not suspect them of, they having so severely condemned the philosophy of others, because it hath been too much placed in the uncertain meaning or deceitful obscurity of doubtful or insignificant terms. If therefore they mean by body and extension the same that other people do, viz. By body something that is solid and extended, whose parts are separable and movable different ways, and by extension only the space that lies between the extremities of those solid coherent parts, and which is possessed by them, they confound very different ideas one with another. For I appeal to every man's own thoughts, whether the idea of space be not as distinct from that of solidity as it is from the idea of scarlet color. It is true, solidity cannot exist without extension, neither can scarlet color exist without extension. But this hinders not but that they are distinct ideas. Many ideas require others as necessary to their existence or conception, which yet are very distinct ideas. Motion can neither be nor be conceived without space, and yet motion is not space, nor space motion. Space can exist without it, and they are very distinct ideas. And so, I think, are those of space and solidity. Solidity is so inseparable an idea from body that upon that depends its filling of space, its contact, impulse, and communication of motion upon impulse. And if it be a reason to prove that spirit is different from body, because thinking includes not the idea of extension in it, the same reason will be as valid, I suppose, to prove that space is not body, because it includes not the idea of solidity in it, space and solidity being as distinct ideas as thinking and extension, and as wholly separable in the mind one from another. Body, then, and extension, it is evident, are two distinct ideas, for 12. First, extension includes no solidity, nor resistance to the motion of body, as body does. 13. Secondly, the parts of pure space are inseparable one from the other, so that the continuity cannot be separated neither really nor mentally. For I demand of anyone to remove any part of it from another, with which it is continued, even so much as in thought. To divide and separate actually is, as I think, by removing the parts one from another to make two superficies, where before there was a continuity, and to divide mentally is to make in the mind two superficies, where before there was a continuity, and consider them as removed one from the other, which can only be done in things considered by the mind as capable of being separated, and by separation of acquiring new distinct superficies, which they then have not, but are capable of. But neither of these ways of separation, whether real or mental, is, as I think, compatible to pure space. It is true, a man may consider so much of such a space as is answerable or commensurate to a foot, without considering the rest, which is indeed a partial consideration, but not so much as mental separation or division, since a man can no more mentally divide, without considering two superficies separate one from the other, than he can actually divide, without making two superficies disjoined one from the other. But a partial consideration is not separating. A man may consider light in the sun without its heat, or mobility in body without its extension, without thinking of their separation. One is only a partial consideration, terminating in one alone, and the other is a consideration of both as existing separately. 14. Thirdly, the parts of pure space are immovable, which follows from their inseparability, motion being nothing but change of distance between any two things, but this cannot be between parts that are inseparable, which therefore must needs be at perpetual rest one amongst another. Thus the determined idea of simple space distinguishes it plainly and sufficiently from body, since its parts are inseparable, immovable, and without resistance to the motion of body. 15. If anyone ask me what this space I speak of is, I will tell him, when he tells me what his extension is. For to say, as is usually done, that extension is to have partus extra partus, is only to say that extension is extension. For what am I the better informed in the nature of extension, when I am told that extension is to have parts that are extended, exterior to parts that are extended, i.e., extension consists of extended parts. As if one asking what a fiber was, I should answer him that it was a thing made up of several fibers. Would he thereby be enabled to understand what a fiber was better than he did before? Or rather would he not have reason to think that my design was to make sport with him, rather than seriously to instruct him. 16. Those who contend that space and body are the same bring this dilemma: either this space is something or nothing. If nothing be between two bodies, they must necessarily touch. If it be allowed to be something, they ask, whether it be body or spirit. To which I answer by another question: who told them that there was or could be nothing but solid beings which could not think, and thinking beings that were not extended? Which is all they mean by the terms body and spirit. 17. If it be demanded, as usually it is, whether this space, void of body, be substance or accident, I shall readily answer, I know not, nor shall be ashamed to own my ignorance, till they that ask show me a clear, distinct idea of substance. 18. I endeavor as much as I can to deliver myself from those fallacies which we are apt to put upon ourselves by taking words for things. It helps not our ignorance to feign a knowledge where we have none, by making a noise with sounds without clear and distinct significations. Names made at pleasure neither alter the nature of things, nor make us understand them, but as they are signs of and stand for determined ideas. And I desire those who lay so much stress on the sound of these two syllables, substance, to consider whether applying it, as they do, to the infinite incomprehensible God, to finite spirit, and to body, it be in the same sense, and whether it stands for the same idea, when each of those three so different beings are called substances. If so, whether it will thence follow that God, spirits, and body, agreeing in the same common nature of substance, differ not any otherwise than in a bare, different modification of that substance, as a tree and a pebble, being in the same sense body, and agreeing in the common nature of body, differ only in a bare modification of that common matter, which will be a very harsh doctrine. If they say that they apply it to God, finite spirit, and matter in three different significations, and that it stands for one idea when God is said to be a substance, for another when the soul is called substance, and for a third when a body is called so, if the name substance stands for three several distinct ideas, they would do well to make known those distinct ideas, or at least to give three distinct names to them, to prevent in so important a notion the confusion and errors that will naturally follow from the promiscuous use of so doubtful a term, which is so far from being suspected to have three distinct, that in ordinary use it has scarce one clear, distinct signification. And if they can thus make three distinct ideas of substance, what hinders why another may not make a fourth? 19. They who first ran into the notion of accidents as a sort of real beings that needed something to inhere in, were forced to find out the word substance to support them. Had the poor Indian philosopher, who imagined that the earth also wanted something to bear it up, but thought of this word substance, he needed not to have been at the trouble to find an elephant to support it, and a tortoise to support his elephant. The word substance would have done it effectually. And he that inquired might have taken it for as good an answer from an Indian philosopher that substance, without knowing what it is that which supports the earth, as we take it for a sufficient answer and good doctrine from our European philosophers that substance, without knowing what it is that which supports accidents. So that of substance we have no idea of what it is, but only a confused, obscure one of what it does. 20. Whatever a learned man may do here, an intelligent American, who inquired into the nature of things, would scarce take it for a satisfactory account, if desiring to learn our architecture, he should be told that a pillar was a thing supported by a basis, and a basis something that supported a pillar. Would he not think himself mocked, instead of taught, with such an account as this? And a stranger to them would be very liberally instructed in the nature of books, and the things they contained, if he should be told that all learned books consisted of paper and letters, and that letters were things inhering in paper, and paper a thing that held forth letters, a notable way of having clear ideas of letters and papers. But were the Latin words inherentia and substantia put into the plain English ones that answer them, and were called sticking on and underpropping, they would better discover to us the very great clearness there is in the doctrine of substance and accidents, and show of what use they are in deciding of questions in philosophy. 21. But to return to our idea of space. If body be not supposed infinite, which I think no one will affirm, I would ask whether, if God placed a man at the extremity of corporeal beings, he could not stretch his hand beyond his body. If he could, then he would put his arm where there was before space without body, and if there he spread his fingers, there would still be space between them without body. If he could not stretch out his hand, it must be because of some external hindrance, for we suppose him alive, with such a power of moving the parts of his body that he hath now, which is not in itself impossible, if God so please to have it, or at least it is not impossible for God so to move him. And then I ask, whether that which hinders his hand from moving outwards be substance or accident, something or nothing. And when they have resolved that, they will be able to resolve themselves what that is, which is or may be between two bodies at a distance, that is not body, and that has no solidity. In the meantime, the argument is at least as good, that where nothing hinders, as beyond the utmost bounds of all bodies, a body put in motion may move on, as where there is nothing between, there two bodies must necessarily touch. For pure space between is sufficient to take away the necessity of mutual contact, but bare space in the way is not sufficient to stop motion. The truth is, these men must either own that they think body infinite, though they are loth to speak it out, or else affirm that space is not body. For I would fain meet with that thinking man that can in his thoughts set any bounds to space more than he can to duration, or by thinking hope to arrive at the end of either. And therefore, if his idea of eternity be infinite, so is his idea of immensity. They are both finite or infinite alike. 22. Farther, those who assert the impossibility of space existing without matter must not only make body infinite, but must also deny a power in God to annihilate any part of matter. No one, I suppose, will deny that God can put an end to all motion that is in matter, and fix all the bodies of the universe in a perfect quiet and rest, and continue them so long as he pleases. Whoever then will allow that God can, during such a general rest, annihilate either this book or the body of him that reads it, must necessarily admit the possibility of a vacuum, for it is evident that the space that was filled by the parts of the annihilated body will still remain, and be a space without body. For the circumambient bodies, being in perfect rest, are a wall of adamant, and in that state make it a perfect impossibility for any other body to get into that space, and indeed the necessary motion of one particle of matter into the place from whence another particle of matter is removed is but a consequence from the supposition of plenitude, which will therefore need some better proof than a supposed matter of fact which experiment can never make out. Our own clear and distinct ideas plainly satisfying us that there is no necessary connection between space and solidity, since we can conceive the one without the other, and those who dispute for or against a vacuum do thereby confess they have distinct ideas of vacuum and plenum, i.e., that they have an idea of extension void of solidity, though they deny its existence, or else they dispute about nothing at all. For they who so much alter the signification of words as to call extension body, and consequently make the whole essence of body to be nothing but pure extension without solidity, must talk absurdly whenever they speak of vacuum, since it is impossible for extension to be without extension. For vacuum, whether we affirm or deny its existence, signifies space without body, whose very existence no one can deny to be possible who will not make matter infinite, and take from God a power to annihilate any particle of it. 23. But not to go so far as beyond the utmost bounds of body in the universe, nor appeal to God's omnipotency to find a vacuum, the motion of bodies that are in our view and neighborhood seems to me plainly to evince it. For I desire any one so to divide a solid body, of any dimension he pleases, as to make it possible for the solid parts to move up and down freely every way within the bounds of that superficies, if there be not left in it a void space, as big as the least part into which he has divided the said solid body. And if where the least particle of the body divided is as big as a mustard seed, a void space equal to the bulk of a mustard seed be requisite to make room for the free motion of the parts of the divided body within the bounds of its superficies. Where the particles of matter are 100,000,000 less than a mustard seed, there must also be a space void of solid matter as big as 100,000,000 part of a mustard seed. For if it hold in one, it will hold in the other, and so on in infinitum. And let this void space be as little as it will, It destroys the hypothesis of plenitude. For if there can be a space void of body equal to the smallest separate particle of matter now existing in nature, it is still space without body, and makes as great a difference between space and body as if it were megakosma, a distance as wide as any in nature. And therefore, if we suppose not the void space necessary to motion equal to the least parcel of the divided solid matter, but to 1/10 or 1/1000th of it, the same consequence will always follow of space without matter. 24. But the question being here, whether the idea of space or extension be the same with the idea of body, it is not necessary to prove the real existence of a vacuum, but the idea of it, which it is plain men have when they inquire and dispute whether there be a vacuum or no. For if they had not the idea of space without body, they could not make a question about its existence. And if their idea of body did not include in it something more than the bare idea of space, they could have no doubt about the plenitude of the world. And it would be as absurd to demand whether there were space without body, as whether there were space without space, or body without body, since these were but different names of the same idea. 25. It is true, the idea of extension joins itself so inseparably with all visible and most tangible qualities, that it suffers us to see no one, or feel very few external objects, without taking in impressions of extension too. This readiness of extension to make itself be taken notice of so constantly with other ideas has been the occasion, I guess, that some have made the whole essence of body to consist in extension, which is not much to be wondered at, since some have had their minds, by their eyes and touch, the busiest of all our senses, so filled with the idea of extension, and as it were wholly possessed with it, that they allowed no existence to anything that had not extension. I shall not now argue with those men who take the measure and possibility of all being only from their narrow and gross imaginations, but having here to do only with those who conclude the essence of body to be extension, because they say they cannot imagine any sensible quality of any body without extension, I shall desire them to consider that had they reflected on their ideas of tastes and smells as much as on those of sight and touch, nay, had they examined their ideas of hunger and thirst, and several other pains, they would have found that they included in them no idea of extension at all, which is but an affection of body, as well as the rest, discoverable by our senses, which are scarce acute enough to look into the pure essences of things. 26. If those ideas which are constantly joined to all others must therefore be concluded to be the essence of those things which have constantly those ideas joined to them, and are inseparable from them, then unity is without doubt the essence of everything, for there is not any object of sensation or reflection which does not carry with it the idea of one, but the weakness of this kind of argument we have already shown sufficiently. 27. To conclude, whatever men shall think concerning the existence of a vacuum, this is plain to me, that we have as clear an idea of space distinct from solidity as we have of solidity distinct from motion, or motion from space. We have not any two more distinct ideas, and we can as easily conceive space without solidity as we can conceive body or space without motion, though it be ever so certain that neither body nor motion can exist without space. But whether anyone will take space to be only a relation, resulting from the existence of other beings at a distance, or whether they will think the words of the most knowing King Solomon, "The heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain thee," or those more emphatical ones of the inspired philosopher St. Paul, "In him we live, move, and have our being," are to be understood in a literal sense, I leave every one to consider. Only our idea of space is, I think, such as I have mentioned, and distinct from that of body. For whether we consider in matter itself the distance of its coherent solid parts, and call it, in respect of those solid parts, extension, or whether, considering it as lying between the extremities of any body in its several dimensions, we call it length, breadth, and thickness, or else considering it as lying between any two bodies, or positive beings, without any consideration, whether there be any matter or no between, we call it distance. However named or considered, it is always the same uniform simple idea of space, taken from objects about which our senses have been conversant, whereof, having settled ideas in our minds, we can revive, repeat, and add them one to another as often as we will, and consider the space or distance so imagined either as filled with solid parts, so that another body cannot come there without displacing and thrusting out the body that was there before, or else as void of solidity, so that a body of equal dimensions to that empty or pure space may be placed in it, without the removing or expulsion of anything that was there. But, to avoid confusion in discourses concerning this matter, it were possibly to be wished that the name extension were applied only to matter, or the distance of the extremities of particular bodies, and the term expansion to space in general, with or without solid matter possessing it, so as to say space is expanded and body extended. But in this every one has liberty. I propose it only for the more clear and distinct way of speaking. 28. The knowing precisely what our words stand for would, I imagine, in this as well as a great many other cases, quickly end the dispute. For I am apt to think that men, when they come to examine them, find their simple ideas all generally to agree, though in discourse with one another they perhaps confound one another with different names. I imagine that men who abstract their thoughts, and do well examine the ideas of their own minds, cannot much differ in thinking, however they may perplex themselves with words according to the way of speaking of the several schools or sects they have been bred up in. Though amongst unthinking men, who examine not scrupulously and carefully their own ideas, and strip them not from the marks men use for them, but confound them with words, there must be endless dispute, wrangling, and jargon, especially if they be learned, bookish men, devoted to some sect, and accustomed to the language of it, and have learned to talk after others. But if it should happen that any two thinking men should really have different ideas, I do not see how they could discourse or argue one with another. Here I must not be mistaken to think that every floating imagination in men's brains is presently of that sort of ideas I speak of. It is not easy for the mind to put off those confused notions and prejudices it has imbibed from custom, inadvertency, and common conversation. It requires pains and assiduity to examine its ideas, till it resolves them into those clear and distinct simple ones, out of which they are compounded, and to see which amongst its simple ones have or have not a necessary connection and dependence one upon another. Till a man doth this in the primary and original notion of things, he builds upon floating and uncertain principles, and will often find himself at a loss. End of section 8. Section 9 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14, of Duration and its Simple Modes. 1. There is another sort of distance or length, the idea whereof we get not from the permanent parts of space, but from the fleeting and perpetually perishing parts of succession. This we call duration, the simple modes whereof are any different lengths of it, whereof we have distinct ideas, as hours, days, years, etc., time and eternity. 2. The answer of a great man to one who asked what time was, si non rogas intelligo, which amounts to this: the more I set myself to think of it, the less I understand it, might perhaps persuade one that time, which reveals all other things, is itself not to be discovered. Duration, time, and eternity are not without reason thought to have something very abstruse in their nature, but however remote these may seem from our comprehension, yet if we trace them right to their originals, I doubt not but one of those sources of all our knowledge, viz. Sensation and reflection, will be able to furnish us with these ideas, as clear and distinct as many other which are thought much less obscure, and we shall find that the idea of eternity itself is derived from the same common original with the rest of our ideas. 3. To understand time and eternity aright, we ought with attention to consider what idea it is we have of duration, and how we came by it. It is evident to any one who will but observe what passes in his own mind, that there is a train of ideas which constantly succeed one another in his understanding, as long as he is awake. Reflection on these appearances of several ideas, one after another, in our minds, is that which furnishes us with the idea of succession, and the distance between any parts of that succession, or between the appearance of any two ideas in our minds, is that we call duration. For whilst we are thinking, or whilst we receive successively several ideas in our minds, we know that we do exist, and so we call the existence, or the continuation of the existence of ourselves, or anything else, commensurate to the succession of any ideas in our minds, the duration of ourselves, or any such other thing coexistent with our thinking. 4. That we have our notion of succession and duration from this original, viz. From reflection on the train of ideas which we find to appear one after another in our own minds, seems plain to me, in that we have no perception of duration but by considering the train of ideas that take their turns in our understandings. When that succession of ideas ceases, our perception of duration ceases with it, which every one clearly experiments in himself whilst he sleeps soundly, whether an hour or a day, a month or a year, of which duration of things, while he sleeps or thinks not, he has no perception at all, but it is quite lost to him, and the moment wherein he leaves off to think, till the moment he begins to think again, seems to him to have no distance. And so, I doubt not it would be to a waking man, if it were possible for him to keep only one idea in his mind, without variation and the succession of others. And we see that one who fixes his thoughts very intently on one thing, so as to take but little notice of the succession of ideas that pass in his mind, whilst he is taken up with that earnest contemplation, lets slip out of his account a good part of that duration, and thinks that time shorter than it is. But if sleep commonly unites the distant parts of duration, it is because during that time we have no succession of ideas in our minds. For if a man during his sleep dreams, and variety of ideas make themselves perceptible in his mind one after another, he hath then, during such dreaming, a sense of duration, and of the length of it. By which it is to me very clear that men derive their ideas of duration from their reflections on the train of the ideas they observe to succeed one another in their own understandings, without which observation they can have no notion of duration, whatever may happen in the world. 5. Indeed, a man having, from reflecting on the succession and number of his own thoughts, got the notion or idea of duration, he can apply that notion to things which exist while he does not think. As he that has got the idea of extension from bodies by his sight or touch can apply it to distances where no body is seen or felt. And therefore, though a man has no perception of the length of duration which passed whilst he slept or thought not, yet having observed the revolution of days and nights, and found the length of their duration to be in appearance regular and constant, he can, upon the supposition that the revolution has proceeded after the same manner, whilst he was asleep or thought not, as it used to do at other times, he can, I say, imagine and make allowance for the length of duration whilst he slept. But if Adam and Eve, when they were alone in the world, instead of their ordinary night's sleep, had passed the whole 24 hours in one continued sleep, the duration of that 24 hours had been irrecoverably lost to them, and been forever left out of their account of time. 6. Thus, by reflecting on the appearing of various ideas one after another in our understandings, we get the notion of succession, which, if any one would think we did rather get from our observation of motion by our senses, he will perhaps be of my mind, when he considers that even motion produces in his mind an idea of succession, no otherwise than as it produces there a continued train of distinguishable ideas. For a man looking upon a body really moving, perceives yet no motion at all, unless that motion produces a constant train of successive ideas, v.g., a man becalmed at sea, out of sight of land, in a fair day, may look on the sun, or sea, or ship, a whole hour together, and perceive no motion at all in either, though it be certain that two, and perhaps all of them, have moved during that time a great way. But as soon as he perceives either of them to have changed distance with some other body, as soon as this motion produces any new idea in him, then he perceives that there has been motion. But wherever a man is, with all things at rest about him, without perceiving any motion at all, if during this hour of quiet he has been thinking, he will perceive the various ideas of his own thoughts in his own mind, appearing one after another, and thereby observe and find succession where he could observe no motion. 7. And this, I think, is the reason why motions very slow, though they are constant, are not perceived by us, because in their remove from one sensible part towards another, their change of distance is so slow that it causes no new ideas in us, but a good while one after another, and so not causing a constant train of new ideas to follow one another immediately in our minds, we have no perception of motion, which, consisting in a constant succession, we cannot perceive that succession without a constant succession of varying ideas arising from it. 8. On the contrary, things that move so swift as not to affect the senses distinctly with several distinguishable distances of their motion, and so cause not any train of ideas in the mind, are not also perceived to move, for anything that moves round about in a circle in less time than our ideas are wont to succeed one another in our minds is not perceived to move, but seems to be a perfect entire circle of that matter or color, and not a part of a circle in motion. 9. Hence I leave it to others to judge whether it be not probable that our ideas do, whilst we are awake, succeed one another in our minds at certain distances, not much unlike the images in the inside of a lantern, turned round by the heat of a candle. This appearance of theirs in train, though perhaps it may be sometimes faster and sometimes slower, yet, I guess, varies not very much in a waking man. There seem to be certain bounds to the quickness and slowness of the succession of those ideas, one to another in our minds, beyond which they can neither delay nor hasten. 10. The reason I have for this odd conjecture is from observing that in the impressions made upon any of our senses, we can but to a certain degree perceive any succession, which, if exceeding quick, the sense of succession is lost, even in cases where it is evident that there is a real succession. Let a cannon bullet pass through a room, and in its way take with it any limb or fleshy parts of a man. It is as clear as any demonstration can be that it must strike successively the two sides of the room. It is also evident that it must touch one part of the flesh first, and another after, and so in succession. And yet I believe nobody who ever felt the pain of such a shot, or heard the blow against the two distant walls, could perceive any succession, either in the pain or sound of so swift a stroke. Such a part of duration as this, wherein we perceive no succession, is that which we call an instant, and is that which takes up the time of only one idea in our minds, without the succession of another, wherein therefore we perceive no succession at all. 11. This also happens where the motion is so slow as not to supply a constant train of fresh ideas to the senses, as fast as the mind is capable of receiving new ones into it, and so other ideas of our own thoughts, having room to come into our minds between those offered to our senses by the moving body, there the sense of motion is lost, and the body, though it really moves, yet not changing perceivable distance with some other bodies, as fast as the ideas of our own minds do naturally follow one another in train, the thing seems to stand still, as is evident in the hands of clocks and shadows of sundials, and other constant but slow motions, where, though after certain intervals we perceive by the change of distance that it hath moved, yet the motion itself we perceive not. 12. So that to me it seems that the constant and regular succession of ideas in a waking man is, as it were, the measure and standard of all other successions, whereof if any one either exceeds the pace of our ideas, as where two sounds or pains, etc., take up in their succession the duration of but one idea, or else where any motion or succession is so slow as that it keeps not pace with the ideas in our minds, or the quickness in which they take their turns, as when any one or more ideas in their ordinary course come into our mind, between those which are offered to the sight by the different perceptible distances of a body in motion, or between sounds or smells following one another, there also the sense of a constant continued succession is lost, and we perceive it not, but with certain gaps of rest between. 13. If it be so that the ideas of our minds, whilst we have any there, do constantly change and shift in a continual succession, it would be impossible, may any one say, for a man to think long of any one thing, by which, if it be meant, that a man may have one self-same single idea a long time alone in his mind, without any variation at all, I think, in matter of fact, it is not possible, for which, not knowing how the ideas of our minds are framed, of what materials they are made, whence they have their light, and how they come to make their appearances, I can give no other reason but experience, and I would have any one try whether he can keep one unvaried single idea in his mind without any other for any considerable time together. 14. For trial let him take any figure, any degree of light or whiteness, or what other he pleases, and he will, I suppose, find it difficult to keep all other ideas out of his mind. But that some, either of another kind, or various considerations of that idea, each of which considerations is a new idea, will constantly succeed one another in his thoughts, let him be as wary as he can. 15. All that is in a man's power in this case, I think, is only to mind and observe what the ideas are that take their turns in his understanding, or else to direct the sort, and call in such as he hath the desire or use of, but hinder the constant succession of fresh ones I think he cannot, though he may commonly choose whether he will heedfully observe and consider them. 16. Whether these several ideas in a man's mind be made by certain motions I will not here dispute, but this I am sure, that they include no idea of motion in their appearance, and if a man had not the idea of motion otherwise, I think he would have none at all, which is enough to my present purpose, and sufficiently shows that the notice we take of the ideas of our own minds appearing there one after another is that which gives us the idea of succession and duration, without which we should have no such ideas at all. It is not then motion, but the constant train of ideas in our minds whilst we are waking, that furnishes us with the idea of duration, whereof motion no otherwise gives us any perception than as it causes in our minds a constant succession of ideas, as I have before showed. And we have as clear an idea of succession and duration by the train of other ideas succeeding one another in our minds without the idea of any motion, as by the train of ideas caused by the uninterrupted sensible change of distance between two bodies, which we have from motion, and therefore we should as well have the idea of duration were there no sense of motion at all. 17. Having thus got the idea of duration, the next thing natural for the mind to do is to get some measure of this common duration, whereby it might judge of its different lengths, and consider the distinct order wherein several things exist, without which a great part of our knowledge would be confused, and a great part of history be rendered very useless. This consideration of duration, as set out by certain periods, and marked by certain measures or epochs, is that, I think, which most properly we call time. 18. In the measuring of extension, there is nothing more required but the application of the standard or measure we make use of to the thing, of whose extension we would be informed. But in the measuring of duration this cannot be done, because no two different parts of succession can be put together to measure one another, and nothing being a measure of duration but duration, as nothing is of extension but extension, we cannot keep by us any standing unvarying measure of duration, which consists in a constant fleeting succession, as we can of certain lengths of extension, as inches, feet, yards, etc., marked out in permanent parcels of matter. Nothing then could serve well for a convenient measure of time, but what has divided the whole length of its duration into apparently equal portions, by constantly repeated periods. What portions of duration are not distinguished, or considered as distinguished and measured by such periods, come not so properly under the notion of time, as appears by such phrases as these, viz. Before all time, and when time shall be no more. 19. The diurnal and annual revolutions of the sun, as having been from the beginning of nature constant, regular, and universally observable by all mankind, and supposed equal to one another, have been with reason made use of for the measure of duration. But the distinction of days and years having depended on the motion of the sun, it has brought this mistake with it, that it has been thought that motion and duration were the measure of one another. For men, in the measuring of the length of time, having been accustomed to the ideas of minutes, hours, days, months, years, etc., which they found themselves, upon any mention of time or duration, presently to think on, all which portions of time were measured out by the motion of those heavenly bodies, they were apt to confound time and motion, or at least to think that they had a necessary connection one with another, whereas any constant periodical appearance or alteration of ideas in seemingly equidistant spaces of duration, if constant and universally observable, would have as well distinguished the intervals of time as those that have been made use of. For supposing the sun, which some have taken to be a fire, had been lighted up at the same distance of time that it now every day comes about to the same meridian, and then gone out again about 12 hours after, and that in the space of an annual revolution it had sensibly increased in brightness and heat, and so decreased again, would not such regular appearances serve to measure out the distances of duration to all that could observe it, as well without as with motion? For if the appearances were constant, universally observable, and in equidistant periods, they would serve mankind for measure of time as well, were the motion away. 20. For the freezing of water, or the blowing of a plant, returning at equidistant periods in all parts of the earth, would as well serve men to reckon their years by, as the motions of the sun. And in effect we see that some people in America counted their years by the coming of certain birds amongst them at their certain seasons, and leaving them at others. For a fit of an ague, the sense of hunger or thirst, a smell or a taste, or any other idea returning constantly at equidistant periods, and making itself universally be taken notice of, would not fail to measure out the course of succession, and distinguish the distances of time. Thus we see that men born blind count time well enough by years whose revolutions yet they cannot distinguish by motions that they perceive not. And I ask whether a blind man, who distinguished his years either by the heat of summer or cold of winter, by the smell of any flower of the spring, or taste of any fruit of the autumn, would not have a better measure of time than the Romans had before the reformation of their calendar by Julius Caesar, or many other people, whose years, notwithstanding the motion of the sun, which they pretend to make use of, are very irregular. And it adds no small difficulty to chronology that the exact lengths of the years that several nations counted by are hard to be known, they differing very much one from another, and I think I may say all of them from the precise motion of the sun. And if the sun moved from the creation to the flood, constantly in the equator, and so equally dispersed its light and heat to all the habitable parts of the earth, in days all of the same length, without its annual variations to the tropics, as a late ingenious author supposes, I do not think it very easy to imagine that, notwithstanding the motion of the sun, men should in the antediluvian world, from the beginning, count by years, or measure their time by periods that had no sensible marks very obvious to distinguish them by. 21. But perhaps it will be said, without a regular motion, such as of the sun or some other, how could it ever be known that such periods were equal? To which I answer, the equality of any other returning appearances might be known by the same way that that of days was known, or presumed to be so at first, which was only by judging of them by the train of ideas which had passed in men's minds in the intervals, by which train of ideas discovering inequality in the natural days, but none in the artificial days, or nykthemera, were guessed to be equal, which was sufficient to make them serve for a measure, though exacter search has since discovered inequality in the diurnal revolutions of the sun, and we know not whether the annual also be not unequal. These yet, by their presumed and apparent equality, serve as well to reckon time by, though not to measure the parts of duration exactly, as if they could be proved to be exactly equal. We must therefore carefully distinguish betwixt duration itself and the measures we make use of to judge of its length. Duration in itself is to be considered as going on in one constant, equal, uniform course, but none of the measures of it, which we make use of, can be known to do so, nor can we be assured that their assigned parts or periods are equal in duration one to another, for two successive lengths of duration, however measured, can never be demonstrated to be equal. The motion of the sun, which the world used so long and so confidently for an exact measure of duration, has, as I said, been found in its several parts unequal, and though men have of late made use of a pendulum as a more steady and regular motion than that of the sun, or to speak more truly, of the earth, yet if anyone should be asked how he certainly knows that the two successive swings of a pendulum are equal, it would be very hard to satisfy him that they are infallibly so, since we cannot be sure that the cause of that motion, which is unknown to us, shall always operate equally, and we are sure that the medium in which the pendulum moves is not constantly the same, either of which varying may alter the equality of such periods, and thereby destroy the certainty and exactness of the measure by motion, as well as any other periods of other appearances, the notion of duration still remaining clear, though our measures of it cannot any of them be demonstrated to be exact. Since then no two portions of succession can be brought together, it is impossible ever certainly to know their equality. All that we can do for a measure of time is to take such as have continual successive appearances at seemingly equidistant periods, of which seeming equality we have no other measure, but such as the train of our own ideas have lodged in our memories, with a concurrence of other probable reasons to persuade us of their equality. 22. One thing seems strange to me, that whilst all men manifestly measured time by the motion of the great invisible bodies of the world, time yet should be defined to be the measure of motion, whereas it is obvious to everyone who reflects ever so little on it, that to measure motion, space is as necessary to be considered as time, and those who look a little farther will find also the bulk of the thing moved necessary to be taken into the computation by anyone who will estimate or measure motion so as to judge right of it. Nor indeed does motion any otherwise conduce to the measuring of duration than as it constantly brings about the return of certain sensible ideas in seeming equidistant periods. For if the motion of the sun were as unequal as if a ship driven by unsteady winds, sometimes very slow, and at others irregularly very swift, or if being constantly equally swift, it yet was not circular, and produced not the same appearances, it would not at all help us to measure time, any more than the seeming unequal motion of a comet does. 23. Minutes, hours, days, and years are then no more necessary to time or duration than inches, feet, yards, and miles, marked out in any matter, are to extension. For though we in this part of the universe, by the constant use of them, as of periods set out by the revolutions of the sun, or as known parts of such periods, have fixed the ideas of such lengths of duration in our minds, which we apply to all parts of time, whose lengths we would consider, yet there may be other parts of the universe, where they no more use these measures of ours, than in Japan they do our inches, feet, or miles. But yet something analogous to them there must be. For without some regular periodical returns, we could not measure ourselves, or signify to others the length of any duration, though at the same time the world were as full of motion as it is now, but no part of it disposed into regular and apparently equidistant revolutions. But the different measures that may be made use of for the account of time do not at all alter the notion of duration, which is the thing to be measured, no more than the different standards of a foot and a cubit alter the notion of extension to those who make use of those different measures. 24. The mind having once got such a measure of time as the annual revolution of the sun, can apply that measure to duration, wherein that measure itself did not exist, and with which, in the reality of its being, it had nothing to do. For should one say that Abraham was born in the 2712th year of the Julian period, it is altogether as intelligible as reckoning from the beginning of the world, though there were so far back no motion of the sun, nor any motion at all. For though the Julian period be supposed to begin several hundred years before there were really either days, nights, or years marked out by any revolutions of the sun, yet we reckon as right, and thereby measure durations as well, as if really at that time the sun had existed, and kept the same ordinary motion it doth now. The idea of duration equal to an annual revolution of the sun is as easily applicable in our thoughts to duration where no sun or motion was, as the idea of a foot or yard, taken from bodies here, can be applied in our thoughts to distances beyond the confines of the world, where are no bodies at all. 25. For supposing it were 5,639 miles, or millions of miles, from this place to the remotest body of the universe, for being finite, it must be at a certain distance, as we suppose it to be 5,639 years from this time to the first existence of any body in the beginning of the world. We can in our thoughts apply this measure of a year to duration before the creation, or beyond the duration of bodies or motion, as we can this measure of a mile to space beyond the utmost bodies, and by the one measure duration where there was no motion, as well as by the other measure space in our thoughts where there is no body. 26. If it be objected to me here, that in this way of explaining of time I have begged what I should not, viz. That the world is neither eternal nor infinite, I answer that to my present purpose it is not needful, in this place, to make use of arguments to evince the world to be finite, both in duration and extension. But it being at least as conceivable as the contrary, I have certainly the liberty to suppose it, as well as any one hath to suppose the contrary. And I doubt not, but that every one that will go about it may easily conceive in his mind the beginning of motion, though not of all duration, and so may come to a stop and non ultra in his consideration of motion. So also in his thoughts he may set limits to body and the extension belonging to it, but not to space where no body is, the utmost bounds of space and duration being beyond the reach of thought, as well as the utmost bounds of number are beyond the largest comprehension of the mind, and all for the same reason, as we shall see in another place. 27. By the same means, therefore, and from the same original that we come to have the idea of time, we have also that idea which we call eternity, viz. Having got the idea of succession and duration, by reflecting on the train of our own ideas, caused in us either by the natural appearances of those ideas, coming constantly of themselves into our waking thoughts, or else caused by external objects successively affecting our senses, and having from the revolutions of the sun got the ideas of certain lengths of duration, we can in our thoughts add such lengths of duration to one another, as often as we please, and apply them so added to durations past or to come. And this we can continue to do on, without bounds or limits, and proceed in infinitum, and apply thus the length of the annual motion of the sun to duration, supposed before the sun's or any other motion had its being, which is no more difficult or absurd than to apply the notion I have of the moving of a shadow of 1 hour today upon the sundial to the duration of something last night, v.g. the burning of a candle, which is now absolutely separate from all actual motion. And it is as impossible for the duration of that flame for an hour last night to coexist with any motion that now is, or for ever shall be, as for any part of duration that was before the beginning of the world to coexist with the motion of the sun now. But yet this hinders not, but that having the idea of the length of the motion of the shadow on a dial between the marks of 2 hours, I can as distinctly measure in my thoughts the duration of that candlelight last night as I can the duration of anything that does now exist, and it is no more than to think that had the sun shone then on the dial, and moved after the same rate it doth now, the shadow on the dial would have passed from 1 hour line to another, whilst that flame of the candle lasted. 28. The notion of an hour, day, or year being only the idea I have of the length of certain periodical regular motions, neither of which motions do ever all at once exist, but only in the ideas I have of them in my memory, derived from my senses or reflection, I can with the same ease, and for the same reason, apply it in my thoughts to duration antecedent to all manner of motion, as well as to any thing that is but a minute or a day antecedent to the motion that at this very moment the sun is in. All things past are equally and perfectly at rest, and to this way of consideration of them are all one, whether they were before the beginning of the world, or but yesterday, the measuring of any duration by some motion depending not at all on the real coexistence of that thing to that motion, or any other periods of revolution, but the having a clear idea of the length of some periodical known motion, or other intervals of duration in my mind, and applying that to the duration of the thing I would measure. 29. Hence we see that some men imagine the duration of the world, from its first existence to this present year 1689, to have been 5,639 years, or equal to 5,639 annual revolutions of the sun, and others a great deal more, as the Egyptians of old, who in the time of Alexander counted 23,000 years from the reign of the sun, and the Chinese now, who account the world 3,269,000 years old or more, which longer duration of the world, according to their computation, though I should not believe to be true, yet I can equally imagine it with them, and as truly understand, and say one is longer than the other, as I understand that Methuselem's life was longer than Enoch's. And if the common reckoning of 5,639 should be true, as it may be as well as any other assigned, it hinders not at all my imagining what others mean when they make the world 1,000 years older, since everyone may with the same facility imagine, I do not say believe, the world to be 50,000 years old, as 5,639, and may as well conceive the duration of 50,000 years as 5,639. Whereby it appears that to the measuring the duration of any thing by time, it is not requisite that that thing should be coexistent to the motion we measure by, or any other periodical revolution, but it suffices to this purpose that we have the idea of the length of any regular periodical appearances which we can in our minds apply to duration, with which the motion or appearance never coexisted. 30. For as in the history of the creation, delivered by Moses, I can imagine that light existed 3 days before the sun was, or had any motion, barely by thinking that the duration of light, before the sun was created, was so long as, if the sun had moved then, as it doth now, would have been equal to 3 of his diurnal revolutions. So by the same way I can have an idea of the chaos, or angels being created, before there was either light, or any continued motion, a minute, an hour, a day, a year, or 1,000 years. For if I can but consider duration equal to 1 minute, before either the being or motion of any body, I can add 1 minute more till I come to 60. And by the same way of adding minutes, hours, or years, i.e. such or such parts of the sun's revolutions, or any other period, whereof I have the idea, proceed in infinitum, and suppose a duration exceeding as many such periods as I can reckon, let me add whilst I will, which I think is the notion we have of eternity, of whose infinity we have no other notion than we have of the infinity of number, to which we can add forever, without end. 31. And thus I think it is plain that from those 2 fountains of all knowledge before mentioned, viz. Reflection and sensation, we get ideas of duration, and the measures of it. For first, by observing what passes in our minds, how our ideas there in train constantly some vanish, and others begin to appear, we come by the idea of succession. Secondly, by observing a distance in the parts of this succession, we get the idea of duration. Thirdly, by sensation observing certain appearances, at certain regular and seeming equidistant periods, we get the ideas of certain lengths or measures of duration, as minutes, hours, days, years, etc. Fourthly, by being able to repeat those measures of time, or ideas of stated length of duration in our minds, as often as we will, we can come to imagine duration where nothing does really endure or exist, and thus we imagine tomorrow, next year, or 7 years hence. Fifthly, by being able to repeat ideas of any length of time, as of a minute, a year, or an age, as often as we will in our own thoughts, and adding them one to another, without ever coming to the end of such addition any nearer than we can to the end of number, to which we can always add, we come by the idea of eternity, as the future eternal duration of our souls, as well as the eternity of that infinite being, which must necessarily have always existed. Sixthly, by considering any part of infinite duration, as set out by periodical measures, we come by the idea of what we call time in general. End of section 9.
Section 10 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emanuel Zornberg. Chapter 15 of Duration and Expansion Considered Together. 1. Though we have in the precedent chapters dwelt pretty long on the considerations of space and duration, yet they being ideas of general concernment that have something very abstruse and peculiar in their nature, the comparing them one with another may perhaps be of use for their illustration, and we may have the more clear and distinct conception of them, by taking a view of them together. Distance or space, in its simple abstract conception, to avoid confusion, I call expansion, to distinguish it from extension, which by some is used to express this distance only as it is in the solid parts of matter, and so includes, or at least intimates, the idea of body, whereas the idea of pure distance includes no such thing. I prefer also the word expansion to space, because space is often applied to distance of fleeting successive parts, which never exist together, as well as to those which are permanent. In both these, viz., expansion and duration, the mind has this common idea of continued lengths, capable of greater or less quantities, for a man has as clear an idea of the difference of the length of an hour and a day as of an inch and a foot. 2. The mind, having got the idea of the length of any part of expansion, let it be a span, or a pace, or what length you will, can, as has been said, repeat that idea, and so, adding it to the former, enlarge its idea of length, and make it equal to 2 spans, or 2 paces, and so as often as it will, till it equals the distance of any parts of the earth one from another, and increase thus till it amounts to the distance of the sun, or remotest star. By such a progression as this, setting out from the place where it is, or any other place, it can proceed and pass beyond all those lengths, and find nothing to stop its going on, either in or without body. It is true, we can easily in our thoughts come to the end of solid extension. The extremity and bounds of all body we have no difficulty to arrive at. But when the mind is there, it finds nothing to hinder its progress into this endless expansion. Of that it can neither find nor conceive any end. Nor let any one say that beyond the bounds of body there is nothing at all, unless he will confine God within the limits of matter. Solomon, whose understanding was filled and enlarged with wisdom, seems to have other thoughts when he says, "Heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain thee." And he, I think, very much magnifies to himself the capacity of his own understanding, who persuades himself that he can extend his thoughts farther than God exists, or imagine any expansion where he is not. 3. Just so is it in duration. The mind, having got the idea of any length of duration, can double, multiply, and enlarge it, not only beyond its own, but beyond the existence of all corporeal beings, and all the measures of time taken from the great bodies of the world, and their motions. But yet every one easily admits that though we make duration boundless, as certainly it is, we cannot yet extend it beyond all being. God, every one easily allows, fills eternity, and it is hard to find a reason why anyone should doubt that he likewise fills immensity. His infinite being is certainly as boundless one way as another, and methinks it ascribes a little too much to matter, to say, where there is no body, there is nothing. 4. Hence, I think we may learn the reason why every one familiarly, and without the least hesitation, speaks of and supposes eternity, and sticks not to ascribe infinity to duration. But it is with more doubting and reserve that many admit or suppose the infinity of space. The reason whereof seems to me to be this, that duration and extension being used as names of affections belonging to other beings, we easily conceive in God infinite duration, and we cannot avoid doing so, but not attributing to him extension, but only to matter, which is finite, we are apter to doubt the existence of expansion without matter, of which alone we commonly suppose it an attribute. And therefore, when men pursue their thoughts of space, they are apt to stop at the confines of body, as if space were there at an end too, and reached no farther. Or if their ideas upon consideration carry them farther, yet they term what is beyond the limits of the universe imaginary space, as if it were nothing, because there is no body existing in it, whereas duration, antecedent to all body, and to the motions which it is measured by, they never term imaginary, because it is never supposed void of some other real existence. And if the names of things may at all direct our thoughts towards the originals of men's ideas, as I am apt to think they may very much, one may have occasion to think by the name duration, that the continuation of existence, with a kind of resistance to any destructive force, and the continuation of solidity, which is apt to be confounded with, and, if we will look into the minute anatomical parts of matter, is little different from hardness, were thought to have some analogy, and gave occasion to words so near of kin as durare and durum esse, and that durare is applied to the idea of hardness, as well as that of existence, we see in Horace, Epod. 16, ferro duravit secula. But be that as it will, this is certain, that whoever pursues his own thoughts will find them sometimes launch out beyond the extent of body into the infinity of space or expansion, the idea whereof is distinct and separate from body and all other things, which may, to those who please, be a subject of farther meditation. 5. Time in general is to duration as place to expansion. They are so much of those boundless oceans of eternity and immensity, as is set out and distinguished from the rest, as it were by landmarks, and so are made use of to denote the position of finite real beings, in respect one to another, in those uniform infinite oceans of duration and space. These rightly considered are only ideas of determinate distances, from certain known points fixed in distinguishable sensible things, and supposed to keep the same distance one from another. From such points fixed in sensible beings we reckon, and from them we measure our portions of those infinite quantities, which, so considered, are that which we call time and place. For duration and space being in themselves uniform and boundless, the order and position of things, without such known settled points, would be lost in them, and all things would lie jumbled in an incurable confusion. 6. Time and place, taken thus for determinate distinguishable portions of those infinite abysses of space and duration, set out, or supposed to be distinguished from the rest by marks, and known boundaries, have each of them a twofold acceptation. First, time in general is commonly taken for so much of infinite duration as is measured by, and coexistent with, the existence and motions of the great bodies of the universe, as far as we know anything of them. And in this sense, time begins and ends with the frame of this sensible world, as in these phrases before mentioned, before all time, or when time shall be no more. Place, likewise, is taken sometimes for that portion of infinite space which is possessed by and comprehended within the material world, and is thereby distinguished from the rest of expansion, though this may more properly be called extension than place. Within these two are confined, and by the observable parts of them are measured and determined the particular time or duration, and the particular extension and place of all corporeal beings. 7. Secondly, sometimes the word time is used in a larger sense, and is applied to parts of that infinite duration, not that were really distinguished and measured out by this real existence, and periodical motions of bodies that were appointed from the beginning to be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and years, and are accordingly our measures of time. But such other portions, too, of that infinite uniform duration, which we, upon any occasion, do suppose equal to certain lengths of measured time, and so consider them as bounded and determined. For if we should suppose the creation or fall of the angels was at the beginning of the Julian period, we should speak properly enough, and should be understood if we said, it is a longer time since the creation of angels than the creation of the world, by 7,640 years, whereby we would mark out so much of that undistinguished duration as we suppose equal to, and would have admitted 7,640 annual revolutions of the sun, moving at the rate it now does. And thus, likewise, we sometimes speak of place, distance, or bulk, in the great inane beyond the confines of the world, when we consider so much of that space as is equal to, or capable to receive a body of any assigned dimensions, as a cubic foot, or do suppose a point in it at such a certain distance from any part of the universe. 8. Where and when are questions belonging to all finite existences, and are by us always reckoned from some known parts of this sensible world, and from some certain epochs marked out to us by the motions observable in it. Without some such fixed parts or periods, the order of things would be lost to our finite understandings, in the boundless invariable oceans of duration and expansion, which comprehend in them all finite beings, and in their full extent belong only to the Deity. And therefore we are not to wonder that we comprehend them not, and do so often find our thoughts at a loss, when we would consider them either abstractly in themselves, or as any way attributed to the first incomprehensible being. But when applied to any particular finite beings, the extension of any body is so much of that infinite space as the bulk of the body takes up, and place is the position of any body, when considered at a certain distance from some other. As the idea of the particular duration of anything is an idea of that portion of infinite duration which passes during the existence of that thing, so the time when the thing existed is the idea of that space of duration which passed between some known and fixed period of duration and the being of that thing. One shows the distance of the extremities of the bulk or existence of the same thing, as that it is a foot square, or lasted 2 years. The other shows the distance of it in place, or existence, from other fixed points of space or duration, as that it was in the middle of Lincoln's Inn Fields, or the first degree of Taurus, and in the year of our Lord 1671, or the 1000 year of the Julian period. All which distances we measure by preconceived ideas of certain lengths of space and duration, as inches, feet, miles, and degrees, and in the other, minutes, days, and years, etc. 9. There is one thing more wherein space and duration have a great conformity, and that is, though they are justly reckoned amongst our simple ideas, yet none of the distinct ideas we have of either is without all manner of composition. Footnote. It has been objected to Mr. Locke that if space consists of parts, as it is confessed in this place, he should not have reckoned it in the number of simple ideas, because it seems to be inconsistent with what he says elsewhere, that a simple idea is uncompounded, and contains in it nothing but one uniform appearance or conception of the mind, and is not distinguishable into different ideas. It is farther objected that Mr. Locke has not given in the 11th chapter of the 2nd book, where he begins to speak of simple ideas, an exact definition of what he understands by the word simple ideas. To these difficulties Mr. Locke answers thus. To begin with the last, he declares, that he has not treated his subject in an order perfectly scholastic, having not had much familiarity with those sorts of books during the writing of his, and not remembering at all the method in which they are written, and therefore his readers ought not to expect definitions regularly placed at the beginning of each new subject. Mr. Locke contents himself to employ the principal terms that he uses, so that from his use of them the reader may easily comprehend what he means by them. But with respect to the term simple idea, he has had the good luck to define that in the place cited in the objection, and therefore there is no reason to supply that defect. The question then is to know whether the idea of extension agrees with this definition, which will effectually agree to it, if it be understood in the sense which Mr. Locke had principally in his view. For that composition which he designed to exclude in that definition was a composition of different ideas in the mind, and not a composition of the same kind in a thing whose essence consists in having parts of the same kind, where you can never come to a part entirely exempted from this composition. So that if the idea of extension consists in having parts extra parts, as the schools speak, it is always, in the sense of Mr. Locke, a simple idea, because the idea of having parts extra parts cannot be resolved into two other ideas. For the remainder of the objection made to Mr. Locke, with respect to the nature of extension, Mr. Locke was aware of it, as may be seen in 9, chapter 15 of the 2nd book, where he says that the least portion of space or extension, whereof we have a clear and distinct idea, may perhaps be the fittest to be considered by us as a simple idea of that kind, out of which our complex modes of space and extension are made up. So that, according to Mr. Locke, it may very fitly be called a simple idea, since it is the least idea of space that the mind can form to itself, and that cannot be divided by the mind into any less, whereof it has in itself any determined perception. From whence it follows that it is to the mind one simple idea, and that is sufficient to take away this objection. For it is not the design of Mr. Locke, in this place, to discourse of anything but concerning the idea of the mind. But if this is not sufficient to clear the difficulty, Mr. Locke hath nothing more to add, but that if the idea of extension is so peculiar that it cannot exactly agree with the definition that he has given of those simple ideas, so that it differs in some manner from all others of that kind, he thinks it is better to leave it there exposed to this difficulty than to make a new division in his favor. It is enough for Mr. Locke that his meaning can be understood. It is very common to observe intelligible discourses spoiled by too much subtlety in nice divisions. We ought to put things together as well as we can, doctrinae causa. But after all, several things will not be bundled up together under our terms and ways of speaking. End of footnote. It is the very nature of both of them to consist of parts, but their parts being all of the same kind, and without the mixture of any other idea, hinder them not from having a place amongst simple ideas. Could the mind, as in number, come to so small a part of extension or duration as excluded divisibility, that would be, as it were, the indivisible unit or idea, by repetition of which it would make its more enlarged ideas of extension and duration. But since the mind is not able to frame an idea of any space without parts, instead thereof it makes use of the common measures, which by familiar use in each country have imprinted themselves on the memory, as inches and feet, or cubits and parasangs, and so seconds, minutes, hours, days, and years in duration. The mind makes use, I say, of such ideas as these, as simple ones, and these are the component parts of larger ideas, which the mind, upon occasion, makes by the addition of such known lengths which it is acquainted with. On the other side, the ordinary smallest measure we have of either is looked on as an unit in number, when the mind by division would reduce them into less fractions, though on both sides, both in addition and division, either of space or duration, when the idea under consideration becomes very big or very small, its precise bulk becomes very obscure and confused, and it is the number of its repeated additions or divisions that alone remains clear and distinct, as will easily appear to any one who will let his thoughts loose in the vast expansion of space or divisibility of matter. Every part of duration is duration too, and every part of extension is extension, both of them capable of addition or division in infinitum. But the least portions of either of them, whereof we have clear and distinct ideas, may perhaps be fittest to be considered by us as the simple ideas of that kind, out of which our complex modes of space, extension, and duration are made up, and into which they can again be distinctly revolved. Such a small part of duration may be called a moment, and is the time of one idea in our minds in the train of their ordinary succession there. The other, wanting a proper name, I know not whether I may be allowed to call a sensible point, meaning thereby the least particle of matter or space we can discern, which is ordinarily about a minute, and to the sharpest eyes seldom less than 30 seconds of a circle, whereof the eye is the center. 10. Expansion and duration have this farther agreement, that though they are both considered by us as having parts, yet their parts are not separable one from another, no, not even in thought. Though the parts of bodies, from whence we take our measure of the one, and the parts of motion, or rather the succession of ideas in our minds, from whence we take the measure of the other, may be interrupted and separated, as the one is often by rest, and the other is by sleep, which we call rest too. 11. But there is this manifest difference between them, that the ideas of length, which we have of expansion, are turned every way, and so make figure, and breadth, and thickness. But duration is but as it were the length of one straight line, extended in infinitum, not capable of multiplicity, variation, or figure, but is one common measure of all existence whatsoever, wherein all things, whilst they exist, equally partake. For this present moment is common to all things that are now in being, and equally comprehends that part of their existence, as much as if they were all but one single being, and we may truly say, they all exist in the same moment of time. Whether angels and spirits have any analogy to this, in respect to expansion, is beyond my comprehension, and perhaps for us, who have understandings and comprehensions suited to our own preservation, and the ends of our own being, but not to the reality and extent of all other beings, it is near as hard to conceive any existence, or to have an idea of any real being with a perfect negation of all manner of expansion, as it is to have the idea of any real existence with a perfect negation of all manner of duration. And therefore what spirits have to do with space, or how they communicate in it, we know not. All that we know is, that bodies do each singly possess its proper portion of it, according to the extent of solid parts, and thereby exclude all other bodies from having any share in that particular portion of space, whilst it remains there. 12. Duration and time, which is a part of it, is the idea we have of perishing distance, of which no two parts exist together, but follow each other in succession. As expansion is the idea of lasting distance, all whose parts exist together and are not capable of succession. And therefore, though we cannot conceive any duration without succession, nor can put it together in our thoughts, that any being does now exist tomorrow, or possess at once more than the present moment of duration, yet we can conceive the eternal duration of the Almighty far different from that of man, or any other finite being, Because man comprehends not in his knowledge or power all past and future things, his thoughts are but of yesterday, and he knows not what tomorrow will bring forth. What is once past he can never recall, and what is yet to come he cannot make present. What I say of man, I say of all finite beings, who, though they may far exceed man in knowledge and power, yet are no more than the meanest creature, in comparison with God himself. Finite of any magnitude holds not any proportion to infinite. God's infinite duration being accompanied with infinite knowledge and infinite power, he sees all things past and to come, and they are no more distant from his knowledge, no farther removed from his sight, than the present. They all lie under the same view, and there is nothing which he cannot make exist each moment he pleases. For the existence of all things depending upon his good pleasure, all things exist every moment that he thinks fit to have them exist. To conclude, expansion and duration do mutually embrace and comprehend each other, every part of space being in every part of duration, and every part of duration in every part of expansion. Such a combination of two distinct ideas is, I suppose, scarce to be found in all that great variety we do or can conceive, and may afford matter to farther speculation. End of section 10.
Section 11 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. Of Number. 1. Amongst all the ideas we have, as there is none suggested to the mind by more ways, so there is none more simple than that of unity, or one. It has no shadow of variety or composition in it. Every object our senses are employed about, every idea in our understandings, every thought of our minds, brings this idea along with it, and therefore it is the most intimate to our thoughts, as well as it is, in its agreement to all other things, the most universal idea we have. For number applies itself to men, angels, actions, thoughts, everything that either doth exist or can be imagined. 2. By repeating this idea in our minds and adding the repetitions together, we come by the complex ideas of the modes of it. Thus, by adding 1 to 1, we have the complex idea of a couple. By putting 12 units together, we have the complex idea of a dozen, and so of a score, or a million, or any other number. 3. The simple modes of numbers are of all other the most distinct. Every the least variation, which is in units, making each combination as clearly different from that which approacheth nearest to it as the most remote, 2 being as distinct from 1 as 200, and the idea of 2 as distinct from the idea of 3 as the magnitude of the whole earth is from that of a mite. This is not so in other simple modes, in which it is not so easy, nor perhaps possible for us to distinguish betwixt two approaching ideas, which yet are really different. For who will undertake to find a difference between the white of this paper and that of the next degree to it, or can form distinct ideas of every the last excess and extension? 4. The clearness and distinctness of each mode of number from all others, even those that approach nearest, make me apt to think that demonstrations in numbers, if they are not more evident and exact in extension, yet they are more general in their use, and more determinate in their application. Because the ideas of numbers are more precise and distinguishable than in extension, where every equality and excess are not so easy to be observed or measured, because our thoughts cannot in space arrive at any determined smallness, beyond which it cannot go, as in units, and therefore the quantity or proportion of any the least excess cannot be discovered, which is clear otherwise in number, where, as has been said, 91 is as distinguishable from 90 as from 9,000, though 91 be the next immediate excess to 90. But it is not so in extension, where whatsoever is more than just a foot or an inch is not distinguishable from the standard of a foot or an inch, and in lines which appear of an equal length, one may be longer than the other by innumerable parts, nor can anyone assign an angle which shall be the next biggest to a right one. 5. By the repeating, as has been said, the idea of an unit, and joining it to another unit, we make thereof one collective idea, marked by the name 2. And whosoever can do this, and proceed on still, adding one more to the last collective idea which he had of any number, and give a name to it, may count, or have ideas for several collections of units, distinguished one from another, as far as he hath a series of names for following numbers, and a memory to retain that series, with their several names. All numeration being but still the adding of one unit more, and giving to the whole together, as comprehended in one idea, a new or distinct name or sign, whereby to know it from those before and after, and distinguish it from every smaller or greater multitude of units. So that he that can add one to one, and so to two, and so go on with this tale, taking still with him the distinct names belonging to every progression, and so again, by subtracting an unit from each collection, retreat and lessen them, is capable of all the ideas of numbers within the compass of his language, or for which he hath names, though not perhaps of more. For the several simple modes of numbers, being in our minds but so many combinations of units, which have no variety, nor are capable of any other difference from more or less, names or marks for each distinct combination seem more necessary than in any other sort of ideas. For without such names or marks, we can hardly well make use of numbers in reckoning, especially where the combination is made up of a great multitude of units, which put together without a name or mark to distinguish that precise collection, will hardly be kept from being a heap in confusion. 6. This I think to be the reason why some Americans I have spoken with, who were otherwise of quick and rational parts enough, could not, as we do, by any means count to 1,000, nor had any distinct idea of that number, though they could reckon very well to 20, because their language being scanty and accommodated only to the few necessaries of a needy, simple life, unacquainted either with trade or mathematics, had no words in it to stand for 1,000. So that when they were discoursed with those of great numbers, they would show the hairs of their head, to express a great multitude which they could not number, which inability, I suppose, proceeded from their want of names. The Tuapanambos had no names for numbers above 5. Any number beyond that they made out by showing their fingers, and the fingers of others who were present, and I doubt not but we ourselves might distinctly number in words a great deal farther than we usually do, would we find out but some fit denomination to signify them by. Whereas in the way we take now to name them by millions of millions of millions, it is hard to go beyond 18, or at most 4 and 20 decimal progressions without confusion. But to show how much distinct names conduce to our well reckoning or having useful ideas of numbers, let us set all these following figures in one continued line as the marks of one number, v.g. nonillions, octillions, septillions, sextillions, quintillions, quadrillions, trillions, billions, millions, units. The ordinary way of naming this number in English will be the often repeating of millions 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 of millions, which is the denomination of the second 6 figures, in which way it will be very hard to have any distinguishing notions of this number, but whether, by giving every 6 figures a new and ordinary denomination, these, and perhaps a great many more figures in progression, might not easily be counted distinctly, and ideas of them both got more easily to ourselves, and more plainly signified to others, I leave it to be considered. This I mention only to show how necessary distinct names are to numbering, without pretending to introduce new ones of my invention. 7. Thus children, either for want of names to mark the several progressions of numbers, or not having yet the faculty to collect scattered ideas into complex ones, and range them in a regular order, and so retain them in their memories as is necessary to reckoning, do not begin to number very early, nor proceed in it very far or steadily, till a good while after they are well furnished with good store of other ideas. And one may often observe them discourse and reason pretty well, and have very clear conceptions of several other things, before they can call 20. And some, through the default of their memories, who cannot retain the several combinations of numbers with their names annexed in their distinct orders, and the dependence of so long a train of numeral progressions, and their relation one to another, are not able all their lifetime to reckon or regularly go over any moderate series of numbers. For he that will count to 20, or have any idea of that number, must know that 19 went before, with the distinct name or sign of every one of them, as they stand marked in their order. For wherever this fails, a gap is made, the chain breaks, and the progress in numbering can go no farther. So that to reckon right, it is required, 1. That the mind distinguish carefully two ideas which are different from one another only by the addition or subtraction of one unit. 2. That it retain in memory the names or marks of the several combinations from an unit to that number, and that not confusedly and at random, but in that exact order, that the numbers follow one another, in either of which, if it trips, the whole business of numbering will be disturbed, and there will remain only the confused idea of multitude, but the ideas necessary to distinct numeration will not be attained to. 8. This farther is observable in numbers, that it is that which the mind makes use of in measuring all things that by us are measurable, which principally are expansion and duration, and our idea of infinity, even when applied to those, seems to be nothing but the infinity of number. For what else are our ideas of eternity and immensity but the repeated additions of certain ideas of imagined parts of duration and expansion, with the infinity of number in which we can come to no end of addition? For such an inexhaustible stock, number, of all other our ideas, most clearly furnishes us with, as is obvious to everyone. For let a man collect into one sum as great a number as he pleases, this multitude, how great soever, lessens not one jot the power of adding to it, or brings him any nearer the end of the inexhaustible stock of number, where still there remains as much to be added as if none were taken out. And this endless addition, or addability, if any one like the word better, of numbers so apparent to the mind, is that, I think, which gives us the clearest and most distinct idea of infinity, of which more in the following chapter. End of section 11. Recorded by Joseph Hottinger.
Section 12 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17 of Infinity. 1. He that would know what kind of idea it is to which we give the name of infinity cannot do it better than by considering to what infinity is by the mind more immediately attributed, and then how the mind comes to frame it. Finite and infinite seem to me to be looked upon by the mind as the modes of quantity, and to be attributed primarily in their first designation only to those things which have parts, and are capable of increase or diminution by the addition or subtraction of any of the least part. And such are the ideas of space, duration, and number, which we have considered in the foregoing chapters. It is true that we cannot but be assured that the great God, of whom and from whom are all things, is incomprehensibly infinite. But yet, when we apply to that first and supreme Being our idea of infinite in our weak and narrow thoughts, we do it primarily in respect to his duration and ubiquity, and I think more figuratively to his power, wisdom, and goodness, and other attributes, which are properly inexhaustible and incomprehensible, etc. For when we call them infinite, we have no other idea of this infinity but what carries with it some reflection on and imitation of that number or extent of the acts or objects of God's power, wisdom, and goodness, which can never be supposed so great or so many, which these attributes will not always surmount and exceed. Let us multiply them in our thoughts as far as we can, with all the infinity of endless number. I do not pretend to say how these attributes are in God, who is infinitely beyond the reach of our narrow capacities. They do without doubt contain in them all possible perfection, but this, I say, is our way of conceiving them, and these our ideas of their infinity. 2. Finite, then, and infinite being by the mind looked on as modifications of expansion and duration, the next thing to be considered is how the mind comes by them. As for the idea of finite, there is no great difficulty. The obvious portions of extension that affect our senses carry with them into the mind the idea of finite, and the ordinary periods of succession whereby we measure time and duration, as hours, days, and years, are bounded lengths. The difficulty is how we come by those boundless ideas of eternity and immensity, since the objects we converse with come so much short of any approach or proportion to that largeness. 3. Every one that has any idea of any stated lengths of space, as a foot, finds that he can repeat that idea, and joining it to the former, make the idea of 2 feet, and by the addition of a third, 3 feet, and so on, without ever coming to an end of his addition, whether of the same idea of a foot, or if he pleases of doubling it, or any other idea he has of any length, as a mile, or diameter of the earth, or the orbis magnus, for whichsoever of these he takes, and how often soever he doubles, or any otherwise multiplies it, he finds that after he has continued this doubling in his thoughts, and enlarged his idea as much as he pleases, he has no more reason to stop, nor is one jot nearer the end of such addition than he was at first setting out. The power of enlarging his idea of space by farther additions remaining still the same, he hence takes the idea of infinite space. 4. This, I think, is the way whereby the mind gets the idea of infinite space. It is a quite different consideration to examine whether the mind has the idea of such a boundless space actually existing, since our ideas are not always proof of the existence of things, but yet, since this comes here in our way, I suppose I may say that we are apt to think that space in itself is actually boundless, to which imagination the idea of space, or expansion of itself, naturally leads us. For it being considered by us either as the extension of body, or as existing by itself without any solid matter taking it up, for of such a void space we have not only the idea, but I have proved, as I think, from the motion of body, its necessary existence. It is impossible the mind should be ever able to find or suppose any end of it, or be stopped anywhere in its progress in this space, how far soever it extends its thoughts. Any bounds made with body, even adamantine walls, are so far from putting a stop to the mind in its farther progress in space and extension, that it rather facilitates and enlarges it. For so far as that body reaches, so far no one can doubt of extension. And when we are come to the utmost extremity of body, what is there that can be put a stop, and satisfy the mind that it is at the end of space, when it perceives that it is not? Nay, when it is satisfied that body itself can move into it. For if it be necessary for the motion of body that there should be an empty space, though ever so little, here amongst bodies, and if it be possible for body to move in or through that empty space, nay, it is impossible for any particle of matter to move but into an empty space, the same possibility of a body's moving into a void space beyond the utmost bounds of body, as well as into a void space interspersed amongst bodies, will always remain clear and evident. The idea of empty pure space, whether within or beyond the confines of all bodies, being exactly the same, differing not in nature, though in bulk, and there being nothing to hinder body from moving into it. So that, wherever the mind places itself by any thought, either amongst or remote from all bodies, it can in this uniform idea of space nowhere find any bounds, any end, and so necessarily concludes it, by the very nature and idea of each part of it, to be actually infinite. 5. As by the power we find in ourselves of repeating, as often as we will, any idea of space, we get the idea of immensity, so by being able to repeat the idea of any length of duration we have in our minds, with all the endless addition of number, we come by the idea of eternity. For we find in ourselves we can no more come to an end of such repeated ideas than we can come to the end of number, which every one perceives he cannot. But here again it is another question quite different from our having an idea of eternity, to know whether there were any real being whose duration has been eternal. And as to this I say, he that considers something now existing must necessarily come to something eternal. But having spoke of this in another place, I shall say here no more of it, but proceed on to some other considerations of our idea of infinity. 6. If it be so that our idea of infinity be got from the power we observe in ourselves of repeating without end our own ideas, it may be demanded, why we do not attribute infinite to other ideas as well as those of space and duration, since they may be as easily or as often repeated in our minds as the other, and yet nobody ever thinks of infinite sweetness or infinite whiteness, though he can repeat the idea of sweet or white as frequently as those of a yard or a day. To which I answer, all the ideas that are considered as having parts, and are capable of increasing by the addition of any equal or less parts, afford us by their repetition the idea of infinity, because with this endless repetition there is continued an enlargement of which there can be no end. But in other ideas it is not so. For to the largest idea of extension or duration that I at present have, the addition of any the least part makes an increase. But to the perfectest idea I have of the widest whiteness, if I add another of a less or equal whiteness, and of a whiter than I have, I cannot add the idea. It makes no increase, and enlarges not my idea at all, and therefore the different ideas of whiteness, etc., are called degrees. For those ideas that consist of parts are capable of being augmented by every addition of the least part. But if you take the idea of white, which one parcel of snow yielded yesterday to our sight, and another idea of white from another part of snow you see today, and put them together in your mind, they embody, as it were, and run into one, and the idea of whiteness is not at all increased. And if we add a less degree of whiteness to a greater, we are so far from increasing that we diminish it. Those ideas that consist not of parts cannot be augmented to what proportion men please, or be stretched beyond what they have received by their senses. But space, duration, and number, being capable of increase by repetition, leave in the mind an idea of endless room for more, nor can we conceive anywhere a stop to a farther addition or progression. And so those ideas alone lead our minds towards the thought of infinity. 7. Though our idea of infinity arise from the contemplation of quantity, and the endless increase the mind is able to make in quantity, by the repeated additions of what portions thereof it pleases, yet I guess we cause great confusion in our thoughts when we join infinity to any supposed idea of quantity the mind can be thought to have, and so discourse or reason about an infinite quantity, for instance, an infinite space, or an infinite duration. For our idea of infinity being, as I think, an endless growing idea, by the idea of any quantity the mind has, being at that time terminated in that idea, for be it as great as it will, it can be no greater than it is. To join infinity to it is to adjust a standard measure to a growing bulk. And therefore I think it is not an insignificant subtlety if I say that we are carefully to distinguish between the idea of the infinity of space and the idea of a space infinite. The first is nothing but a supposed endless progression of the mind over what repeated ideas of space it pleases. But to have actually in the mind the idea of a space infinite is to suppose the mind already passed over, and actually to have a view of all those repeated ideas of space which an endless repetition can never totally represent to it, which carries in it a plain contradiction. 8. This perhaps will be a little plainer if we consider it in numbers. The infinity of numbers to the end of whose addition every one perceives there is no approach, easily appears to any one that reflects on it. But how clear soever this idea of the infinity of number be, there is nothing yet more evident than the absurdity of the actual idea of an infinite number. Whatsoever positive ideas we have in our minds of any space, duration, or number, let them be ever so great, they are still finite. But when we suppose an inexhaustible remainder from which we remove all bounds, and wherein we allow the mind an endless progression of thought, without ever completing the idea, there we have our idea of infinity, which, though it seems to be pretty clear when we consider nothing else in it but the negation of an end, yet when we would frame in our minds the idea of an infinite space or duration, that idea is very obscure and confused, because it is made up of two parts, very different, if not inconsistent. For let a man frame in his mind an idea of any space or number, as great as he will, it is plain the mind rests and terminates in that idea, which is contrary to the idea of infinity, which consists in a supposed endless progression. And therefore I think it is that we are so easily confounded when we come to argue and reason about infinite space or duration, etc. Because the parts of such an idea not being perceived to be, as they are, inconsistent, the one side or other always perplexes, whatever consequences we draw from the other. as an idea of motion not passing on would perplex any one who should argue from such an idea, which is not better than an idea of motion at rest. And such another seems to me to be the idea of a space, which is the same thing, a number infinite, that is, of a space or number which the mind actually has, and so views and terminates in, and of a space or number which in a constant and endless enlarging and progression it can in thought never attain to. For how large soever an idea of space I have in my mind, it is no larger than it is that instant that I have it, though I be capable the next instant to double it, and so on in infinitum. For that alone is infinite which has no bounds, and that the idea of infinity in which our thoughts can find none. 9. But of all other ideas, it is number, as I have said, which I think furnishes us with the clearest and most distinct idea of infinity we are capable of. For even in space and duration, when the mind pursues the idea of infinity, it there makes use of the ideas and repetitions of numbers, as of millions and millions of miles or years, which are so many distinct ideas, kept best by number from running into a confused heap, wherein the mind loses itself, and when it has added together as many millions, etc., as it pleases of known lengths of space or duration, the clearest idea it can get of infinity is the confused, incomprehensible remainder of endless addable numbers, which affords no prospect of stop or boundary. 10. It will, perhaps, give us a little further light into the idea we have of infinity, and discover to us that it is nothing but the infinity of number applied to determinate parts, of which we have in our minds the distinct ideas, if we consider that number is not generally thought by us infinite, whereas duration and extension are apt to be so, which arises from hence, that in number we are at one end as it were, for there being in number nothing less than an unit, we there stop and are at an end. But in addition or increase of number we can set no bounds, and so it is like a line, whereof one end terminating with us, the other is extended still forwards beyond all that we can conceive. But in space and duration it is otherwise. For in duration we consider it as if this line of number were extended both ways, to an inconceivable, undeterminate, and infinite length, which is evident to any one that will but reflect on what consideration he hath of eternity, which, I suppose, he will find to be nothing else but the turning this infinity of number both ways, a part ante and a parte post, as they speak. For when we would consider eternity a parte ante, what do we but, beginning from ourselves and the present time we are in, repeat in our minds the ideas of years or ages or any other assignable portion of duration past, with the prospect of proceeding in such addition with all the infinity of number. And when we would consider eternity a parte post, we just after the same rate begin from ourselves, and reckon by multiplied periods yet to come, still extending that line of number as before. And these two being put together are that infinite duration we call eternity, which as we turn our view either way, forwards or backwards, appears infinite, because we still turn that way the infinite end of number, namely, the power still of adding more. 11. The same happens also in space, wherein, conceiving ourselves to be as it were in the centre, we do on all sides pursue those indeterminable lines of number, and reckoning any way from ourselves a yard, mile, diameter of the earth, or orbis magnus by the infinity of number, we add others to them as often as we will, and having no more reason to set bounds to those repeated ideas than we have to set bounds to number, we have that indeterminable idea of immensity. 12. And since in any bulk of matter our thoughts can never arrive at the utmost divisibility, therefore there is an apparent infinity to us also in that which has the infinity also of number, but with this difference, that in the former considerations of the infinity of space and duration we only use addition of numbers, whereas this is like the division of an unit into its fractions, wherein the mind also can proceed in infinitum, as well as in the former additions, it being indeed both the addition still of new numbers, though in the addition of the one we can have no more the positive idea of a space infinitely great than in the division of the other we can have the idea of a body infinitely little, our idea of infinity being, as I may say, a growing or figurative idea, still in a boundless progression that we can stop nowhere. 13. Though it be hard, I think, to find any one so absurd as to say he has the positive idea of an actual infinite number, the infinity whereof lies only in a power still of adding any combination of units to any former number, and that as long and as much as one will, the like also being in the infinity of space and duration, which power leaves also to the mind room for endless additions. Yet there be those who imagine they have positive ideas of infinite duration and space. It would, I think, be enough to destroy any such positive idea of infinite to ask him that has it whether he could add to it or no, which would easily show the mistake of such a positive idea. We can, I think, have no positive idea of any space or duration which is not made up and commensurate to repeated numbers of feet or yards, or days and years, which are the common measures whereof we have the idea in our minds, and whereby we judge of the greatest of those sorts of quantities. And therefore, since an infinite idea of space or duration must needs be made up of infinite parts, it can have no other infinity than that of number, capable still of further addition, but not an actual positive idea of a number infinite. For I think it is evident that the addition of finite things together, as are all lengths whereof we have the positive ideas, can never otherwise produce the idea of infinite than as number does, which, consisting of additions of finite units, one to another, suggests the idea of infinite, only by a power we find we have of still increasing the sum, and adding more of the same kind, without coming one jot nearer to the end of such progression. 14. They who would prove their idea of infinite to be positive seem to me to do it by a pleasant argument, taken from the negation of an end, which being negative, the negation of it is positive. He that considers that the end is in body but the extremity or superficies of that body, will not perhaps be forward to grant that the end is a bare negative. And he that perceives the end of his pen is black or white will be apt to think that the end is something more than a pure negation. Nor is it, when applied to duration, the bare negation of existence, but more properly the last moment of it. But if they will have the end to be nothing but the bare negation of existence, I am sure they cannot deny but the beginning is the first instant of being, and is not by anybody conceived to be a bare negation, and therefore by their own argument the idea of eternal, a parte ante, or of a duration without a beginning, is but a negative idea. 15. The idea of infinite has, I confess, something of positive in all those things we apply to it. When we would think of infinite space or duration, we at first step usually make some very large idea, as perhaps of millions of ages or miles, which possibly we double and multiply several times. All that we thus amass together in our thoughts is positive, and the assemblage of a great number of positive ideas of space or duration. But what still remains beyond this we have no more a positive distinct notion of than a mariner has of the depths of the sea, where having let down a large portion of his sounding line he reaches no bottom, whereby we know the depth to be so many fathoms and more. But how much the more is, he hath no distinct notion at all. And could he always supply new line, and find the plummet always sinking without ever stopping, he would be something in the posture of the mind reaching after a complete and positive idea of infinity. In which case, let this line be 10 or 1,000 fathoms long, it equally discovers what is beyond it, and gives only this confused and comparative idea, that this is not all, but only may yet go further. So much as the mind comprehends of any space it has a positive idea of, but in endeavoring to make it infinite, it being always enlarging, always advancing, the idea is still imperfect and incomplete. So much space as the mind takes a view of in its contemplation of greatness is a clear picture and positive in the understanding, but infinite is still greater. 1. Then the idea of so much is positive and clear. 2. The idea of greater is also clear, but it is not a comparative idea, namely, the idea of so much greater as cannot be comprehended, and this is plainly negative, not positive. For he has no positive clear idea of the largeness of any extension, which is that sought for in the idea of infinite, that has not a comprehensive idea of the dimensions of it, and such nobody, I think, pretends to in what is infinite. For to say a man has a positive clear idea of any quantity, without knowing how great it is as reasonable as to say he has the positive clear idea of the number of the sands on the seashore, who knows not how many there be, but only that there be more than 20. For just such a perfect and positive idea has he of an infinite space or duration, who says it is larger than the extent of duration of 10, 100, 1,000, or any other number of miles or years, whereof he has or can have a positive idea, which is all the idea I think we have of infinite. So that what lies beyond our positive ideas towards infinity lies in obscurity, and has the indeterminate confusion of a negative idea, wherein I know I neither do nor can comprehend all I would, it being too large for a finite and narrow capacity, and that cannot be but very far from a positive complete idea, wherein the greatest part of what I would comprehend is left out under the undeterminate intimation of being still greater. For to say, that having in any quantity measured so much, or gone so far, you are not yet at an end, is only to say that the quantity is greater. So that the negation of an end in any quantity is, in other words, only to say that it is bigger. And a total negation of an end is but carrying this bigger still with you in all the progressions your thoughts shall make in quantity, and adding this idea of still greater to all the ideas you have or can suppose to have of quantity. Now whether such an idea as that be positive, I leave any one to consider. 16. I ask those who say that they have a positive idea of eternity, whether their ideas of duration includes in it succession or not. If it does not, they ought to show the difference of their notion of duration when applied to an eternal being and to a finite, since perhaps there may be others as well as I who will own to them their weakness of understanding in this point, and acknowledge that the notion they have of duration forces them to conceive that whatever has duration is of a larger continuance today than it was yesterday. If, to avoid succession in external existence, they return to the punctum stans of the schools, I suppose they will thereby very little mend the matter, or help us to a more clear and positive idea of infinite duration, there being nothing more inconceivable to me than duration without succession. Besides, that punctum stans, if it signify anything, being not quantum, finite, or infinite, cannot belong to it. But if our weak apprehensions cannot separate succession from any duration whatsoever, our idea of eternity can be nothing but of infinite succession of moments of duration wherein anything does exist. And whether any one has or can have a positive idea of an actual infinite number, I leave him to consider, till his infinite number be so great that he himself can add no more to it, and as long as he can increase it, I doubt he himself will think the idea he hath of it a little too scanty for positive infinity. 17. I think it unavoidable for every considering rational creature that will but examine his own or any other existence to have the notion of an eternal wise being who has no beginning, and such an idea of infinite duration I am sure I have. But this negation of a beginning, being but the negation of a positive thing, scarce gives me a positive idea of infinity, which, whenever I endeavor to extend my thoughts to, I confess myself at a loss, and I find I cannot attain any clear comprehension of it. 18. He that thinks he has a positive idea of infinite space will, when he considers it, find that he can no more have a positive idea of the greatest than he has of the least space. For in this latter, which seems the easier of the two, and more within our comprehension, we are capable only of a comparative idea of smallness, which will always be less than any one whereof we have the positive idea. All our positive ideas of any quantity, whether great or little, have always bounds, though our comparative idea, whereby we can always add to the one and take from the other, hath no bounds. For that which remains either great or little, not being comprehended in our positive idea which we have, lies in obscurity, and we have no other idea of it but of the power of enlarging the one and diminishing the other without ceasing. A pestle and mortar will as soon bring any particle of matter to indivisibility as the acutest thought of a mathematician, and a surveyor may as soon with his chain measure our infinite space as a philosopher by the quickest flight of mind reach it, or by thinking comprehend it, which is to have a positive idea of it. He that thinks on a cube of an inch diameter has a clear and positive idea of it in his mind, and so can frame one of 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, and so on, till he has the idea in his thoughts of something very little, but yet reaches not the idea of that incomprehensible littleness which division can produce. What remains of smallness is as far from his thoughts as when he first began, and therefore he never comes at all to have a clear and positive idea of that smallness which is consequent to infinite divisibility. 19. Every one that looks toward infinity does, as I have said, at first glance make some very large idea of that which he applied it to, let it be space or duration. And possibly he wearies his thoughts by multiplying in his mind that first large idea, but yet by that he comes no nearer to the having a positive, clear idea of what remains to make up a positive infinite, than the country fellow had of the water which was yet to come and pass the channel of the river where he stood. Rusticus expectat dum transiat omnes at illi, labitur et labitur in omni volubilis evum. 20. There are some I have met with that put so much difference between infinite duration and infinite space that they persuade themselves that they have a positive idea of eternity, but that they have not, nor can have any idea of infinite space. The reason of which mistake I suppose to be this, that finding by a due contemplation of causes and effects that it is necessary to admit some eternal being, and so to consider the real existence of that being as taken up and commensurate to their idea of eternity, but on the other side not finding it necessary, but on the contrary apparently absurd, that body should be infinite, they forwardly conclude that they have no idea of infinite space because they can have no idea of infinite matter. Which consequence I conceive is very ill collected, because the existence of matter is no ways necessary to the existence of space, no more than the existence of motion or the sun is necessary to duration, though duration uses to be measured by it. And I doubt not but that a man may have the idea of 10,000 miles square without any body so big, as well as the idea of 10,000 years without any body so old. It seems as easy to me to have the idea of space empty of body as to think of the capacity of a bushel without corn, or the hollow of a nutshell without a kernel in it, it being no more necessary that there should be existing a solid body infinitely extended, because we have an idea of the infinity of space, than it is necessary that the world should be eternal, because we have an idea of infinite duration. And why should we think our idea of infinite space requires the real existence of matter to support it, when we find that we have as clear an idea of an infinite duration to come as we have of infinite duration past? Though, I suppose, nobody thinks it conceivable that anything does or has existed in that future duration. Nor is it possible to join our idea of future duration with present or past existence, any more than it is possible to make the ideas of yesterday, today, and tomorrow to be the same, or bring ages past and future together, and make them contemporary. But if these men are of the mind that they have clearer ideas of infinite duration than of infinite space, because it is past doubt that God has existed from all eternity, but there is no real matter coextended with infinite space, yet those philosophers who are of opinion that infinite space is possessed by God's infinite omnipresence, as well as infinite duration by his external existence, must be allowed to have as clear an idea of infinite space as of infinite duration, though neither of them, I think, has any positive idea of infinity in either case. For whatsoever positive idea a man has in his mind of any quantity, he can repeat it, and add to it the former as easy as he can add together the idea of 2 days or 2 paces, which are positive ideas of length he has in his mind, and so on, as long as he pleases. Whereby, if a man had a positive idea of infinite either duration or space, he could add 2 infinites together, nay, make one infinite infinitely bigger than another, absurdities too gross to be confuted. 21. But yet, after all this, there being men who persuade themselves that they have clear, positive, comprehensive ideas of infinity, it is fit they enjoy their privilege. And I should be very glad, with some others that I know who acknowledge they have none such, to be better informed by their communication. For I have been hitherto apt to think that the great and inextricable difficulties which perpetually involve all discourses concerning infinity, whether of space, duration, or divisibility, have been the certain marks of a defect in our ideas of infinity, and the disproportion the nature thereof has to the comprehension of our narrow capacities. For whilst men talk and dispute of infinite space or duration, as if they had as complete and positive ideas of them as they have of the names they use for them, or as they have of a yard or an hour, or any other determinate quantity, it is no wonder if the incomprehensible nature of the thing they discourse of or reason about leads them into perplexities and contradictions, and their minds be overlaid by an object too large and mighty to be surveyed and managed by them. 22. If I have dwelt pretty long on the consideration of duration, space, and number, and what arises from the contemplation of them infinitely, it is possibly no more than the matter requires, there being few simple ideas whose modes give more exercise to the thoughts of men than these do. I pretend not to treat of them in their full latitude. It suffices to my design to show how the mind receives them, such as they are, from sensation and reflection, and how even the idea we have of infinity, how remote soever it may seem to be from any object of sense or operation of our mind, has nevertheless, as all our other ideas, its original there. Some mathematicians, perhaps, of advanced speculations, may have other ways to introduce into their minds ideas of infinity, but this hinders not, but that they themselves, as well as all the other men, got the first ideas which they had of infinity from sensation and reflection, in the method we have here set down. End of section 12.
Section 13 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Chapters 18 to 19, of other simple modes, and of the modes of thinking. Of other simple modes. 1. Though I have in the foregoing chapters shown how from simple ideas, motion taken in by sensation, the mind comes to extend itself even to infinity, which however it may of all others seem most remote from any sensible perception, yet at last hath nothing in it but what is made out of simple ideas, received into the mind by the senses, and afterwards there put together by the faculty the mind has to repeat its own ideas. Though I say these might be instances enough of simple modes of the simple ideas of sensation, and suffice to show how the mind comes by them, yet I shall for method's sake, though briefly, give an account of some few more, and then proceed to more complex ideas. 2. To slide, roll, tumble, walk, creep, run, dance, leap, skip, and abundance of others that might be named, are words which are no sooner heard, but every one who understands English has presently in his mind distinct ideas, which are all but the different modifications of motion. Modes of motion answer those of extension. Swift and slow are two different ideas of motion, the measures whereof are made of the distances of time and space put together. So they are complex ideas, comprehending time and space with motion. 3. The like variety have we in sounds. Every articulate word is a different modification of sound, by which we see that from the sense of hearing, by such modifications the mind may be furnished with distinct ideas to almost an infinite number. Sounds also, besides the distinct cries of birds and beasts, are modified by diversity of notes of different length put together, which make that complex idea called a tune, which a musician may have in his mind when he hears or makes no sound at all, by reflecting on the ideas of those sounds so put together silently in his own fancy. 4. Those of colors are also various. Some we take notice of as the different degrees, or, as they are termed, shades of the same color. But since we very seldom make assemblages of colors either for use or delight, but figure is taken in also, and has its part in it, as in painting, weaving, needleworks, etc., those which are taken notice of do most commonly belong to mixed modes, as being made up of ideas of diverse kinds, viz., figure and color, such as beauty, rainbow, etc. 5. All compounded tastes and smells are also modes made up of the simple ideas of these senses; but they, being such as generally we have no names for, are less taken notice of, and cannot be set down in writing, and therefore must be left without enumeration to the thoughts and experience of my reader. 6. In general, it may be observed that those simple modes which are considered but as different degrees of the same simple idea, though they are in themselves, many of them, very distinct ideas, yet have ordinarily no distinct names, nor are much taken notice of as distinct ideas, where the difference is but very small between them. Whether men have neglected these modes, and have given no names to them, as wanting measures nicely to distinguish them, or because, when they are so distinguished, that knowledge would not be of general or necessary use, I leave it to the thoughts of others. It is sufficient to my purpose to show that all our simple ideas come to our minds only by sensation and reflection, and that when the mind has them, it can variously repeat and compound them, and so make new complex ideas. But though white, red, or sweet, etc., have not been modified or made into complex ideas by several combinations so as to be named, and thereby ranked into species, yet some others of the simple ideas, viz., those of unity, duration, motion, etc., above instanced in, as also power in thinking, have been thus modified to a great variety of complex ideas with names belonging to them. 7. The reason whereof, I suppose, has been this, that the great concernment of men, being with men one amongst another, the knowledge of men and their actions, and the signifying of them to one another, was most necessary, and therefore they made ideas of actions very nicely modified, and gave those complex ideas names, that they might the more easily record and discourse of those things they were daily conversant in, without long ambages and circumlocutions, and that the things they were continually to give and receive information about might be the easier and quicker understood. That this is so, and that men, in framing different complex ideas, and giving them names, have been much governed by the end of speech in general, which is a very short and expedite way of conveying their thoughts one to another, is evident in the names which in several arts have been found out and applied to several complex ideas of modified actions belonging to their several trades, for dispatch sake, in their direction or discourses about them; which ideas are not generally framed in the minds of men not conversant about these operations; and thence the words that stand for them, by the greatest part of men of the same language, are not understood. For example, culture, drilling, filtration, cohabation, are words standing for certain complex ideas, which, being seldom in the minds of any but those few whose particular employments do at every turn suggest them to their thoughts, Those names of them are not generally understood but by smiths and chemists, who, having framed the complex ideas which these words stand for, and having given names to them, or received them from others, upon hearing of these names in communication, readily conceive those ideas in their minds, as by cohabation, all the simple ideas of distilling, and the pouring the liquor distilled from anything, back upon the remaining matter, and distilling it again. Thus we see that there are great varieties of simple ideas, as of tastes and smells, which have no names, and of modes many more, which either not having been generally enough observed, or else not being of any great use to be taken notice of in the affairs and converse of men, they have not had names given to them, and so pass not for species. This we will have occasion hereafter to consider more at large, when we come to speak of words. Chapter 19. Of the Modes of Thinking. 1. When the mind turns its view inwards upon itself, and contemplates its own actions, thinking is the first that occurs. In it the mind observes a great variety of modifications, and from thence receives distinct ideas. Thus the perception which actually accompanies and is annexed to any impression on the body made by an external object, being distinct from all other modifications of thinking, furnishes the mind with a distinct idea, which we call sensation, which is, as it were, the actual entrance of any idea into the understanding by the senses. The same idea, when it again recurs without the operation of the like object on the external sensory, is remembrance. If it be sought after by the mind, and with pain and endeavor found and brought again in view, it is recollection. If it be held there long under attentive consideration, it is contemplation. When ideas float in our mind without any reflection or regard of the understanding, it is that which the French call reverie. Our language has scarce a name for it. When the ideas that offer themselves, for I have observed in another place, whilst we are awake, there will always be a train of ideas succeeding one another in our minds, are taken notice of, and, as it were, registered in the memory, it is attention. When the mind with great earnestness and of choice fixes its view on any idea, considers it on all sides, and will not be called off by the ordinary solicitation of other ideas, it is that we call intention, or study. Sleep, without dreaming, is rest from all these, and dreaming itself is the having of ideas, whilst the outward senses are stopped, so that they receive not outward objects with their usual quickness, in the mind not suggested by any external objects, or known occasion, nor under any choice of conduct of the understanding at all. And whether that which we call ecstasy be not dreaming with the eyes open, I leave to be examined. 2. These are some few instances of those various modes of thinking which the mind may observe in itself, and so have as distinct ideas of, as it hath of white and red, a square or a circle. I do not pretend to enumerate them all, nor to treat at large of this set of ideas which are got from reflection. That would be to make a volume. It suffices to my present purpose to have shown here by some few examples of what sort these ideas are, and how the mind comes by them, especially since I shall have occasion hereafter to treat more at large of reasoning, judging, volition, and knowledge, which are some of the most considerable operations of the mind and modes of thinking. 3. For perhaps it may not be an unpardonable digression, nor wholly impertinent to our present design, if we reflect here upon the different state of the mind in thinking, which those instances of attention, reverie, and dreaming, etc., before mentioned, naturally enough suggest. That there are ideas, some or other, always present in the mind of a waking man, every one's experience convinces him, though the mind employs itself about them with several degrees of attention. Sometimes the mind fixes itself with so much earnestness on the contemplation of some objects, that it turns their ideas on all sides, remarks their relations and circumstances, and views every part so nicely, and with such intention, that it shuts out all other thoughts, and takes no notice of the ordinary impressions made them on the senses, which at another season would produce very sensible perceptions. At other times it barely observes the train of ideas that succeed in the understanding, without directing and perusing any of them, and at other times it lets them pass almost quite unregarded as faint shadows that make no impression. 4. This difference of intention and remission of the mind in thinking, with a great variety of degrees between earnest study and very near minding nothing at all, every one, I think, has experimented in himself. Trace it a little farther, and you find the mind in sleep retired as it were from the senses, and out of the reach of those motions made on the organs of sense, which at other times produce very vivid and sensible ideas. I need not for this instance in those who sleep out whole stormy nights without hearing the thunder, or seeing the lightning, or feeling the shaking of the house, which are sensible enough to those who are waking. But in this retirement of the mind from the senses, it often retains as yet more loose and incoherent manner of thinking, which we call dreaming. And last of all, sound sleep closes the scene quite, and puts an end to all appearances. This, I think, almost every one has experience of in himself, and his own observation without difficulty leads him thus far. That which I would farther conclude from hence is, that since the mind can sensibly put on, and at several times, several degrees of thinking, and be sometimes even in a waking man so remiss as to have thoughts dim and obscure to that degree, that they are very little removed from none at all, and at last, in the dark retirements of sound sleep, loses the sight perfectly of all ideas whatsoever. Since, I say, this is evidently so in matter of fact and constant experience, I ask whether it be not probable that thinking is the action and not the essence of the soul? Since the operations of agents will easily admit of intention and remission, but the essences of things not conceived capable of any such variation. But this by and by. End of section 13.
Section 14 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20 of Modes of Pleasure and Pain. 1. Amongst the simple ideas which we receive both from sensation and reflection, pain and pleasure are two very considerable ones. For as in the body there is sensation barely in itself, or accompanied with pain or pleasure, so the thought or perception of the mind is simply so, or else accompanied also with pleasure or pain, delight or trouble. Call it how you please. These, like other simple ideas, cannot be described, nor their names defined. The way of knowing them is, as of the simple ideas of the senses, only by experience. For to define them by the presence of good or evil is no otherwise to make them known to us than by making us reflect on what we feel in ourselves upon the several and various operations of good and evil upon our minds, as they are differently applied to or considered by us. 2. Things then are good or evil only in reference to pleasure or pain. That we call good, which is apt to cause or increase pleasure, or diminish pain in us, or else to procure or preserve us the possession of any other good, or absence of any evil. And on the contrary, we name that evil, which is apt to produce or increase any pain, or diminish any pleasure in us, or else to procure us any evil, or deprive us of any good. By pleasure and pain I must be understood to mean of body or mind, as they are commonly distinguished, though in truth they be only different constitutions of the mind, sometimes occasioned by disorder in the body, sometimes by thoughts of the mind. 3. Pleasure and pain, and that which causes them, good and evil, are the hinges on which our passions turn. And if we reflect on ourselves and observe how these, under various considerations, operate in us, what modifications or tempers of mind, what internal sensations, if I may so call them, they produce in us, we may thence form to ourselves the ideas of our passions. 4. Thus any one reflecting upon the thought he has of the delight which any present or absent thing is apt to produce in him, has the idea we call love. For when a man declares in autumn, when he is eating them, or in spring, when there are none, that he loves grapes, it is no more but that the taste of grapes delights him. Let an alteration of health or constitution destroy the delight of their taste, and he then can be said to love grapes no longer. 5. On the contrary, the thought of the pain which anything present or absent is apt to produce in us is what we call hatred. Were it my business here to inquire any further than into the bare ideas of our passions as they depend on different modifications of pleasure and pain, I should remark that our love and hatred of inanimate insensible beings is commonly founded on that pleasure and pain which we receive from their use and application any way to our senses, though with their destruction. But hatred or love to beings capable of happiness or misery is often the uneasiness or delight which we find in ourselves arising from a consideration of their very being or happiness. Thus the being and welfare of a man's children or friends producing constant delight in him, he is said constantly to love them. But it suffices to note that our ideas of love and hatred are but the dispositions of the mind in respect of pleasure and pain in general, however caused in us. 6. The uneasiness a man finds in himself upon the absence of any thing whose present enjoyment carries the idea of delight with it is that we call desire, which is greater or less, as that uneasiness is more or less vehement. Where, by the by, it may perhaps be of some use to remark that the chief, if not only spur to human industry and action, is uneasiness. For whatsoever good is proposed, if its absence carries no displeasure or pain with it, if a man be easy and content without it, there is no desire of it, nor endeavor after it. There is no more but a bare velleity, the term used to signify the lowest degree of desire, and that which is next to none at all, when there is so little uneasiness in the absence of any thing that it carries a man no farther than some faint wishes for it, without any more effectual and vigorous use of the means to attain it. Desire also is stopped or abated by the opinion of the impossibility or unattainableness of the good proposed, as far as the uneasiness is cured or allayed by that consideration. This might carry our thoughts farther, were it seasonable in this place. 7. Joy is a delight of the mind, from the consideration of the present or assured approaching possession of a good, and we are then possessed of any good when we have it so in our power that we can use it when we please. Thus a man almost starved has joy at the arrival of relief, even before he has the pleasure of using it. And a father, in whom the very well-being of his children causes delight, is always, as long as his children are in such a state, in their possession of that good, for he needs but to reflect on it to have that pleasure. 8. Sorrow is uneasiness in the mind upon the thought of a good lost, which might have been enjoyed longer, or the sense of a present evil. 9. Hope is that pleasure in the mind which everyone finds in himself upon the thought of a profitable future enjoyment of a thing which is apt to delight him. 10. Fear is an uneasiness of the mind upon the thought of future evil likely to befall us. 11. Despair is the thought of the unattainableness of any good, which works differently in men's minds, sometimes producing uneasiness or pain, sometimes rest and indolency. 12. Anger is uneasiness or discomposure of the mind upon the receipt of any injury with a present purpose of revenge. 13. Envy is an uneasiness of the mind, caused by the consideration of a good we desire, obtained by one we think should not have had it before us. 14. These two last, envy and anger, not being caused by pain and pleasure simply in themselves, but having in them some mixed consideration of ourselves and others, are not therefore to be found in all men, because those other parts of valuing their merits or intending revenge is wanting in them, but all the rest terminating purely in pain and pleasure are, I think, to be found in all men. For we love, desire, rejoice, and hope only in respect of pleasure. We hate, fear, and grieve only in respect of pain ultimately. In fine, all these passions are moved by things only as they appear to be the causes of pleasure and pain, or to have pleasure or pain some way or other annexed to them. Thus we extend our hatred usually to the subject, at least if a sensible or voluntary agent which has produced pain in us, because the fear it leaves is a constant pain. But we do not so constantly love what has done us good, because pleasure operates not so strongly on us as pain, and because we are not so ready to have hope it will do so again. But this by the by. 15. By pleasure and pain, delight and uneasiness, I must all along be understood, as I have above intimated, to mean not only bodily pleasure and pain, but whatsoever delight or uneasiness is felt by us, whether arising from any grateful or unacceptable sensation or reflection. 16. It is farther to be considered that in reference to the passions, the removal or lessening of a pain is considered and operates as a pleasure, and the loss or diminishing of a pleasure as a pain. 17. The passions too have most of them in most persons operating on the body, and cause various changes in it, which not being always sensible, do not make a necessary part of the idea of each passion. For shame, which is an uneasiness of the mind upon the thought of having done something which is indecent, or will lessen the valued esteem which others have for us, has not always blushing accompanying it. 18. I would not be mistaken here, as if I meant this as a discourse of the passions. They are many more than those I have here named, and those I have taken notice of would each of them require a much larger and more accurate discourse. I have only mentioned these here as so many instances of modes of pleasure and pain resulting in our minds from various considerations of good and evil. I might perhaps have instanced in other modes of pleasure and pain more simple than these, as the pain of hunger and thirst, and the pleasure of eating and drinking to remove them, the pain of tender eyes, and the pleasure of music, pain from captious uninstructive wrangling, and the pleasure of rational conversation with a friend, or of well-directed study in the search and discovery of truth. But the passions being of more concernment to us, I rather made choice of instance in them, and show how the ideas we have of them are derived from sensation and reflection. End of section 14.
Section 15 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner. Chapter 21 of Power. Section 1. The mind, being every day informed by the senses of the alteration of those simple ideas it observes in things without, and taking notice how one comes to an end, and ceases to be, and another begins to exist, which was not before, reflecting also on what passes within himself, and observing a constant change of its ideas, sometimes by the impression of outward objects on the senses, and sometimes by the determination of its own choice, and concluding from what it has so constantly observed to have been, that the like changes will for the future be made in the same things by like agents, and by the like ways, considers in one thing the possibility of having any of its simple ideas changed, and in another the possibility of making that change, and so comes by that idea which we call power. Thus we say fire has a power to melt gold, i.e. to destroy the consistency of its insensible parts, and consequently its hardness, and make it fluid, and gold has a power to be melted, that the sun has a power to blanch wax, and wax a power to be blanched by the sun, whereby the yellowness is destroyed, and whiteness made to exist in its room, in which and the like cases the power we consider is in reference to the change of perceivable ideas, for we cannot observe any alteration to be made in or operation upon anything but by the observable change of its sensible ideas, nor conceive any alteration to be made but by conceiving a change of some of its ideas. Section 2. Power, thus considered, is twofold, viz., as able to make, or able to receive, any change. The one we may call active, the other passive power. Whether matter be not wholly destitute of active power, as its author God is truly above all passive power, and whether the intermediate state of created spirits be not that alone which is capable of both active and passive power, may be worth consideration. I shall not now enter into that inquiry, my present business being not to search into the original of power, but how we come by the idea of it. But since active powers make so great a part of our complex ideas of natural substances, as we shall see hereafter, and I mention them as such according to common apprehension, yet they being not perhaps so truly active powers as our hasty thoughts are apt to represent them, I judge it not amiss by this intimation to direct our minds to the consideration of God and spirits for the clearest idea of active powers. Section 3. I confess power includes in it some kind of relation, a relation to action or change, as indeed which of our ideas, of what kind soever, when attentively considered, does not? For our ideas of extension, duration, and number, do they not all contain in them a secret relation of the parts? Figure and motion have something relative in them much more visibly, and sensible qualities, as colours and smells, etc. What are they but the powers of different bodies in relation to our perception, etc.? And if considered in the things themselves, do they not depend on the bulk, figure, texture, and motion of the parts, all which include some kind of relation in them? Our idea therefore of power, I think, may well have a place amongst other simple ideas, and be considered as one of them, being one of those that make a principal ingredient in our complex ideas of substances, as we shall see hereafter have occasion to observe. Section 4. We are abundantly furnished with the idea of passive power by almost all sorts of sensible things. In most of them we cannot avoid observing their sensible qualities, nay, their very substances, to be in the continual flux, and therefore with reason we look on them as liable still to the same change. Nor have we of active power, which is the more proper signification of the word power, fewer instances, since whatever change is observed, the mind must collect a power somewhere able to make that change, as well as a possibility in the thing itself to perceive it. But yet, if we will consider it attentively, bodies, by our senses, do not afford us so clear and distinct an idea of active power, as we have from reflection on the operations of our minds. For all power relating to action, and there being but two sorts of action, whereof we have any idea, viz., thinking and motion, let us consider whence we have the clearest ideas of the powers which produce these actions. 1. Of thinking body affords us no idea at all. It is only from reflection that we have that. 2. Neither have we from body any idea of the beginning of motion. A body at rest affords us no idea of any active power to move, and when it is set in motion itself, that motion is rather a passion than an action in it. For when the ball obeys the motion of a billiard stick, it is not any action of the ball, but bare passion. Also, by impulse it sets another ball in motion that lay in its way. It only communicates the motion it had received from another, and loses in itself so much as the other received, which gives us but a very obscure idea of an active power moving in body, whilst we observe it only to transfer, but not produce any motion. For it is but a very obscure idea of power, which reaches not the production of the action, but the continuation of the passion. For so is motion in a body impelled by another, the continuation of the alteration made in it, from rest to motion being little more than an action, than the continuation of the alteration of its figure by the same blow is an action. The idea of the beginning of motion we have only from reflection on what passes in ourselves, where we find by experience that barely by willing it, barely by a thought of the mind, we can move the parts of our bodies, which were before at rest. So that it seems to me we have from the observation of the operation of bodies by our senses but a very imperfect, obscure idea of active power, since they afford us not any idea in themselves of the power to begin any action, either motion or thought. But if, from the impulse, bodies are observed to make one upon another, any one thinks he has a clear idea of power. It serves as well to my purpose, sensation being one of those ways whereby the mind comes by its ideas. Only I thought it worth while to consider here by the way, whether the mind doth not receive its idea of active power clearer from reflection on its own operations than it doth from any external sensation. Section 5. This at least I think evident, that we find in ourselves a power to begin or forbear, continue or end several actions of our minds and motions of our bodies, barely by a thought or preference of the mind ordering, or as it were commanding the doing or not doing such or such a particular action. This power which the mind has thus to order the consideration of any idea, or the forbearing to consider it, or to prefer the motion of any part of the body to its rest, and vice versa, in any particular instance, is that which we call the will. The actual exercise of that power, by directing any particular action, or its forbearance, is that which we call volition or willing. The forbearance of that action, consequent to such order or command of the mind, is called voluntary, and whatsoever action is performed without such a thought of the mind is called involuntary. The power of perception is that which we call the understanding. Perception, which we make the act of the understanding, is of three sorts. 1. The perception of ideas in our mind. 2. The perception of the signification of signs. 3. The perception of the connection or repugnancy, agreement or disagreement that there is between any of our ideas. All these are attributed to the understanding or perceptive power, though it be the two latter only that use allows us to say we understand. Section 6. These powers of the mind, viz., of perceiving and of preferring, are usually called by another name, and the ordinary way of speaking is that the understanding and will are two faculties of the mind, a word proper enough if it be used, as all words should be, so as not to breed any confusion in men's thoughts. by being supposed, as I suspect it has been, to stand for some real beings in the soul that perform those actions of understanding and volition. For when we say the will is the commanding and superior faculty of the soul, that it is or is not free, that it determines the inferior faculties, that it follows the dictates of the understanding, etc., though these and the like expressions, by those that carefully attend to their own ideas, and conduct their thoughts more by the evidence of things than the sound of words, may be understood in a clear and distinct sense, yet I suspect, I say, that this way of speaking of faculties has misled many into a confused notion of so many distinct agents in us, which had their several provinces and authorities, and did command, obey, and perform several actions as so many distinct beings, which has been no small occasion or wrangling, obscurity, and uncertainty in questions relating to them. Section 7. Every one, I think, finds in himself a power to begin or forbear, continue or put an end to several actions in himself. From the consideration of the extent to this power of the mind over the actions of the man, which every one finds in himself, arise the ideas of liberty and necessity. Section 8. All the actions that we have any idea of, reducing themselves, as has been said, to these two, viz., thinking and motion, so far as a man has power to think or not to think, to move or not to move, according to the preference or direction of his own mind, so far is a man free. Wherever any performance or forbearance are not equally in a man's power, wherever doing or not doing will not equally follow upon the preference of his mind directing it, there he is not free, though perhaps the action may be voluntary, so that the idea of liberty is the idea of a power in any agent to do or forbear any particular action, according to the determination or thought of the mind, whereby either of them is preferred to the other. Where either of them is not in the power of the agent to be produced by him according to his volition, there he is not at liberty. That agent is under necessity, so that liberty cannot be where there is no thought, no volition, no will, but there may be thought, there may be will, there may be volition, where there is no liberty. A little consideration of an obvious instance or two may make this clear. Section 9. A tennis ball, whether in motion by the stroke of a racket or lying still at rest, is not by any one taken to be a free agent. If we inquire into the reason, we shall find it is because we conceive not a tennis ball to think, and consequently not to have any volition or preference of motion to rest, or vice versa, and therefore has not liberty, is not a free agent, but all is both motion and rest come under our idea of necessary, and are so called. Likewise a man falling into the water, a bridge breaking under him, has not herein liberty, is not a free agent. For though he has volition, though he prefers his not falling to falling, yet the forbearance of that motion not being in his power, the stop or cessation of that motion follows not upon his volition, and therefore therein he is not free. So a man striking himself or his friend by a convulsive motion of his arm, which it is not in his power by volition or the direction of his mind to stop or forbear, nobody thinks he has in this liberty. Every one pities him as acting by necessity and constraint. Section 10. Again, suppose a man be carried whilst fast asleep into a room where is a person he longs to see and speak with, and be there locked fast in, beyond his power to get out. He awakes and is glad to find himself in so desirable company, which he stays willingly in, i.e., prefers his staying to going away. I ask, is not this stay voluntary? I think nobody will doubt it. And yet, being locked fast in, it is evident he is not at liberty not to stay, he has not freedom to be gone. So that liberty is not an idea belonging to volition or preferring, but to the person having the power of doing or forbearing to do, according as the mind shall choose or direct. Our idea of liberty reaches as far as that power, and no farther, for wherever restraint comes to check that power, or compulsion takes away that indifferency, of ability on either side to act or to forbear acting, their liberty and our motion of it presently ceases. Section 11. We have instances enough, and often more than enough, in our own bodies. A man's heart beats, and the blood circulates, which it is not in his power by any thought or volition to stop. And therefore, in respect to these motions, where rest depends not on his choice, nor would follow the determination of his mind if it should prefer it, he is not a free agent. Convulsive motions agitate his legs, so that though he wills it ever so much, he cannot by any power of his mind stop their motion, as in that odd disease called chorea sancti fidi. But he is perpetually dancing. He is not at liberty in his action, but under as much necessity of moving as a stone that falls, or a tennis ball struck with a racket. On the other side, a palsy, or the stocks, hinder his legs from obeying the determination of his mind, if it would thereby transfer his body to another place. In all these there is want of freedom, though the sitting still even of a paralytic, whilst he prefers it to a removal, is truly voluntary. Voluntary then is not opposed to necessary, but to involuntary, for a man may prefer what he can do to what he cannot do, the state he is in to its absence or change, though necessity has made it in itself unalterable. Section 12. As it is in the motions of the body, so it is in the thoughts of our minds. Where any one is such that we have power to take it up or lay it by, according to the preference of the mind, there we are at liberty. A waking man, being under the necessity of having some ideas constantly in his mind, is not at liberty to think or not to think, no more than he is at liberty whether his body shall touch any other or no, but whether he will remove his contemplation from one idea to another is many times in his choice, and then he is in respect of his ideas as much at liberty as he is in respect of bodies he rests on. He can at pleasure remove himself from one to another, but yet some ideas to the mind, like some motions to the body, are such as in certain circumstances it cannot avoid, nor obtain their absence by the uttermost effort it can use. A man on the rack is not at liberty to lay by the idea of pain, and divert himself with other contemplations, and sometimes a boisterous passion hurries our thoughts as a hurricane does our bodies, without leaving us the liberty of thinking on other things which we would rather choose. But as soon as the mind regains the power to stop or continue, begin or forbear any of these motions of the body without, or thoughts within, according as it thinks fit to prefer either to the other, we then consider the man as a free agent again. Section 13. Wherever thought is wholly wanting, or the power to act or forbear according to the direction of thought, there necessity takes place. This is an agent capable of volition, when the beginning or continuation of any action is contrary to that preference of his mind, is called compulsion. When the hindering or stopping any action is contrary to his volition, it is called restraint. Agents that have no thought, no volition at all, are in everything necessary agents. Section 14. If this be so, as I imagine it is, I leave it to be considered whether it may not help to put an end to that long agitated and I think unreasonable, because unintelligible question, viz., whether man's will be free or no. For if I mistake not, it follows from what I have said that the question itself is altogether improper, as it is as insignificant to ask whether man's will be free as to ask whether his sleep be swift or his virtue square, liberty being as little applicable to the will as swiftness of motion is to sleep, or squareness to virtue. Every one would laugh at the absurdity of such a question as either of these, because it is obvious that the modifications of motion belong not to sleep, nor to the difference of figure to virtue. And when any one well considers it, I think he will as plainly perceive that liberty, which is but a power, belongs only to agents, and cannot be an attribute or modification of the will, which is also but a power. Section 15. Such is the difficulty of explaining and giving clear notions of internal actions by signs that I must here warn my reader that ordering, directing, choosing, preferring, etc., which I have made use of, will not distinctly enough express volition, unless he will reflect on what he himself does when he wills. For example, preferring, which seems perhaps best to express the act of volition, does it not precisely? For though a man would prefer flying to walking, yet who can say he ever wills it? Volition, it is plain, is an act of the mind knowingly exerting that dominion it takes itself to have over any part of the man, by employing in it or withholding it from any particular action. And what is the will but the faculty to do this? And is that faculty anything more in effect than a power, the power of the mind to determine its thought to the producing, continuing, or stopping any action as far as it depends on us? For can it be denied that whatever agent has a power to think on its own actions, and to prefer their doing or omission either to the other, has that faculty called will? Will then is nothing but such a power. Liberty, on the other side, is the power a man has to do or forbear doing any particular action, according as its doing or forbearance is the actual preference in the mind, which is the same thing as to say, according as he himself wills it. Section 16. It is plain then that the will is nothing but one power or ability, and freedom another power or ability, so that to ask whether the will has freedom is to ask whether one power has another power, one ability another ability, a question at first sight too grossly absurd to make a dispute or need an answer. For who is it that sees not that powers belong only to agents, and are attributes only of substances, and not of powers themselves? So that this way of putting the question, viz., whether the will be free, is in effect to ask whether the will be a substance, an agent, or at least to suppose it, since freedom can properly be attributed to nothing else. If freedom can, with any propriety of speech, be applied to power, or may be attributed to the power that is in the man to produce or forbear producing motion in parts of his body, by choice or preference, which is that which denominates him free and is freedom itself. But if any one should ask whether freedom were free, he would be suspected not to understand well what he said, and he would be thought to desert Midas's ear, who, knowing that the rich was a denomination for the possession of riches, should demand whether riches themselves were rich. Section 17. However, the name faculty which men have given to this power called the will, and thereby they have been led into a way of talking of the will as acting, may, by an appropriation that disguises its true sense, serve a little to palliate the absurdity. Yet the will, in truth, signifies nothing but a power, or ability, to prefer or choice. And when the will, under the name of a faculty, is considered as it is, barely as an ability to do something, the absurdity in saying it is free or not free will easily discover itself. For if it be reasonable to suppose and talk of faculties as distinct beings that can act, as we do when we say the will orders and the will is free, it is fit that we should make a speaking faculty, and a walking faculty, and a dancing faculty, by which those actions are produced, which are but several modes of motion, as well as we make the will and understanding to be faculties, by which the actions of choosing and perceiving are produced, which are but several modes of thinking. And we may as properly say that it is the singing faculty sings, and the dancing faculty dances, as that the will chooses, or that the understanding conceives, or, as is usual, that the will directs the understanding, or the understanding obeys, or obeys not the will. It being altogether as proper and intelligible to say that the power of speaking directs the power of singing, or the power of singing obeys or disobeys the power of speaking. Section 18. This way of talking, nevertheless, has prevailed, and, as I guess, produced great confusion. For these, being all different powers in the mind, or in the man, to do several actions, he exerts them as he thinks fit. But the power to do one action is not operated on by the power of doing another action. For the power of thinking operates not on the power of choosing, nor the power of choosing on the power of thinking, no more than the power of dancing operates on the power of singing, or the power of singing on the power of dancing, as anyone who reflects on it will easily perceive. And yet this is it which we say when we thus speak, that the will operates on the understanding, or the understanding on the will. Section 19. I grant that this or that actual thought may be the occasion of volition, or exercising the power a man has to choose, or the actual choice of the mind, the cause of actual thinking on this or that thing, as the actual singing of such a tune may be the cause of dancing such a dance, and the actual dancing of such a dance the occasion of singing such a tune. But in all these it is not one power that operates on another, but it is the mind that operates and exerts these powers. It is the man that does the action. It is the agent that has the power, or is able to do. For powers are relations, not agents, and that which has the power, or not the power, to operate, is that alone which is or is not free, and not the power itself. For freedom, or not freedom, can belong to nothing, but what has or has not a power to act. Section 20. The attributing to faculties that which belonged not to them has given occasion to this way of talking, but the introducing into discourses concerning the mind, with the name of faculties and notion of their operating, has, I suppose, as little advanced our knowledge in that part of ourselves as the great use and mention of the like invention of faculties in the operations of the body has helped us in the knowledge of physic. Not that I deny there are faculties, both in the body and mind. They both of them have their powers of operating, else neither the one nor the other could operate. For nothing can operate that is not able to operate, and that is not able to operate that has no power to operate. Nor do I deny that those words and the like are to have their place in the common use of languages that have made them current. It looks like too much affectation wholly to lay them by, and philosophy itself, though it likes not a gaudy dress, yet when it appears in public, must have so much complacency as to be clothed in the ordinary fashion and language of the country, so far as it can consist with truth and perspicuity. But the fault has been that faculties have been spoken of and represented as so many distinct agents, for it being asked what it was that digested the meat in our stomachs, it was a ready and very satisfactory answer to say that it was the digestive faculty. What was it that made anything come out of the body? The expulsive faculty. What moved? The motive faculty. And so in the mind, the intellectual faculty, or the understanding, understood, and the elective faculty, or the will, willed or commanded. This is, in short, to say that the ability to digest, digested, and the ability to move, moved, and the ability to understand, understood. For faculty, ability, and power, I think, are but different names of the same things, which ways of speaking, when put into more intelligible words, will, I think, amount to thus much: that digestion is performed by something that is able to digest, motion by something able to move, and understanding by something able to understand. And in truth, it would be very strange if it should be otherwise, as strange as it would be for a man to be free without being able to be free.
End of section 15.
Recording by Chad Horner. Intimation of an essay concerning human understanding. Section 16 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad. Chapter 21 of Power. Section 21. To return then to the inquiry about liberty, I think the question is not proper whether the will be free, but whether a man be free. Thus I think, 1. That so far as any one can, by the direction or choice of his mind, preferring the existence of any action to the non-existence of that action, and vice versa, make it to exist or not exist, so far he is free. For if I can, by a thought directing the motion of my finger, make it move when it was at rest, or vice versa, it is evident that in respect of that I am free. And if I can, by a like thought of mind, preferring one to the other, produce either words or silence, I am at liberty to speak, or hold my peace. And as far as this power reaches of acting or not acting by the determination of his own thought preferring either, so far is a man free. For how can we think any one freer than to have the power to do what he will, and so far as any one can, by preferring any action to its not being, or rest to any action, produce that action or rest, so far can he do what he will. For such a preferring of action to its absence is the willing of it. And we can scarce tell how to imagine any being freer than to be able to do what he wills. So that in respect of actions within the reach of such a power in him, a man seems as free as it is possible for freedom to make him. Section 22. But the inquisitive mind of man, willing to shift off from himself, as far as he can, all thoughts of guilt, though it be by putting himself into a worse state than that of fatal necessity, is not content with this. Freedom, unless it reaches farther than this, will not serve the turn, and it passes for a good plea that a man is not free at all, if he be not as free to will as he is to act what he wills. Concerning a man's liberty, there yet therefore is raised this farther question, whether a man be free to will, which, I think, is what is meant when it is disputed whether the will be free. And as to that, I imagine, Section 23, that willing, or volition, being an action, and freedom consisting in a power of acting or not acting, a man in respect of willing, or the act of volition, when any action in his power is once proposed to his thoughts, as presently to be done, cannot be free. The reason whereof is very manifest, for it being unavoidable that the action depending on his will should exist or not exist, and its existence or not existence following perfectly the determination and preference of his will, he cannot avoid willing the existence or not existence of that action. It is absolutely necessary that he will the one or the other, i.e., prefer the one to the other, since one of them must necessarily follow, and that which does follow follows by the choice and determination of his mind, that is, by his willing it. For if he did not will it, it would not be. So that in respect of the act of willing, a man in such a case is not free. Liberty consisting in a power to act or not to act, which, in regard of volition, a man, upon such a proposal, has not. For it is unavoidably necessary to prefer the doing or forbearance of an action in a man's power, which is once purposed to his thoughts. A man must necessarily will the one or the other of them, upon which preference or volition the action or its forbearance certainly follows, and is truly voluntary. But the act of volition, or preferring one of the two, being that which he cannot avoid, a man in respect of that act of willing is under a necessity, and so cannot be free, unless necessity and freedom can consist together, and a man can be free and bound at once. Section 24. This then is evident, that in all proposals of present action, a man is not at liberty to will or not to will, because he cannot forbear willing, liberty consisting in a power to act or to forbear acting, and in that only. For a man that sits still is said yet to be at liberty, because he can walk if he wills it. But if a man sitting still has not a power to remove himself, he is not at liberty. So likewise a man falling down a precipice, though in motion, is not at liberty, because he cannot stop that motion if he would. This being so, it is plain that a man that is walking to whom it is proposed to give off walking is not at liberty whether he will determine himself to walk or give off walking, or no. He must necessarily prefer one or the other of them, walking or not walking. And so it is in regard of all other actions in our power so proposed, which are the far greater number. For considering the vast number of voluntary actions that succeed one another every moment that we are awake in the course of our lives, there are but few of them that are thought on or proposed to the will, till the time they are to be done. And in all such actions, as I have shown, the mind in respect of willing has not a power to act or not to act, wherein consists liberty. The mind in that case has not a power to forbear willing. It cannot avoid some determination concerning them. Let the consideration be as short, the thought as quick as it will, it either leaves the man in the state he was before thinking, or changes it, continues the action, or puts an end to it, whereby it is manifest that it orders and directs one in preference to or with neglect of the other, and thereby either the continuation or change becomes unavoidably voluntary. Section 25. Since then it is plain that in most cases a man is not at liberty, whether he will or no, the next thing demanded is, whether a man be at liberty to will which of the two he pleases, motion or rest. This question carries the absurdity of it so manifestly in itself, that one might thereby sufficiently be convinced that liberty concerns not the will. For to ask whether a man be at liberty to will either motion or rest, speaking or silence, which he pleases, is to ask whether a man can will what he wills, or be pleased with what he is pleased with, a question which, I think, needs no answer. And they who can make a question of it must suppose one will to determine the acts of another, and another to determine that, and so on in infinitum. Section 26. To avoid these and the like absurdities, nothing can be of greater use than to establish in our minds determined ideas of the things under consideration. If the ideas of liberty and volition were well fixed in the understandings, and carried along with us in our minds, as they ought, through all the questions that are raised about them, I suppose a great part of the difficulties that perplex men's thoughts and entangle their understandings would be much easier resolved, and we should perceive where the confused signification of terms, or where the nature of the thing caused the obscurity. Section 27. First, then, it is carefully to be remembered that freedom consists in the dependence of the existence, or not existence of any action, upon our volition of it, and not in the dependence of any action, or its contrary, on our preference. A man standing on a cliff is at liberty to leap 20 yards downwards into the sea, not because he has a power to do the contrary action, which is to leap 20 yards upwards, for that he cannot do, but he is therefore free because he has a power to leap or not to leap. But if a greater force than his either holds him fast or tumbles him down, he is no longer free in that case, because the doing or forbearance of that particular action is no longer in his power. He that is a close prisoner in a room 20 feet square, being at the north side of his chamber, is at liberty to walk 20 feet southward, because he can walk or not walk it, but is not at the same time at liberty to do the contrary, i.e. to walk 20 feet northward. In this then consists freedom, viz., in our being able to act or not to act, according as we shall choose or will. Section 28. Secondly, we must remember that volition or willing is an act of the mind, directing its thought to the production of any action, and thereby exerting its power to produce it. To avoid multiplying of words, I would crave leave here, under the word action, to comprehend forbearance too of any action proposed. Sitting still, or holding one's peace, when walking or speaking, are proposed, though mere forbearances, requiring as much the determination of the will, and being as often weighty in their consequences as the contrary actions, may, on that consideration, well enough pass for actions too. But this I say, that I may not be mistaken, if for brevity's sake I speak thus. Section 29. Thirdly, the will being nothing but a power in the mind to direct the operative faculties of a man to motion or rest, as far as they depend on such direction. To the question, what is it determines the will? The true and proper answer is the mind. For that which determines the general power of directing to this or that particular direction is nothing but the agent itself exercising the power it has that particular way. If this answer satisfies not, it is plain the meaning of the question, what determines the will? It is, what moves the mind, in every particular instance, to determine its general power of directing to this or that particular motion or rest. And to this I answer, the motive for continuing in the same state or action is only the present satisfaction in it. The motive to change is always some uneasiness, nothing setting us upon the change of state or upon any new action, but some uneasiness. This is the great motive that works on the mind to put it upon action, which for shortness' sake we will call determining of the will, which I shall more at large explain. Section 30. But in the way to it, it will be necessary to premise that though I have above endeavoured to express the act of volition by choosing, preferring, and the like terms, that signify desire as well as volition, for want of other words to mark that action of the mind, whose proper name is willing or volition, yet it being a very simple act, whosoever desires to understand what it is will better find it by reflecting on his own mind and observing what it does when it wills, than by any variety of articulate sounds whatsoever. This caution of being careful not to be misled by expressions that do not enough keep up the difference between the will and several acts of the mind that are quite distinct from it, I think the more necessary, because I find the will often confounded with several of the affections, especially desire, and one put for the other, and that by men who would not willingly be thought not to have had very distinct notions of things, and not to have writ very clearly about them. This, I imagine, has been no small occasion of obscurity and mistake in this matter, and therefore is, as much as may be, to be avoided. For he that shall turn his thoughts inwards upon what passes in his mind when he wills, shall see that the will or power of volition is conversant about nothing but that particular determination of the mind, whereby barely by a thought the mind endeavours to give rise, continuation, or stop to any action which it takes to be in its power. This, well considered, plainly shows that the will is perfectly distinguished from desire, which, in the very same action, may have a quite contrary tendency from that which our will sets us upon. A man whom I cannot deny may oblige me to use persuasions to another, which, at the same time I am speaking, I may wish may not prevail on him. In this case it is plain the will and desire run counter. I will the action that tends one way, whilst my desire tends another, and that the direct contrary way. A man who, by a violent fit of the gut in his limbs, finds a doziness in the head, or a want of appetite in his stomach. Removed, desires to be eased too of the pain in his feet or hands, for wherever there is pain, there is a desire to be rid of it, though yet whilst he apprehends that the removal of the pain may translate the noxious humour to a more vital part, his will is never determined to any one action that may serve to remove this pain. Whence it is evident that desiring and willing are two distinct acts of the mind, and consequently that the will, which is but the power of volition, is much more distinct from desire. Section 31. To return then to the inquiry, what is it that determines the will in regard to our actions? And that, upon second thoughts, I am apt to imagine is not, as is generally supposed, the greater good in view, but some, and for the most part the most pressing, uneasiness a man is at present under. This is that which successfully determines the will, sets us upon those actions we perform. This uneasiness we may call, as it is, desire, which is an uneasiness of the mind for want of some absent good. All pain of the body, of what sort soever, and disquiet of the mind, is uneasiness, and with this is always joined desire, equal to the pain or uneasiness felt, and is scarce distinguishable from it. For desire being nothing but an uneasiness in the want of an absent good, in reference to any pain felt, ease is that absent good, and till that ease be attained, we may call it desire. Nobody feeling pain that he wishes not to be eased of, with a desire equal to that pain and inseparable from it. Besides this desire of ease from pain, there is another, of absent positive good, and here also the desire and uneasiness are equal. As much as we desire any absent good, so much are we in pain for it. But here all absent good does not, according to the greatness it has, or is acknowledged to have, cause pain equal to that greatness, as all pain causes desire equal to itself. Because the absence of good is not always a pain, as the presence of pain is, and therefore absent good may be looked on and considered without desire. But so much as there is anywhere of desire, so much there is of uneasiness. Section 32. That desire is the state of uneasiness. Every one who reflects on himself will quickly find. Who is there that has not felt in desire what the wise man says of hope, which is not much different from it, that it being deferred makes the heart sick, and that still proportionable to the greatness of the desire, which sometimes raises the uneasiness to that pitch, that it makes people cry out, "Give me children, give me the thing desired, or I die." Life itself, and all its enjoyments, is a burden cannot be borne under the lasting and unremoved pressure of such an uneasiness. Section 33. Good and evil, present and absent, it is true, work upon the mind. But that which immediately determines the will, from time to time, to every voluntary action, is the uneasiness of desire, fixed on some absent good, either negative, as indolence to one in pain, or positive, as enjoyment of pleasure. That it is this uneasiness that determines the will to the successive voluntary actions, whereof the greatest part of our lives is made up, and by which we are conducted through different courses to different ends, I shall endeavour to show, both from experience and the reason of the thing. Section 34. When the man is perfectly content with the state he is in, which is, when he is perfectly without any uneasiness, what industry, what action, what will is there left, but to continue in it? Of this every man's observation will satisfy him. And thus we see our all-wise Maker, suitably to our constitution and frame, and knowing what it is that determines the will, has put into man the uneasiness of hunger and thirst and other natural desires, that return at their seasons, to move and determine their will for the preservation of themselves and the continuation of their species. For I think we may conclude that if the bare contemplation of these good ends, to which we are carried by these several uneasinesses, had been sufficient to determine the will and set us on work, we should have had none of these natural pains, and perhaps in this world little or no pain at all. It is better to marry than to burn, says St. Paul, where we may see what it is that chiefly drives men into the enjoyments of a conjugal life. A little burning felt pushes us more powerfully than greater pleasures in prospect, draw or allure. Section 35. It seems so established and settled a maxim by the general consent of all mankind that good, the greater good, determines the will, that I do not at all wonder that when I first published my thoughts on this subject I took it for granted, and I imagine that by a great many I shall be thought more excusable for having then done so, than that now I have ventured to recede from so received an opinion. But yet upon a stricter inquiry I am forced to conclude that good, the greater good, though apprehended and acknowledged to be so, does not determine the will until our desire, raised proportionably to it, makes us uneasy in the want of it. Convince a man ever so much that plenty has an advantage over poverty, make him see and own that the handsome conveniences of life are better than nasty penury, yet as long as he is content with the latter, and finds no uneasiness in it, he moves not. His will never is determined to any action that shall bring him out of it. Let a man be ever so well persuaded of the advantages of virtue, that it is as necessary to a man who has any great aims in this world or hopes in the next as food to life. Yet till he hungers or thirsts after righteousness, till he feels an uneasiness in the want of it, his will not be determined to any action in pursuit of this confessed greater good, but any other uneasiness he feels in himself shall take place and carry his will to other actions. On the other side, let a drunkard see that his health decays, his estate wastes, his credit and diseases, and the want of all things, even of his beloved drink, attends him in the course he follows. Yet the returns of uneasiness to miss his companions, the habitual thirst after his cups at the usual time, drives him to the tavern, though he has in his view the loss of health and plenty, and perhaps of the joys of another life, the least of which is no inconsiderable good, but such as he confesses is far greater than the tinkling of his palate with a glass of wine, or the idle chat of a soaping club. It is not want of viewing the greater good, for he sees and acknowledges it, and, in the intervals of his drinking hours, will take resolution to pursue the greater good. But when the uneasiness to miss his accustomed delight returns, the greater acknowledged good loses its hold, and the present uneasiness determines the will to the accustomed action, which thereby gets stronger footing to prevail against the next occasion, though he at the same time makes secret promises to himself that he will do so no more. This is the last time he will act against the attainment of those greater goods, and thus he is from time to time in the state of that unhappy complainer, Video meliora probaque, deteriora sequa, which sentence, allowed for true, and made good by constant experience, may this, and possibly no other way, be easily made intelligible. Section 36. If we inquire into the reason of what experience makes so evident in fact, and examine why it is uneasiness alone operates on the will and determines it in its choice, we shall find that we being capable but of one determination of the will to one action at once, the present uneasiness that we are under does naturally determine the will in order to that happiness which we all aim at in all our actions, for as much as whilst we are under any uneasiness, we cannot apprehend ourselves happy, or in the way to it. Pain and uneasiness being, by every one, concluded and felt to be inconsistent with happiness, spoiling the relish even of those good things which we have, a little pain serving to mar all the pleasure we rejoiced in. Therefore, that which of course determines the choice of our will to the next action will always be the removing of pain, as long as we have any left, as the first and necessary step towards happiness. Section 37. Another reason why it is uneasiness alone determines the will may be this: because that alone is present, and it is against the nature of things that what is absent should operate where it is not. It may be said that absent good may by contemplation be brought home to the mind and made present. The idea of it, indeed, may be in the mind and viewed as present there, but nothing will be in the mind as a present good, able to counterbalance the removal of any uneasiness which we are under, till it raises our desire, and the uneasiness of that has the prevalency in determining the will. Till then, the idea in the mind, whatever good, is there only, like other ideas, the object of bare unactive speculation, but operates not on the will, nor sets us on work, the reason whereof I shall show by and by. How many are to be found that have had lively representations set before their minds of the unspeakable joys of heaven, which they acknowledge both possible and probable too, yet would be content to take up with their happiness here, and so the prevailing uneasiness of their desires, let loose after the enjoyments of this life, take their turns in the determining their wills, and all that while they take not one step, or not one jot, move towards the good things of another life, considered as ever so great. Section 38. Where the will determined by the views of good, as it appears in a contemplation greater or less to the understanding, which is the state of all absent good, and that which, in the received opinion, the will is supposed to move to, and to be moved by, I do not see how it could ever get loose from the infinite, eternal joys of heaven, once proposed and considered as possible. For all absent good, by which alone, barely proposed, and coming in view, the will is thought to be determined, and so to set us on action, being only possible, but not infallibly certain, it is unavoidable that the infinitely greater possible good should regularly and constantly determine the will in all the successive actions it directs, and then we should keep constantly and steadily in our course towards heaven, without ever standing still, or directing our actions to any other end, the eternal condition of a future state infinitely outweighing the expectation of riches, or honour, or any other worldly pleasure which we can propose to ourselves, though we should grant these the more probable to be obtained. For nothing future is yet in possession, and so the expectation even of these may deceive us. If it were so, that the greater good in view determines the will, so great a good once proposed could not but seize the will and hold it fast to the pursuit of this infinitely greatest good, without ever letting it go again. For the will having a power over and directing the thoughts as well as other actions would, if it were so, hold the contemplation of the mind fixed to that good. This would be the state of the mind, and regular tendency of the will in all its determinations, were it determined by that which is considered and in view the greater good, but that it is not so is visible in experience. The infinitely greatest confessed good being often neglected to satisfy the successive uneasiness of our desires pursuing trifles. But though the greatest allowed, even everlasting unspeakable good, which sometimes moved and affected the mind, does not steadfastly hold will, yet we see any very great and prevailing uneasiness, having once laid hold on the will, lets it not go, by which we may be convinced what it is that determines the will. Thus any vehement pain of the body, the ungovernable passion of a man violently in love, or the impatient desire of revenge, keeps the will steady and intent, and the will, thus determined, never lets the understanding lay by the object, but all the thoughts of the mind and powers of the body are uninterruptedly employed that way, by the determination of the will, influenced by that topping uneasiness as long as it lasts, whereby it seems to me evident that the will or power of setting us upon one action in preference to all other is determined in us by uneasiness. And whether this be not so, I desire every one to observe in himself. Section 39. I have hitherto chiefly instanced in the uneasiness of desire as that which determines the will, because that is the chief and most sensible, and the will seldom orders any action, nor is there any voluntary action performed without some desire accompanying it, which I think is the reason why the will and desire are so often confounded. But yet we are not to look upon the uneasiness which makes up, or at least accompanies most of the other passions, as wholly excluded in the case. Aversion, fear, anger, envy, shame, etc. have each their uneasiness too, and thereby influence the will. These passions are scarce any of them in life and practice simple and alone, and wholly unmixed with others, though usually in discourse and contemplation that carries the name which operates strongest and appears most in this present state of the mind. Nay, there is, I think, scarce any of the passions to be found without desire joined with it. I am sure wherever there is uneasiness there is desire, for we constantly desire happiness, and whatever we feel of uneasiness, so much it is certain we want of happiness, even in our own opinion, let our state and condition otherwise be what it will. Besides, the present moment not being our eternity, whatever our enjoyment be, we look beyond the present, and desire goes with our foresight, and that still carries the will with it, so that even in joy itself, that which keeps up the action whereon the enjoyment depends, is the desire to continue, and fear to lose it. And whenever a greater uneasiness than that takes place in the mind, the will presently is, by that determined to some new action, and the present delight neglected. Section 40. But we, being in this world beset with sundry uneasiness, distracted with different desires, the next inquiry naturally will be, which of them has the precedency in determining the will to the next action? And to that the answer is, that ordinarily which is the most pressing of those that are judged capable of being then removed. For the will being the power of directing our operative faculties to some action, for some end, cannot at any time be moved towards what is judged at that time unattainable. That would be to suppose an intelligent being designedly to act for an end, only to lose its labour, for so it is to act for what is judged not attainable. Therefore very great uneasiness move not the will, when they are judged not capable of a cure. They, in that case, put us not upon endeavours, but these set apart the most important and urgent uneasiness we at that time feel, is that which ordinarily determines the will successively in that train of voluntary actions which makes up our lives. The greatest present uneasiness is the spur to action that is constantly felt, and for the most part determines the will in its choice of the next action. For this we must carry along with us that the proper and only object of the will is some action of ours, nothing else. For we producing nothing by our willing it, but some action in our power, it is there the will terminates and reaches no farther. Section 41. If it be farther asked what it is moves desire, I answer happiness, and that alone. Happiness and misery are the names of two extremes, the utmost bounds whereof we know not. It is what eye hath not seen, ear not heard, nor hath it entered into the heart of man to conceive. But of some degrees of both we have very lively impressions, made by several instances of delight and joy on the one side, and torment and sorrow on the other, which for shortness' sake I shall comprehend under the names of pleasure and pain, there being pleasure and pain of the mind, as well as the body. With him is fullness of joy and pleasure for evermore. For, to speak truly, they are all of the mind, though some have their rise in the mind from thought, others in the body from certain modifications of emotion. Section 42. Happiness, then, in its full extent, is the utmost pleasure we are capable of, and misery the utmost pain. And the lowest degree of what can be called happiness is so much ease from all pain, and so much present pleasure, as without which any one cannot be content. Now because pleasure and pain are produced in us by the operation of certain objects, either on our minds or our bodies, and in different degrees, therefore what has an aptness to produce pleasure in us is that we call good, and what is apt to produce pain in us we call evil, for no other reason but for its aptness to produce pleasure and pain in us, wherein consists our happiness and misery. Farther, though what is apt to produce any degree of pleasure be in itself good, and what is apt to produce any degree of pain be evil, yet it often happens that we do not call it so when it comes in competition with the greater of its sort, because when they come in competition, the degrees also of pleasure and pain have justly a preference, so that if we will rightly estimate what we call good and evil, we shall find it lies much in comparison. For the cause of every less degree of pain, as well as every greater degree of pleasure, has the nature of good, and vice versa. Section 43. Though this be that which is called good and evil, and all good be the proper object of desire in general, yet all good, even seen and confessed to be so, does not necessarily move every particular man's desire, but only that part, or so much of it, as is considered and taken to make a necessary part of his happiness. All other good, however great in reality or appearance, excites not a man's desires, who looks not on it to make a part of that happiness, wherewith he, in his present thoughts, can satisfy himself. Happiness under this view every one constantly pursues, and desires what makes any part of it. Other things acknowledged to be good, he can look upon without desire, pass by, and be content without. There is nobody, I think, so senseless as to deny that there is pleasure in knowledge, and for the pleasures of sense they have too many followers to let it be questioned whether men are taken with them or no. Now let one man place his satisfaction in sensual pleasures, another in the delight of knowledge, though each of them cannot but confess there is great pleasure in what the other pursues, yet neither of them making the other's delight a part of his happiness, their desires are not moved, but each is satisfied without what the other enjoys, and so his will is not determined to the pursuit of it. But yet as soon as the studious man's hunger and thirst makes him uneasy, he, whose will was never determined to any pursuit of good cheer, poignant sauces, delicious wine, by the pleasant taste he has found in them, is, by the uneasiness of hunger and thirst, presently determined to eating and drinking, though possibly with great indifferency what wholesome food comes in his way. And on the other side, the epicure buckles to study, when shame or the desire to recommend himself to his mistress shall make him uneasy in the want of any sort of knowledge. Thus, how much soever men are in earnest and constant in pursuit of happiness, yet they may have a clear view of good, great and confessed good, without being concerned for it or moved by it, if they think they can make up their happiness without it. Though as to pain, that they are always concerned for, they can feel no uneasiness without being moved, and therefore being uneasy in the want of whatever is judged necessary to their happiness. As soon as any good appears to make a part of their portion of happiness, they begin to desire it. Section 44. This, I think, any one may observe in himself and others, that the greater visible good does not always raise men's desires in proportion to the greatness it appears, and is acknowledged to have, though every little trouble moves us and sets us on work to get rid of it, the reason whereof is evident from the nature of our happiness and misery itself. All present pain, whatever it be, makes a part of our present misery, but all absent good does not at any time make a necessary part of our present happiness, nor the absence of it make a part of our misery. If it did, we should be constantly and infinitely miserable, there being infinite degrees of happiness, which are not in our possession. All uneasiness therefore being removed, a moderate portion of good serves at present to content men, and some few degrees of pleasure in the succession of ordinary enjoyments make up a happiness wherein they can be satisfied. If this were not so, there could be no room for those indifferent and visibly trifling actions to which our wills are so often determined, and wherein we voluntarily waste so much of our lives, which remissness could by no means consist with a constant determination of will or desire to the greatest apparent good. That this is so, I think few people need go far from home to be convinced, and indeed in this life there are not many whose happiness reaches so far as to afford them a constant train of moderate mean pleasures, without any mixture of uneasiness, and yet they could be content to stay here for ever, though they cannot deny but that it is possible there may be a state of eternal durable joys after this life, far surpassing all the good that is to be found here. Nay, they cannot but see that it is more possible than the attainment and continuation of that pittance of honour, riches, or pleasure which they pursue, and for which they neglect that eternal state, but yet in full view of this difference, satisfied of the possibility of a perfect, secure, and lasting happiness in a future state, and under a clear conviction that is not to be had here, whilst they bound their happiness within some little enjoyment or aim of this life, and exclude the joys of heaven from making any necessary part of it. Their desires are not moved by this greater apparent good, nor their wills determined to any action or endeavour for its attainment. End of section 16. Recording by Chad. Section 17 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad. Chapter 21 of Power. Section 45. The ordinary necessities of our lives fill a great part of them with the uneasiness of hunger, thirst, heat, cold, weariness with labour, and sleepiness in their constant returns, etc. To which, if, besides accidental harms, we add the fantastical uneasiness, as itch after honour, power, or riches, etc., which acquired habits by fashion, example, and education have settled in us, and 1,000 other irregular desires, which custom has made natural to us, we shall find that a very little part of our life is so vacant from these uneasinesses as to leave us free to the attraction of remoter, absent good. We are seldom at ease, and free enough from the solicitation of our natural or adopted desires, but a constant succession of uneasiness out of that stock which natural wants or acquired habits have heaped up, take the will in their turns, and no sooner is one action dispatched, which by such a determination of the will we are set upon, but another uneasiness is ready to set us on work. For the removing of the pains we feel, and are at present pressed with, being the getting out of misery, and consequently the first thing to be done in order to happiness, absent good, though thought on, confessed, and appearing to be good, not making any part of this unhappiness in its absence, is justled out to make way for the removal of those uneasinesses we feel, till due and repeated contemplation has brought it nearer to our mind, given some relish of it, and raised in us some desire, which then beginning to make a part of our present uneasiness, stands upon fair terms with the rest to be satisfied, and so, according to its greatness and pressure, comes in its turn to determine the will. Section 46. And thus, by a due consideration, and examining any good proposed, it is in our power to raise our desires, in a due proportion, to the value of that good whereby, in its turn and place, it may come to work upon the will, and be pursued. For good, though appearing and allowed ever so great, yet till it has raised desires in our minds, and thereby made us uneasy in its want, it reaches not our wills. We are not within the sphere of its activity, our wills being under the determination only of those uneasinesses which are present to us, which, whilst we have any, are always soliciting, and ready at hand to give the will its next determination, the balancing, when there is any in the mind, being only which desire shall be next satisfied, which uneasiness first removed, whereby comes to pass that as long as any uneasiness, any desire remains in our mind, there is no room for good, barely as such, to come at the will, or at all to determine it, because, as has been said, the first step in our endeavours after happiness being to get wholly out of the confines of misery, and to feel no part of it, the will can be at leisure for nothing else, till every uneasiness we feel be perfectly removed, which, in the multitude of wants and desires we are beset with in this imperfect state, we are not like to be ever freed from in this world. Section 47. There being in us a great many uneasinesses, always soliciting and ready to determine the will, it is natural, as I have said, that the greatest and most pressing should determine the will to the next action, and so it does for the most part, but not always. For the mind, having in most cases, as is evident in experience, a power to suspend the execution and satisfaction of any of its desires, and so all one after another, is at liberty to consider the objects of them, examine them on all sides, and weigh them with others. In this lies the liberty man has, and from the not using of it right comes all that variety of mistakes, errors, and faults which we run into in the conduct of our lives and our endeavours after happiness, whilst we precipitate the determination of our wills, and engage too soon before due examination. To prevent this, we have a power to suspend the prosecution of this or that desire, as every one daily may experiment in himself. This seems to me the source of all liberty. In this seems to consist that which is, as I think improperly, called free will. For doing this suspension of any desire before the will be determined to action, and the action which follows that determination done, we have opportunity to examine, view, and judge of the good or evil of what we are going to do. And when, upon due examination, we have judged, we have done our duty, all that we can or ought to do in pursuit of our happiness. And it is not a fault, but a perfection of our nature to desire, will, and act according to the last result of a fair examination. Section 48. This is so far from being a restraint or diminution of freedom, that it is the very improvement and benefit of it. It is not an abridgment, it is the end and use of our liberty, and the farther we are removed from such a determination, the nearer we are to misery and slavery. A perfect indifferency in the mind, not determinable by its last judgment of the good or evil that is thought to attend its choice, would be so far from being an advantage and excellency of any intellectual nature, that it would be as great an imperfection as the want of indifferency to act or not to act till determined by the will, would be an imperfection on the other side. A man is at liberty to lift up his hand to his head, or let it rest quiet. He is perfectly indifferent in either, and it would be an imperfection in him if he wanted that power, if he were deprived of that indifferency. But it would be as great an imperfection if he had the same indifferency, whether he would prefer the lifting up his hand or its remaining in rest, when it would save his head or eyes from a blow he sees coming. It is as much a perfection that desire, or the power of preferring, should be determined by good, as that the power of acting should be determined by the will. And the certainer such determination is, the greater is the perfection. Nay, were we determined by anything but the last result of our own minds, judging of the good or evil of any action, we were not free, the very end of our freedom being that we may attain the good we choose, and therefore every man is put under a necessity by his constitution as an intelligent being to be determined in willing by his own thought and judgment what is best for him to do, else he would be under the determination of some other than himself, which is want of liberty. And to deny that a man's will in every determination follows his own judgment is to say that a man wills and acts for an end that he would not have, at the time that he wills and acts for it. For if he prefers it in his present thoughts before any other, it is plain he then thinks better of it, and would have it before any other, unless he can have and not have it, will and not will it, at the same time, a contradiction too manifest to be admitted. Section 49. If we look upon those superior beings above us who enjoy perfect happiness, we shall have reason to judge that they are more steadily determined in their choice of good than we, and yet we have no reason to think they are less happy or less free than we are. And if it were fit for such poor finite creatures as we are to pronounce what infinite wisdom and goodness could do, I think we might say that God himself cannot choose what is not good. The freedom of the Almighty hinders not his being determined by what is best. Section 50. But to give a right view of this mistaken part of liberty, let me ask, would any one be a changeling, because he is less determined by wise considerations than a wise man? Is it worth the name of freedom to be at liberty to play the fool, and draw shame and misery upon a man's self, if to break loose from the conduct of reason, and to want that restraint of examination and judgment which keeps us from choosing or doing the worse? Be liberty, true liberty, madmen and fools are the only free men. But yet I think nobody would choose to be mad for the sake of such liberty, but he that is mad already. The constant desire of happiness, and the constraint it puts upon us to act for it, nobody, I think, accounts an abridgment of liberty, or at least an abridgment of liberty to be complained of. God Almighty himself is under the necessity of being happy, and the more any intelligent being is so, the nearer is its approach to infinite perfection and happiness. That in this state of ignorance we short-sighted creatures might not mistake true felicity, we are endowed with a power to suspend any particular desire and keep it from determining the will and engaging us in action. This is standing still, for we are not sufficiently assured of the way. Examination is consulting a guide. The determination of the will upon inquiry is following the direction of that guide, and he that has a power to act or not to act according as such determination directs is a free agent. Such determination abridges not that power wherein liberty consists. He that has his chains knocked off and the prison doors set open to him is perfectly at liberty, because he may either go or stay as he best likes, though his preference be determined to stay by the darkness of the night, or illness of the weather, or want of other lodging. He ceases not to be free, though the desire of some convenience to be had there absolutely determines his preference, and makes him stay in his prison. Section 51. As therefore the highest perfection of intellectual nature lies in a careful and constant pursuit of true and solid happiness, so the care of ourselves that we mistake not imaginary for real happiness is the necessary foundation of our liberty. The stronger ties we have in an unalterable pursuit of happiness in general, which is our greatest good, and which, as such, our desires always follow, the more are we free from any necessary determination of our will to any particular action, and from a necessary compliance with our desire set upon any particular and then appearing preferable good, till we have duly examined whether it has a tendency to or be inconsistent with our real happiness, and therefore till we are as much informed upon this inquiry as the weight of the matter and the nature of the case demands, we are, by the necessity of preferring and pursuing true happiness as our greatest good, obliged to suspend the satisfaction of our desires in particular cases. Section 52. This is the hinge on which turns the liberty of intellectual beings, in their constant endeavours after, and a steady prosecution of, true felicity, that they can suspend this prosecution in particular cases till they have looked before them and informed themselves whether that particular thing which is then proposed or desired lie in the way to their main end, and make a real part of that which is their greatest good, for the inclination and tendency of their nature to happiness is an obligation and motive to them, to take care not to mistake or miss it, and so necessarily puts them upon caution, deliberation, and wariness in the direction of their particular actions, which are the means to obtain it. Whatever necessity determines to the pursuit of real bliss, the same necessity with the same force establishes suspense, deliberation, and scrutiny of each successive desire, whether the satisfaction of it does not interfere with our true happiness and mislead us from it. This, as seems to me, is the great privilege of finite intellectual beings, and I desire it may be well considered whether the great inlet and exercise of all the liberty men have, are capable of, or can be useful to them, and that whereon depends the turn of their actions does not lie in this, that they can suspend their desires and stop them from determining their wills to any action, till they have duly and fairly examined the good and evil of it, as far forth as the weight of the thing requires. This we are able to do, and when we have done it, we have done our duty, and all that is in our power, and indeed all that needs. For since the will supposes knowledge to guide its choice, and all that we can do is to hold our wills undetermined, till we have examined the good and evil of what we desire, what follows after that follows in a chain of consequences linked one to another, all depending on the last determination of the judgment, which, whether it shall be upon a hasty and precipitate view, or upon a due and mature examination, is in our power, experience showing us that in most cases we are able to suspend the present satisfaction of any desire. Section 53. But if any extreme disturbance, as sometimes it happens, possesses our whole mind, as when the pain of the rack, and impetuous uneasiness, as of love, anger, or any other violent passion, running away with us, allows us not liberty of thought, and we are not masters enough of our own minds to consider thoroughly and examine fairly, God, who knows our frailty, pities our weakness, and requires of us no more than we are able to do, and sees what was and what was not in our power, will judge as a kind and merciful Father. But the forbearance of a too hasty compliance with our desires, the moderation and restraint of our passions, so that our understandings may be free to examine, and reason unbiassed, give its judgment, being that whereon a right direction of our conduct to true happiness depends. It is in this we should employ our chief care and endeavours. In this we should take pains to suit the relish of our minds to the true intrinsic good or ill that is in things, and not permit an allowed or supposed possible great and weighty good to slip out of our thoughts without leaving any relish, any desire of itself there, till, by a due consideration of its true worth, we have formed appetites in our minds suitable to it, and made ourselves uneasy in the want of it, or in the fear of losing it. And how much this is in every one's power, by making resolutions to himself, such as he may keep, is easy for every one to try. Nor let any one say he cannot govern his passions, nor hinder them from breaking out and carrying him into action. For what he can do before a prince or a great man, he can do alone, or in the presence of God if he will. Section 54. From what has been said, it is easy to give an account how it comes to pass that though all men desire happiness, yet their wills carry them so contrarily, and consequently some of them to what is evil. And to this I say, that the various and contrary choices that men make in the world do not argue that they do not all pursue good, but that the same thing is not good to every man alike. This variety of pursuits shows that every one does not place his happiness in the same thing or choose the same way to it. Where all the concerns of man terminated in this life, why one followed study and knowledge, and another hawking and hunting? Why one chose luxury and debauchery, and another sobriety and riches? Would not be because every one of these did not aim at his own happiness, but because their happiness was placed in different things. And therefore it was a right answer of the physician to his patient that had sore eyes, if you have more pleasure in the taste of wine than in the use of your sight, wine is good for you, but if the pleasure of seeing be greater to you than that of drinking, wine is not. Section 55. The mind has a different relish, as well as the palate, and you will as fruitlessly endeavour to delight all men with riches or glory, which yet some men place their happiness in, as you would to satisfy all men's hunger with cheese or lobsters, which, though very agreeable and delicious, fare to some, are to others extremely nauseous and offensive. And many people would prefer the gripping of an hungry belly to those dishes which are a feast to others. Hence it was, I think, that the philosophers of old did in vain inquire whether summum bonum consisted in riches, or bodily delights, or virtue, or contemplation, and they might have as reasonably disputed whether the best relish were to be found in apples, plums, or nuts, and have divided themselves into sects upon it. For as pleasant tastes depend not on the things themselves, but their agreeableness to this or that particular palate, wherein there is great variety, so the greatest happiness consists in the having those things which produce the greatest pleasure, and in the absence of those which cause any disturbance, any pain. Now these, to different men, are very different things. If therefore men in this life only have hope, if in this life they can only enjoy, it is not strange nor unreasonable that they should seek their happiness by avoiding all things that disease them here, and by pursuing all that delight them, wherein it will be no wonder to find variety and difference. For if there be no prospect beyond the grave, the inference is certainly right. Let us eat and drink, let us enjoy what we delight in, for tomorrow we shall die. This, I think, may serve to show us the reason why, though all men's desires tend to happiness, yet they are not moved by the same object. Men may choose different things, and yet all choose right, supposing them only like a company of poor insects, whereof some are bees, delighted with flowers and their sweetness, others beetles, delighted with other kinds of viands, which having enjoyed for a season, they would cease to be, and exist no more for ever. Section 56. These things, duly weighed, will give us, as I think, a clear view into the state of human liberty. Liberty, it is plain, consists in a power to do, or not to do, or forbear doing, as we will. This cannot be denied, but this seeming to comprehend only the actions of a man consecutive to volition, it is farther inquired whether he be at liberty to will or no. And to this it has been answered that in most cases a man is not at liberty to forbear the action of volition. He must exert an act of his will whereby the action proposed is made to exist or not to exist. But yet there is a case wherein a man is at liberty in respect of willing, and that is, the choosing of a remote good as an end to be pursued. Here a man may suspect the act of his choice from being determined for or against the thing proposed, till he has examined whether it be really of a nature in itself and consequences to make him happy, or no. For when he has once chosen it, and thereby it is become a part of his happiness, it raises desires, and that proportionably gives him uneasiness, which determines his will, and sets him at work in pursuit of his choice on all occasions that offer. And here we may see how it comes to pass that a man may justly incur punishment, though it be certain that in all the particular actions that he wills, he does, and necessarily does, will that which he then judges to be good. For, though his will be always determined by that which is judged good by his understanding, yet it excuses him not, because by a too hasty choice of his own making, he has imposed on himself wrong measures of good and evil, which, however false and malicious, have the same influence on all his future conduct as if they were true and right. He has vitiated his own palate, and must be answerable to himself for the sickness and death that follows from it. The eternal law and nature of things must not be altered to comply with his ill-ordered choice. If the neglect or abuse of the liberty he had to examine what would really and truly make for his happiness misleads him, the miscarriages that follow on it must be imputed to his own election. He had a power to suspend his determination. It was given him that he might examine and take care of his own happiness, and look that he were not deceived. And he could never judge that it was better to be deceived than not, in a matter of so great and near concernment. What has been said may also discover to us the reason why men in this world prefer different things and pursue happiness on contrary courses. But yet, since men are always constant and in earnest in matters of happiness and misery, the question still remains, how men come often to prefer the worse to the better, and to choose that which by their own confession has made them miserable. Section 57. To account for the various and contrary ways men take, though all aim at being happy, we must consider whence the various uneasinesses that determine the will in the preference of each voluntary action have their rise. 1. Some of them come from causes not in our power, such as are often the pains of the body, from want, disease, or outward injuries, as the rack, etc., which, when present and violent, operate for the most part forcibly on the will, and turn the courses of men's lives from virtue, piety, and religion, and what before they judged to lead to happiness, every one not endeavouring, or through disuse, not being able, by the contemplation of remote and future good, to raise in himself desires of them strong enough to counterbalance the uneasiness he feels in those bodily torments, and to keep his will steady in the choice of those actions which lead to future happiness. A neighbour country has been of late a tragical theatre, from which we might fetch instances if there needed any, and the world did not in all countries and ages furnish examples enough to confirm that received observation. Necessitas cogit ad turpia. And therefore there is great reason for us to pray, lead us not into temptation. 2. Other uneasinesses arise from our desires of absent good, which desires always bear proportion to and depend on the judgment we make and the relish we have of any absent good, in both which we are apt to be variously misled, and that by our own fault. Section 58. In the first place, I shall consider the wrong judgments men make of future good and evil, whereby their desires are misled. For, as to present happiness and misery, when that alone comes into consideration and the consequences are quite removed, a man never chooses amiss. He knows what best pleases him, and that he actually prefers. Things in their present enjoyment are what they seem. The apparent and real good are, in this case, always the same, for the pain or pleasure being just so great, and no greater than it is felt, the present good or evil is really so much as it appears. And therefore, were every action of ours concluded within itself, and drew no consequences after it, we should undoubtedly never err in our choice of good. We should always infallibly prefer the best. Were the pains of honest industry, and of starving with hunger and cold, set together before us, nobody would be in doubt which to choose. Were the satisfaction of a lust, and the joys of heaven offered at once to any one's present possession, he would not balance, or err in the determination of his choice. Section 59. But since our voluntary actions carry not all the happiness and misery that depend on them, along with them in their present performance, but are the precedent causes of good and evil, which they draw after them and bring upon us, when they themselves are past and cease to be, our desires look beyond our present enjoyments, and carry the mind out to absent good, according to the necessity which we think there is of it, to the making or increase of our happiness. It is our opinion of such a necessity that gives it its attraction. Without that, we are not moved by absent good, for in this narrow scantling of capacity which we are accustomed to and sensible of here, wherein we enjoy but one pleasure at once, which, when all uneasiness is away, is, whilst it lasts, sufficient to make us think ourselves happy. It is not all remote and even apparent good that affects us, because the indolency and enjoyment we have sufficing for our present happiness, we desire not to venture the change, since we judge that we are happy already, being content, and that is enough. For who is content is happy. But as soon as any new uneasiness comes in, this happiness is disturbed, and we are set afresh on work in the pursuit of happiness. Section 60. Their aptness, therefore, to conclude that they can be happy without it, is one great occasion that men often are not raised to the desire of the greatest absent good, for whilst such thoughts possess them, the joys of a future state move them not. They have little concern or uneasiness about them, and the will, free from the determination of such desires, is left to the pursuit of nearer satisfactions, and to the removal of those uneasinesses which it then feels in its want of and longings after them. Change but a man's view of these things, let him see that virtue and religion are necessary to his happiness, let him look into the future state of bliss or misery, and see there God, the righteous judge, ready to render to every man according to his deeds, to them who by patient continuance in well-doing seek for glory, and honour, and immortality, eternal life, but unto every soul that doeth evil, indignation and wrath, tribulation and anguish. To him, I say, who hath the prospect of the different state of perfect happiness or misery that attends all men after this life, depending on their behaviour here. The measures of good and evil that govern his choice are mightily changed. For since nothing of pleasure and pain in this life can bear any proportion to the endless happiness or exquisite misery of an immortal soul hereafter, actions in his power will have their preference, not according to the transient pleasure or pain that accompanies or follows him here, but as they serve to secure that perfect durable happiness hereafter. Section 61. But, to account more particularly for the misery that men often bring on themselves, notwithstanding that they do all in earnest pursue happiness, we must consider how things come to be represented to our desires under deceitful appearances, and that is by the judgment pronouncing wrongly concerning them, to see how far this reaches, and what are the causes of wrong judgment. We must remember that things are judged good or bad in a double sense. First, that which is properly good or bad is nothing but barely pleasure or pain. Secondly, but because not only present pleasure and pain, but that also which is apt by its efficacy or consequences to bring it upon us at a distance, is a proper object of our desires, and apt to move a creature that has foresight. Therefore things also that draw after them pleasure and pain are considered as good and evil. Section 62. The wrong judgment that misleads us and makes the will often fasten on the worst side lies in misreporting upon the various comparisons of these. The wrong judgment I am here speaking of is not what one man may think of the determination of another, but what every man himself must confess to be wrong. For since I lay it for a certain ground that every intelligent being really seeks happiness, which consists in the enjoyment of pleasure, without any considerable mixture of uneasiness, it is impossible any one should willingly put into his own draught any bitter ingredient, or leave out anything in his power that would tend to his satisfaction and the completing of his happiness, but only by wrong judgment. I shall not here speak of that mistake which is the consequence of invincible error, which scarce deserves the name of wrong judgment, but of that wrong judgment which every man himself must confess to be so. Section 63. If therefore, as to present pleasure and pain, the mind, as has been said, never mistakes that which is really good or evil, that which is the greater pleasure or the greater pain is really just as it appears. But though present pleasure and pain show their difference and degrees so plainly as not to leave room for mistake, yet when we compare present pleasure or pain with future, which is usually the case in the most important determinations of the will, we often make wrong judgments of them, taking our measures of them in different positions of distance. Objects near our view are apt to be thought greater than those of a larger view, that are more remote, but so it is with pleasures and pains. The present is apt to carry it, and those at a distance have the disadvantage in the comparison. Thus, most men, like spendthrift heirs, are apt to judge a little in hand better than a great deal to come, and so, for small matters in possession, part with greater ones in reversion. But that this is a wrong judgment every one must allow, let his pleasure consist in whatever it will, since that which is future will certainly come to be present, and then, having the same advantage of nearness, will show itself in its full dimensions, and discover his wilful mistake, who judged of it by unequal measures, where the pleasure of drinking accompanied. The very moment a man takes off his glasses with that sick stomach and aching head, which, in some men, are sure to follow not many hours after, I think nobody, whatever pleasure he had in his cups, would, on these conditions, ever let wine touch his lips, which yet he daily swallows, and the evil side comes to be chosen only by the fallacy of a little difference in time. But if pleasure or pain can be so lessened only by a few hours' removal, how much more will it be so by a farther distance, to a man that will not, by a right judgment, do what time will, i.e., bring it home upon himself and consider it as present, and there take its true dimensions. This is the way we usually impose on ourselves, in respect of bare pleasure and pain, or the true degrees of happiness or misery. The future loses its just proportion, and what is present obtains the preference as the greater. I mention not here the wrong judgment, whereby the absent are not only lessened, but reduced to perfect nothing. When men enjoy what they can in present, and make sure of that, concluding amiss, that no evil will thence follow, for that lies not in comparing the greatness of future good and evil, which is that we are here speaking of, but in another sort of wrong judgment, which is concerning good or evil, as it is considered to be the cause and procurement of pleasure or pain that will follow from it. Section 64. The cause of our judging amiss. When we compare our present pleasure or pain with future, seems to me to be the weak and narrow constitution of our minds. We cannot well enjoy two pleasures at once, much less any pleasure almost, whilst pain possesses us. The present pleasure, if it be not very languid, and almost none at all, fills our narrow souls, and so takes up the whole mind that it scarce leaves any thought of things absent. Or, if among our pleasures there are some which are not strong enough to exclude the consideration of things at a distance, yet we have so great an abhorrence of pain, that a little of it extinguishes all our pleasures. A little bitter mingled in our cup leaves no relish of the sweet. Hence it comes that at any rate we desire to be rid of the present evil, which we are apt to think nothing absent can equal, because under the present pain we find not ourselves capable of any the least degree of happiness. Men's daily complaints are a loud proof of this. The pain that any one actually feels is still of all other the worst, and it is with anguish they cry out, any rather than this. Nothing can be so intolerable as what I now suffer, and therefore our whole endeavours and thoughts intent to get rid of the present evil before all things, as the first necessary condition of our happiness, let what will follow. Nothing, as we passionately think, can exceed or almost equal the uneasiness that sits so heavy upon us. And because the abstinence from a present pleasure that offers itself is a pain, nay, oftentimes a very great one, the desire being inflamed by a near and tempting object, it is no wonder that operates after the same manner pain does, and lessens in our thoughts what is future, and so forces, as it were, blindfold into its embraces. Section 65. Add to this, that present good, or, which is the same thing, future pleasure, especially if of a sort we are unacquainted with, seldom is able to counterbalance any uneasiness, either of pain or desire, which is present, for its greatness being no more than what shall be really tasted when enjoyed. Men are apt enough to lessen that, to make it give place to any present desire, and conclude with themselves that when it comes to trial it may possibly not answer the report or opinion that generally passes of it, they having often found that not only what others have magnified, but even what they themselves have enjoyed with great pleasure and delight at one time, hence has proved insipid or nauseous at another, and therefore they, seeing nothing in it for which they should forego a present enjoyment. But that this is a false way of judging when applied to the happiness of another life, they must confess, unless they will say God cannot make those happy he designs to be so, for that being intended for a state of happiness, it must certainly be agreed to every one's wish and desire. Could we suppose their relishes as different there as they are here? Yet the manna in heaven will suit every one's palate. Thus much of the wrong judgment we make of present and future pleasure and pain, when they are compared together, and so the absent considered as future. End of section 17. Recording by Chad.